Chapter 1828. A while later, Xueqi finished his second piece and reached for the third, but the old man immediately swatted his hand away and grabbed the pan. Is this really necessary? Xueqi couldn't help but smile. It was only 2 potatoes. Yes, they're my meals for the next 2 days. The old man didn't show any mercy at all and held onto the pan as if Xueqi was about to rob him. His miser appearance was quite amusing. So you still care about something such as a meal? If you don't do at least this much, it'll be really waiting for death without a care in the world. Xueqi smiled. Waiting for death isn't the same as starving to death. The old man peeled another potato and ate it slowly. He was very respectful towards his food, not wanting to waste the smallest crumb. That's true. Xueqi became quiet. A person waiting to die didn't need to starve. Moreover, starvation wouldn't kill this man. It was a duality of wanting to live and die, resulting in sad days ahead. Nothing is more painful than waiting for the unreachable death. Xueqi gently sighed. You don't feel the same way? The old man looked at him and said, burying those who love and care for you, the ones you love. Or when everyone is still alive yet unable to ever meet again. I am only waiting to bury myself. But you? You have buried too many people. The old man was apt about Xueqi's pain. Xueqi eventually replied with a sigh. You have also done so like all the other emperors, unless they were to die early. This is inevitable even if they were to hide at exploration ground. Isn't this the reason why you chose this path? The old man denied completely. No. I simply wanted to. Everything suddenly felt insignificant. The only salvation became death. Being able to let go is also a good thing. Come. Give me another one. Xueqi sighed and reached out for another potato. No. The old man decisively refused. You must. Xueqi didn't waste words and lunged forward like a robber. Meanwhile, the old man protected the pan with his life. In a short time, both of them relied on brute strength like mortals rolling around on the ground. Xueqi must have the potato while the old man tried to stop him with all of his might. Outsiders would be astounded if they were to see the two of them fighting for a piece of potato. One was the dark hand behind the curtain, the ruler of the 9 worlds. The other side was an imperious immortal emperor. Did you throw your morality away? This old man toiled for these potatoes just to stay alive, yet you would go as far as to rob me? Are you worthy as your title of being the teacher of immortal emperors? The old man didn't yield and shouted in a pitiful manner. In the end, Xueqi was still young and vigorous. He grabbed the potato and kicked away the old man without any mercy, then laughed. My ass, I climbed up dozens of peaks just to get to this place where the birds don't even want to shit. There's no tea, no, not even water here for a guest. So what if I rob your potatoes? Old bastard. The old man clutched his pan while glaring at Xueqi, muttering under his breath. That's right. Xueqi peeled the potato and leisurely took a bite. You're a young bastard, I'm an old bastard. You owe me money for a funeral. The old man murmured. I'm old beyond description, yet I still have to work all day long just to eat, but you still robbed me anyway. You're waiting to die anyway. Starvation isn't that bad of a death. Xueqi instantly finished the potato and retorted. Asshole. The old man cursed. Sigh, be more cultured please, since you're still an immortal emperor. Is this uproar really necessary over a few potatoes? Xueqi smiled. Don't you remember your youth? How prodigal and extravagant you were, throwing money away without a care. The past is the past, this is the present. The old man said flatly, if you have 1 million gold ingots and only 1 piece of ration, would you rather give the gold away or your only meal, given that you can't buy any more? How deep? Xueqi smiled and reached out again. I'm not quite full yet, 1 more. In your dream. The old man tightened his grip on the pan. Xueqi didn't really care for his permission. The old man lost another potato to Xueqi after a brief struggle. Xueqi ate and tapped his stomach satisfyingly. I guess this is okay. No immortal tea, but at least I got a few potatoes. Not an empty-handed trip. I didn't invite you though. The old man unhappily said. Xueqi replied. I know I'm uninvited, but all of Pure can smell your accursed stench. The moment I got up here, I got a taste too, so I came running to steal your food. Teacher of immortal emperors? More like a hoodlum thug. The old man muttered under his breath. Xueqi laughed and said, That's true, I'm a thug, robbing from the 9 to the 10th world. Refuse to give me something and I'll just take it by force. The old man stared at Xueqi with disdain. No one could do anything about this problematic fella. Not even the emperors. Xueqi stopped robbing the old man after getting his fill and smiled. No need to be unhappy. I only come to see you once every millions of years, so even if I were to steal your potatoes, it's not a common occurrence. I'll scram again after this time. Scram right now then. The old man had no intention of keeping the guest around. Xueqi leisurely said, "No rush, no rush. Wow, I still remember back in the 9 worlds when you were so gallant and dashing. A man with countless fans ranging from young ladies to mature wives. You might be an old man now, but don't act so miserly." The old man didn't answer. All of his focus was on protecting what was left of his meals. "If it wasn't for your accursed stench, I wouldn't have recognized you at all. An emperor who used to smile proudly," Xueqi sentimentally said. This old man was an invincible emperor who used to be quite handsome and heroic when he was younger. After his ascension, he stole the heart of many goddesses and fairies. The guy even married the prettiest woman in the world. After coming to the 10th world, his imperial and haughty style didn't diminish at all. He even took the prettiest devil during that generation as his wife. Alas, after the long years, this peerless emperor became an old man seemingly weak and dispirited through illness, unable to have full meals. "This bag of skin can't handle the passage of time," the old man feebly said as if still malnourished. Of course this wasn't the case. As an invincible existence, he could show his unstoppable aura and style in any location. However, he had abandoned his own body. "I only have one thing to say to you. It's nice to be alive." Xueqi looked at the old man and said slowly. The old man looked up with a serious stare and replied, "Do you actually think that?" Xueqi contemplated in silence before nodding solemnly. "There are pain and helplessness among the long years, but ultimately, I'm still alive. I won't die until I obtain my obsessive goal and will never give up. That's why I'll keep on living." "Fight to the end," the old man said. Xueqi agreed. "That's right, fight to the end. I will not fall before the final battle, regardless of who wants to kill me and how painful it is to live. Having a goal and dream is good, necessary for a colorful life." The old man stared at the horizon with his muddled eyes. Who knows if he could see clearly or not? "Everyone can dream," Xueqi said. "You're trying to persuade me to join the final battle?" The old man looked back and said, "Unfortunately, you will return empty-handed. I am cursed so that door to the battlefield won't open for me. Anyone who looks at me will run away. Otherwise I would join that battle." "Forget it, with you along, all the troops will lose their morale." Xueqi shook his head and said, "I'm not here to get you to fight since you can't do it anyway." Chapter 1829. The old man looked at Xueqi and asked, "Then what are you here for?" Xueqi said, "This world requires an immortal emperor like you. The people of the 100 races need you even if I don't. I'm old now." The emperor shook his head. "I know just how much weight I carry. My little skills can't do much now. There are too many emperors in this world. The 100 races have some top ones too, so I make no difference." Xueqi shook his head. "You're wrong there. I'm not telling you to go to the battlefield. It's not something you want to do either." "Then what is it?" the old man asked. "Mediation." Xueqi smiled deviously. "Just imagine, the emperors on both sides are ready to go all out with their sleeves rolled up. At that exact second, foul diarrhea rains down from the sky and makes the battlefield unbearable, even staining some of the emperors. Are they going to give fighting? No, they'll just go back home for a shower and a change of clothes." "Your sister. You're the one with diarrhea," the old man angrily said. "It's just an example." Xueqi burst out laughing. "I'm saying that your accursed stench has a peerless power. You just need to fart on the battlefield and everyone will lose interest in fighting. Can't you see? This is the best reason for you to continue living, for the peace of the 10th world, for the sake of the 100 races. I think it's best if you live till the end of heaven and earth and fulfill your purpose." The old man stared skeptically at this guy who never cared about the mundane world and asked, "Did you get hit on the head?" "You're the one that got hit on the head. Can't you pick your words better?" Xueqi kicked the old man mercilessly. "I've lived all this time and know that the Dark Crow is not one for mediation nor a peacemaker." The old man played nicer. "The Dark Crow kills wherever he goes. turning his surrounding into a bloody battlefield. You were the one who started Emperor Hunt. Why do you want peace between the two sides now? Such a sudden change in attitude. It shows how peace-loving I am. Li Qie smiled and said, I was born to bring peace and prosperity to the inhabitants of this world. Fighting and more killing are only things on the surface. The old man scoffed after hearing this with skepticism. If the Dark Crow wants peace, then the high heaven can go. Don't make it sound like I'm a devil king or a bloodthirsty murderer. Li Qie said with a smile. Not that much different. The old man said, there probably isn't anyone who had killed more emperors than you. All right, fine, a devil king it is. Li Qie shrugged in response. Darkness will come after the light. I am benevolent and hope to leave behind some sparks that could illuminate the path forward for the 100 races. Of course, if some people are stubborn and suicidal enough, we'll have no choice but to wipe them out. Not interested. The old man refused. The world's well-being has nothing to do with me. Same with the prosperity of its inhabitants and the light versus darkness. I'm only someone waiting for death. Li Qie expected this type of response. I guess dying earlier will actually be better for someone like you. The old man remained calm like the unmoving water in a well. Is there anything that you still care about in this world? That you can't give up? Li Qie eventually asked with a serious expression. None. The old man calmly answered with no ripple in his emotion. What about your children, your lovers in the 9th and 10th world, the place where you belong? Li Qie continued. The old man replied, there is only one thing I care about. When I will die. That's a bit difficult for you. Li Qie commented. I know. The greatest tragedy in life is not being able to die even when you want to. The old man said. Death is not scary, it can be a form of salvation. Yes, your situation is torturous indeed. Li Qie gently nodded. He was immortal and had experienced countless disasters and pain. Death wasn't always the worst fate possible. The old man stopped talking while holding his pan. Even the heaven and earth couldn't mess with a cursed character like him. All existences would stay away due to sheer hatred. Suicide wasn't an option either. He could only live on and hope for solace in death one day. Li Qie gently sighed and said, looks like you really have taken this path to the extreme or even broke through it. Nothing in this world matters to you. I didn't expect this. It's understandable. No one had ever reached this level of condemnation before. Even the high heaven doesn't want to get involved. The old man said nonchalantly. An execution never came for you? This was Li Qie's second reason to come here. I want that old villainous heaven to send down an execution, but I haven't seen one yet. After taking this path, there was no trace of it. The old man replied. Can't tell if this is a happy thing or a tragedy. Li Qie smiled wryly. It was quite unbelievable for an immortal emperor to not invoke a heavenly execution. All the emperors were apprehensive about this particular tribulation, because even the strongest emperor couldn't survive. The moment the execution came, so did the Reaper. Without it, it meant that the emperors could walk freely in the world. Thus, any other emperor yearned for its absence in order to have freedom. However, this old man didn't find this to be a good thing at all. If an execution came, he would finally find eternal reprieve. Alas, he had been staying in the mundane realm for generations now without seeing one, so he had no choice but to keep living on. If there is nothing else, you should leave now. I need a nap to rest or hunger shall ravage me at night. The old man calmly said. Fine. Li Qie acquiesced. So be it, despite the fruitless visit, I still hope that you will be able to die soon. Hoping for someone else to die might provoke them, but this was the best type of blessing one could say to this old man. The old man nodded and climbed up his bed before closing his tired eyes. Li Qie gently sighed while staring at this old man on the old wooden bed. Who would think that this was an invincible immortal emperor? Your Excellency. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and said before Li Qie made it out of the door. What can I do for you? Li Qie turned and replied. The old man took out a yellow page from the corner of his bed. Wrinkled and decayed it was. Who knows how many times it had been rolled up. I don't have any interest in this world, but sometimes, I can't help but want to see the high heaven and the end of the world. Suddenly, I became enlightened with some thoughts and I wrote them down. He gave the wrinkly paper to Li Qie. Your Excellency had experienced so many ages and has no lack of merit laws. I only hope for these thoughts to be passed down. You can look at it if you want, but if you don't care for them, please find someone to pass them down or just store it. Li Qie accepted it and fixed it up a bit before nodding solemnly. I will think about it. The old man nodded back and said, I am waiting for death, so the darkness will be good for me since I might be able to die faster. However, I hope you can be successful at the final battle and return triumphantly. Only you will be able to do it, Your Excellency. I hope so. Li Qie gently sighed and left. The old man closed his eyes again and fell into a slumber. 1. This particular line is interesting because of the different possible translations. The characters in question are, change of personality/nature, to have a sex change, transgender. Basically, a broad range of potential meaning, depending on the context. The key here is to show surprise and translate it as a playful, slightly insulting quip that doesn't match an emperor's bearing. Some possible variations for, did your personality changed? This one is the most literal, but it lacks the punch. The sex change meaning of the characters is supposed to be humorous, but there was no way of including it. Did you get a sex change? Or are you a woman now? This would be completely jarring, the latter being too offensive to fit. I went with the common English phrase that would be used colloquially for this type of situation, even though it deviates from the raw too. Censored. No idea what this is. 3. The title was a bit hard to translate to English. The author borrows off the popular phrase from a poem that starts with "What is love?" But he replaces the word love with world/life. It doesn't make too much sense in English. Chapter 1830. Outer Realm City was not in Pure. It was far away at the border of the sky, hanging in the galaxy. Due to the prohibitive distance, ordinary cultivators couldn't fly from space to this city. A portal from an imperial lineage was necessary. Nevertheless, the city wasn't the final stop, since it was actually the beginning of adventures and would lead to even more dangerous areas. People loved to talk and go to the place right outside of it, exploration grounds. There were too many legends and each place was different. For millions of years now, people came and went. Some ended up being buried there. No one knew how vast it was or described it with details. Just talking about one corner of the place was difficult enough. Some even said that just one corner of this place was larger than Pure. No one had been able to travel through the whole place, not even the supreme existences like emperors. The reason why the place was so popular was due to its elusive nature. As long as it was the right time and place, heavenly execution couldn't come down. Rumor has it that the high heaven couldn't peer through this place completely. This was the reason why emperors and gods chose to hide in this place. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all the living emperors and ancient gods were hiding in the different exploration grounds. Even some high gods were staying here as well. This was the reason why many experts came to this place. Some of them wanted to see the appearance of these higher-level beings. Others wanted to meet their forefathers just once. Of course, the emperors weren't so hospitable. Even if their descendants were to come, they wouldn't necessarily give them an audience. Only influential ancestors or high gods were eligible to meet their ancestors. This was also an adventurous ground, full of unimaginable excitement. There were supreme divine artifacts from older epochs and immortal panacea. In deeper regions, there were immortal ores that were created at the start of the primordial chaos. One could come across treasures easily here that were not weaker than the imperial level. They could casually dig out a unique immortal ore or medicine that could bring one back from the brink of death. These treasures were the other reason why so many cultivators wanted to come here. Of course, there was a proportional risk to the reward. Artifacts were scattered about, but so were the ominous items. The latter had been found too many times to count in history. Someone excavated a corpse that laid waste to his group of 1,000, causing them to decay to death. Another devil was found and it scooped out the hearts of 7 high gods. A golden spring in the legends was found and it instantly turned all of the imperial children into corpse liquid. Finding an artifact meant becoming rich overnight, but digging out an ominous item meant complete destruction, a death without a grave. Nevertheless, numerous experts still planned for it despite knowing that they may not return. The adventurous soul was uncontainable. Outer Realm City was the start for these adventurers. They pulled up their anchor and spread their sails to follow their lofty dreams and aspirations. It was created from a large planet, resulting in ancient ruins everywhere. It floated in the galaxy and had a sun and moon rotating around it. The sky here was no different than the one seen in Pure. When one stood outside, they would find large walls covering the entire planet. These walls were simply impenetrable. The city was prosperous and rowdy, one of the biggest in Pure. Thousands of cultivators were staying here along with other beings. Majestic mountains and grand rivers were present just like other cities in Pure. As time passed, people took root in this place and even started sects and businesses. Li Qie walked on the old street with many emotions. This was once the outpost where he declared war against the three races. The walls here stopped their great armies. Today, the smokes of war have receded and this place had become a paradise for adventurers. People have forgotten the grisly carnage of the past. Wise sages traded their blood and bones so that the 100 races could stand strong today. This great street with 10 lanes was paved with bluestones, hard and lasting. Millions of years weren't enough to damage it. Li Qie and the Jilin princess were supposed to meet here. However, he wanted to see an old friend beforehand. At the end of this street was a large mansion with a gate large enough to be a city's entrance. It was heavy and thick, capable of stopping an army. 2 bronze lions sat to the left and right, looking quite stately. The years have done a number on this mansion. The 2 bronze lions were rusting as well from the rains and winds. There was an old plaque hanging above with the words, Peng Mansion. It carried an immense imperial power that has withstood the test of time. Below its name was a signature, Min Ren. This made it look like an emperor was standing right there. Anyone would uncontrollably feel a sense of respect after reading this name. In fact, some experts from the 100 races would always take off their hats and bow when they came across this mansion. This was one of the ancient clans in Outer Realm and had produced several high gods. Despite not having an emperor, the experts from Pure still respected it all the same. The most famous and revered of their high gods was Star Stomper. He had 9 totems that have formed a set, but the most amazing thing about him was his prestigious 9 cauldrons bloodline. Keep in mind that the 9 cauldrons was one of the 8 ancient bloodlines and one of the 2 most magical and precious bloodlines of the human race. This was an exceedingly powerful high god due to his set of totems and bloodline. However, this wasn't the reason why he was so respected. His contribution to Emperor Hunt was the main reason, on top of surviving the war. Because of this, Immortal Emperor Min Ren of the human race personally wrote the name of the mansion and even his own signature. This was the highest form of ceremony that an emperor could do for these title inaugurations. Today, the Peng Mansion wasn't as unstoppable as before. It looked a bit cold under the rays of dusk. Only a few lamps were lit up inside its abandoned ground. In front of the mansion were 2 red lamps. One of the words was longevity. This prompted Li Qie to calculate with his fingers after seeing the longevity lamp. Looks like it's Star Stomper's birthday in several days. Looks like his descendants are having a celebration for him. Li Qie murmured. Having said that, he headed towards the mansion. Though he didn't want to bother the high god, he still wished to congratulate his birthday. 2 disciple guards stood proudly by the entrance. One of them asked right away, "May I ask for fellow Taoist's name? How can I help you?" Star Stomper High God's birthday must be near. Li Qie told the disciple. This disciple was slightly surprised. Even though his forefather's birthday was no secret, not too many people could remember the date since the god had lived for so long, outside of his own descendants. "Yes, sir. May I ask for your purpose?" The disciple calmed down and inquired. Li Qie calmly said, "If the god's birthday is coming soon, I wish to congratulate him." "Well." The disciple hesitated for a moment. "We're not receiving guests for the forefather's birthday." 1. I could have used regal instead of 9 cauldrons since this was a symbol of imperial power, but that might be too big of a change and it loses the visual description. Chapter 1831. The disciple made it clear in a polite manner that they didn't want outsiders at the celebration of Star Stomper High God. "I know," Li Qie said. "I came uninvited, but so what? Will your estate not welcome a guest?" "No, of course not," the disciple hurriedly said. "Our clan is receptive to guests from all over the world. May I ask for your name and where you are from?" "Li Qie, a vagrant cultivator. I am here specifically to celebrate the high god's birthday due to his great contribution to society." The 2 disciples exchanged glances. One of them said, "Please wait, I will go report to the higher-ups." Li Qie nodded and stood in front of the mansion to stare at the old plaque. He was slightly moved by Min Ren's signature. Everything flashed before his eyes as if it was only yesterday. Back then, regardless of their personal feud, Min Ren still didn't hesitate in standing by his side and supported him just like the past. He was the first to rush in battle during Emperor Hunt, the one to uphold an entire domain to fight against the top emperors of the three races. Unfortunately, things didn't always go as one's wish. Not too many people were left. Star Stomper was one of them. This was one of the high gods who followed him during this campaign. He wasn't a match for peak emperors and ancient gods, but he was ferocious enough with his spear dripping with the blood of his enemies. During his sentimental recollection, the disciple who went to report came back and told him, "Young noble Li, please come inside. The servants have prepared a quarter for you." With that, he led the way. Li Qie nodded and followed the disciple into the Pang mansion. Even though he came uninvited, the clan appreciated anyone who was here to celebrate their high god's birthday. His stay was at a minor courtyard. It was not a VIP treatment, but the clan didn't slight him. Their hospitality was attentive and thorough enough. He took out the yellow page given to him by the old man and meticulously read it. The more he read, the more surprised he became. As the teacher of immortal emperors and the dark hand that had experienced millions of years, which merit law had he not seen? Heaven's will laws, heaven-destroying techniques, ancient arts. He had seen too many to count. Just naming a random yet famous one could shock people. Alas, the content of the yellow page still shocked him. He murmured, "This old man is extraordinary to have this level of enlightenment. It must be due to the lack of heavenly execution. Other emperors wouldn't have a chance to see this so clearly and research further." The old man himself was already brilliant. Despite turning back into a mortal, this didn't change his true nature as an emperor. Because he didn't suffer from the looming threat above, he had a better chance than the other emperors to peer into the high heaven. Other emperors could be stronger than the old man, but they lacked this opportunity because they needed to hide in exploration grounds in order to avoid the heavenly execution. This old man's profound content was inscrutable. Even someone at the ancestor level wouldn't be able to understand it. Only emperors could read and comprehend it. Li Qie took his time perusing the page. It was only some thoughts written down and had nothing to do with laws and techniques. Thus, Li Qie wanted to derive these ideas down even more in order to create a supreme merit law. On the second day of his stay, a youth around the age of 20 came to see him. He dressed properly and was handsome to boot. His little gestures seemed experienced, same with his dignified expression. Alas, due to his age, there was still an unavoidable greenness to him. The youth saw Li Qie and immediately cupped his fist. "Brotherly came from afar to visit our humble abode, yet I was overwhelmed with business and couldn't give you a better reception. Please excuse me." He was very polite and even slightly bowed with enthusiasm towards Li Qie. "I came uninvited, so no need for a grand reception." Li Qie chuckled and nodded back. The youth hurriedly said, "My name is Pang Yi. I'm temporarily in charge of the mansion's administration. Please forgive us for any mistake in hospitality." This youth was the current clan master of the Pang. He was startled to hear the disciple earlier sending the message about someone named Li Qie coming to offer his respect. Li Qie took a second glance due to the age of this clan master. It wasn't because he looked down on young people, or that he cared about the appearance of such a young clan master in this ancient clan. Ultimately, this was a bad sign for the clan. An ancient clan always had orders and ranks. Thus, the role of a clan master was usually taken by someone experienced, and this usually came with age. If this clan had a youth like this as its master, there were two possibilities. The first being that this youth was exceptional and brilliant with enough experience. This type of genius was considered top-notch. The second possibility being that the clan had fallen. The older generation was gone before their time, so the young generation had no choice but to step up and face the trials and hardships. There was no doubt that Pang Yi didn't belong to the former type. His cultivation and talents weren't bad, but there was a big gap between him and a supreme genius. This meant that the second possibility was happening. Pang Yi understood the inquisitive glance and smiled. "The seniors in the clan have taken a step back, so I have no choice but to bear the great responsibility despite my naiveness and ignorance. Feel free to give me any guidance. Being young is also an advantage. Keep accumulating positive experiences and your future will be limitless." Li Qie slowly said. Pang Yi cupped his fist in response. "I'm not worthy of your praise, brother Li, but I will keep it in mind." Li Qie smiled and nodded. "Not too many people are aware of my forefather's birthday. Your goodwill visit truly brightens our clan. Pang Yi was very careful with his choice of words in order to keep the right amount of decorum. It wasn't out of dubiousness, but he needed to be careful. Outer Realm was far from pure, especially the Jilin territories. Nevertheless, he had still received a message stating that someone named Li Qie had taken down the Crown Prince of Heavenly Phoenix. There was no doubt that the description matches this fella ahead. In his mind, someone who dared to murder the Crown Prince was definitely ferocious. Keep in mind that Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince was an imperial successor and Jin Ji's brother-in-law. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke him, let alone taking him down in front of everyone. Thus, when such a fierce character showed up in their clan in order to celebrate their forefather's birthday, it did bring up some questions in his mind. Even though the forefather's birthday was coming up in the next few days, the forefather still wasn't back for many reasons. He was still hiding in exploration grounds, so his descendants couldn't offer their respect in person. It was only going to be a small party. Moreover, the Peng was no longer the same as before. This was another reason why they didn't want to invite outsiders. So now, the uninvited guest made Pang Yi wondered if there was any ulterior motive? Li Qie could see through this and chuckled. Don't worry, I am here with sincerity. Star Stomper High God had done everything he could for the 100 races. This is worthy of respect. No, Brother Li, that wasn't my intention, I was simply curious. Pang Yi became a bit awkward after Li Qie exposed him. His young age meant that his skin was still quite thin. Li Qie took out a box and said flatly, I won't bother the High God since he is in seclusion right now. This is a minor gift to show my sincerity. Pang Yi quickly accepted the box, opened it, and became frozen right away. Waves of fragrances came from within. Anyone who smelled this would feel as if they were walking on air after falling into a comfortable state with their energy channels opening up. One could faintly hear the cry of a dragon as well. Just the smell and the roar were enough to let others know of the gift's extraordinary nature. This is the mythical resin of a dragon? Pang Yi gasped and said in disbelief. Even though their clan wasn't as strong as before, it was still an ancient clan, so Pang Yi knew his stuff. Even though he had never seen the resin of a dragon, this matched its description in the books exactly. Keep in mind that this was a true dragon's resin, not a pseudo-dragon like a half-serpent or a flood dragon. Only emperors could access this level of a treasure. 1. I don't know about this one, is fat, rouge, resin. Usually if it was blood, the author would use Xueqi, blood, not this character. Dragon fat seems a bit weird, so I went with resin. Chapter 1832. Yes, I was in a rush so only brought a tiny piece with me. Just a minor gift, not enough to show my respect. Li Qie answered. The resin of a dragon was a priceless treasure, but it wasn't much for Li Qie. When he destroyed Soaring Immortal and the other top lineages, he obtained a monstrous amount of treasures. His treasury back in the 9 worlds was quite impressive. This time, he also brought a few good items along to be prepared for any situation. Pang Yi was petrified. Such a tone was too much to take in. It was as if the guy was an emperor. Even high gods wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain the resin of a true dragon and would salivate after seeing them. Only emperors were truly qualified to use them. So when Li Qie was saying that this was only a minor gift, it sounded so unbelievable. Pang Yi didn't feel like he was being too outrageous, only generous to a peerless level. Imperial children and successors wouldn't spend as much as him. This is too precious of a gift. Pang Yi didn't dare to accept this resin. His hands were trembling just from holding the box. Take it, it's for the High God, not you. Li Qie ordered. Pang Yi took a deep breath and solemnly accepted it before bowing. I will accept it in my forefather's stead and will hand it to him in the future. The entire clan appreciates your generous gift. The High God's contribution and effort are more than worthy of this gift. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Pang Yi naturally didn't know Li Qie's underlying meaning, and thought that he was only showing respect towards the forefather. After all, he had participated in Emperor Hunt, so the members of the 100 races respected him. Will you give me a chance to show you around the clan? Pang Yi suggested. Li Qie agreed with a smile, so Pang Yi acted as a tour guide, explaining the clan's layout and a few legends. The clan itself was large with an ancient atmosphere. Each building and temple had their own origin and legend. Pang Yi enthusiastically took Li Qie to the majority of the sites in the clan. In fact, even without this tour, Li Qie still knew more about the clan than Pang Yi. He had stayed in this place many times in the past. Nevertheless, Lichie still listened attentively with a smile on his face. Has Star Stomper High God returned? Lichie casually asked during their stroll. He hadn't seen the High God in a long time now, not wanting to disturb him in exploration grounds. The casual question made it difficult for Pang Yi. He hesitated with a strange expression. Is something wrong? Lichie immediately noticed and asked. Have you not heard about it, Brother Li? Pang Yi said softly. Lichie answered, I was occupied with reading the sacred texts in the past and rarely asked about outside events, thus I'm not privy to the chaos of the world. Oh, I see. Pang Yi didn't doubt this at all. He pondered a bit before continuing. Something big happened in the last few years and our forefather came into being. War. Lichie's eyes became serious since he was able to read the boy. Yes. Pang Yi smiled wryly and had to tell the truth. When Ren Shang from Arrogance ambushed Jin Ji's ascension, many ancestors from the 100 races heeded the call. Our ancestor personally came out and attacked the high gods from the War Monarch clan, so Ren Shang was able to ambush Jin Gu and stopped him from gaining some heaven's wills. Was the high god injured? Lichie asked. I'm not sure, I was too young during this conflict, unaware of the details. Alas, after this war, there has not been any news of our forefather, so the elders from the clan believe that he was indeed injured. Pang Yi revealed. There was no point for Pang Yi to hide this matter because many big shots from Pure were aware of it. Jin Gu was a supreme genius and was one of the most hopeful candidates to become a top emperor. His talents were amazing enough and he was highly regarded by the heaven race. If Jin Gu had 3 smooth seizing events, the most common and conservative estimate was that he would get 10 wills. If all stars aligned, he might even be able to obtain 12 wills to become someone like World Emperor. Having 12 wills meant becoming a top emperor. If one were to come out in this generation, it would reshape the political landscape of the 13 continents. In history, only 9 emperors had 12 wills and only 4 were still alive to the present. Of the 4, the only person from the 100 races was immortal monarch Yi. Outside of the extremely mysterious Pure Wood Divine Emperor, the other 2 emperors were World and Profound. World Emperor came from the Heaven race while Profound Emperor came from the Divine race. Because Pure Wood was too elusive, the other 3 top emperors created a balance of power situation. If Jin Gu were to catch the right wind and become a 12 wills emperor, he would definitely stand by World Emperor's side since he was a Heavener as well. Moreover, the War Monarch clan always had a great relationship with World Emperor. At that point, World Emperor's faction would have 2 top emperors. Even if Profound Emperor maintained a neutral stance, the Heaven race would have an absolute advantage and became a great threat towards the 100 races. Even though immortal monarch Yi was a supreme existence, he wouldn't be able to fence off 2 other emperors at the same level. Because of this speculation, Star Stomper High God joined the ambush without any hesitation. Wen Shang from Arrogance was also a top genius in the contemporary. Only Jin Gu was his match, so the 2 of them have been rivals for a long time. Each of them had different strong points, so a victor was virtually impossible to decide. However, one generation simply couldn't have 2 emperors with 12 wills. First, not to mention the high chance of a heavenly execution from the appearance of 2 top emperors, no one in the world wanted to see it either. It would deliver a great blow to the 13 continents' current political landscape. A difficult Tao era would start as well. These 2 emperors would absorb all the primordial chaos energy of the origin during their reign. Thus, other emperors would immediately interfere whenever this possibility arose. Because of this, if 2 top emperors were to come out in this generation, it certainly would be Jin Gu and Ren Shang. That's why Ren Shang had this plot during Jin Zhen's ascension attempt. Killing Jin Gu would have been the best outcome, but stopping him from becoming a top emperor would have been fine as well. Ren Shang went to find Star Stomper and stated his plan, and the High God didn't refuse at all. Despite not being an ancient god, Star Stomper was crazily powerful due to his set of 9 totems and prestigious bloodline. Moreover, he was battle-hardened and experienced after surviving Emperor Hunt. Thus, he alone was able to stop the High Gods from the War Monarch clan and contributed greatly. In the end, the ambush was a success. Even though Jin Gu came out without heavy injuries, he lost his chance to seize the Heaven's wills. He would never be able to become a top emperor with 12 wills from that point on. 1. I can't translate this name without more context. It can be one leaf, harmonious/solidarity. Chapter 1833, Li Qie sighed after hearing Pang Yi and replied. The High God has always kept the 100 races in mind, bearing the responsibility of bettering the overall situation. He wasn't surprised to hear about the ambush because it was all too common in the 10th world. It would happen at least once every generation, going up to more than 10 at times. Despite having a pact, the 3 races and the 100 races still had conflicts and disputes. The imperial path was the most heated area since both sides didn't want to see new emperors for the other. There might not be any battle beforehand, but at the day of ascension, a high god or a behemoth sect would start an ambush. Even though the 10th world had 72 heaven's wills, not all would be shouldered in a single generation. If all 72 were shouldered, then a difficult period would drape over the 13 continents. All of its chaos and origin powers would be drained. Descendants would have a hard time cultivating. Even older emperors and gods would be affected, especially the high gods. It meant that they would be stagnating during that generation. Because of this, high gods didn't want to see all the wills taken. Same with the older emperors. Once there weren't that many wills left, the behemoths would start ambushes so that no one else could shoulder the wills. After 10,000 years, the remaining wills would disperse and return to the world. Due to these factors, some wills would always be left behind in each generation. This became the norm. It meant that the candidates needed to be one step ahead of the others. Otherwise, they could bear the risk of being ambushed by the previous generation at the later stages. Right. The forefather has always cared about the matters of the 100 races. He taught us that our clan will definitely cease to exist if the 100 races were to face a perpetual decline. A calm nest will have eggs, Li Qie said with a tinge of emotion. The High God had a keen understanding of the 100 races' current situation. Without it, the 100 races will surely decline. I wonder how forefather is doing right now. Pang Yi eventually said with a sad expression. We haven't heard from him after that battle. No news of him either. Star Stomper was quite fierce during that battle, but rumor has it that he suffered some damage as well. After all, the War Monarch clan was no slouch. This was an imperial lineage with 5 emperors. Even if these existences didn't come out, just their number of high god alone was frightening enough. Pang Yi was only a junior and wasn't qualified to know the hiding coordinates of the high god, so he had no contact channel. Even their older generation had withered, so the clan couldn't communicate at all, let alone letting their descendants come to meet the high god. This was the reason why the high god's birthday celebration was so low profile. Don't worry, your forefather has the 9 cauldrons bloodline and can handle this much. As one of the 2 great ancient bloodlines of the human race, its power is beyond your imagination. Li Qie consoled. The 13 continents' strength was predicated on one's bloodline. The major ones were the 4 great immortal bloodlines, 8 ancient bloodlines, and 12 ancestral bloodlines. Generally, the age of the bloodline was proportional to its power. Because the older, the closer it was to the origin and the primal state of the world. Because of this, an ancestral bloodline was referring to atavism, returning to the beginning of each race. An ancient bloodline could be traced back to the eras in the legends. As for the immortal bloodlines, they were even more mysterious. Rumor has it that immortals once existed in the older eras and they passed down their lineage. Right, the forefathers' 9 cauldrons bloodline is mighty. I heard the seniors in the clan said that it was extremely pure. Unfortunately, it couldn't break through the bottleneck to become a human monarch bloodline. Pang Yi said with admiration. The bloodlines were divided into 4 branches. Heaven, Devil, Divine, and the 100 races with the humans as the main representatives. The reason was very simple. The first immortal bloodline of the 100 races appeared on a human. Thus, though some people considered a human monarch bloodline to belong to the 100 races, it was more of a human bloodline. Of course, the other races from this faction have also produced human monarch bloodlines. Human monarch was one of the 4 immortal bloodlines, the most prestigious of the 100 races. The 9 cauldrons was one of the 2 ancient bloodlines right below the human monarch bloodline. It was a big reason why Star Stomper was so powerful despite having only 9 totems. It's impossible for an ancient bloodline to turn into an immortal one. Li Qie explained insipidly. So many people have tried to do so before. There is a chance for an ancestral bloodline to turn into an ancient bloodline but not an ancient into an immortal one. No need to think about it since the possibility is simply 0. Bloodlines were different from physiques. In the 9 worlds, a physique could go up in rank, but the possibility of bloodline fundamentally improving in the 10th world was low to a negligible level. As Lichia had said, there was a chance going from the ancestral to the ancient level. However, there was no chance of going from ancient to immortal. An immortal bloodline represented the ultimate authority with an unfathomable power beyond imagination. I heard when one has an ancestral bloodline for a long time, there is a probability of giving birth to an immortal bloodline in the future. A tiny sliver of hope flashed in Pang Yi's mind. No descendant in their clan had inherited their forefathers' 9 cauldrons bloodline. This was the most regrettable thing in their entire clan. After all, it was too precious, so the clan wished that it could continue to pass down. Alas, they couldn't get any of the 3 atavistic bloodlines of the human race either. Their only remaining hope was the rumor that after a bloodline existed long enough, it would have a certain chance of evolving. It does exist, but the chance is predicated on one's bloodline power. Lichia smiled and elaborate. If one doesn't have a powerful bloodline already, it won't be possible. We'll use your 9 cauldrons bloodline as the example. In order for it to become a human monarch bloodline, it requires the polishing of an imperial blood. In other words, after 3 generations of immortal monarchs in your clan and one of them must have the 9 cauldrons bloodline on top of further refinement of the bloodline, there is really a tiny chance of an evolution. Pang Yi smiled wryly after hearing this. An immortal monarch was something the clan didn't dare to think about. Just revitalizing their clan was already good enough. No need to be sad because this is the norm. Lichia said, many imperial lineages can't even grasp such a precious bloodline. They tried to have marriage alliances for generations with matching bloodlines but still can't get an immortal one. Of course, they still have a better chance of getting this bloodline more than ordinary clans since their bloodlines are innately more powerful. He continued, this played a big part as to why the 3 races are stronger than us in the beginning and have immortal bloodlines before us. Their bloodlines are simply greater at the start. Later on, the 100 races became stronger, so did their bloodlines. Thus, the first human monarch bloodline was born in 6 Dao human monarch. Even though this wasn't a 12-will emperor, it was still enough to contend against the ones with 12 wills. Lichia sighed emotionally. The evolution of the 4 great bloodlines was the same as the evolution of the races. Growing stronger was essential in keeping up with the others in terms of innate bloodlines. That's true. Pang Yi agreed that it is a fool's wish for his clan to have an immortal bloodline. The clan only hoped to have another person with the 9 cauldrons bloodline. At the very least, this will prolong our lineage. There is a chance as long as the clan sticks around. Lichia said, this is up to fate, but also, just keep growing stronger in order to produce more formidable offspring. Chapter 1834. Pang Yi nodded after hearing this. I guess that's all we can do. Despite saying this, he felt a bit helpless since his clan wasn't the same as it once was. After Emperor Hunt, when their forefather was still in charge, their clan was at its apex. Despite being very far from pure, they still had a pivotal position in that continent. So many cultivators came to show their respect. This was no longer the case. They still had some resources, but there was a desperate lack of promising youths, leaving no room to grow in the future. Moreover, the last generation had withered as well. If this lack of production continued, they would eventually run out of their reserves. Pang Yi continued his tour for Lichia because he had a lot of time on his hand. There was no need for a grand feast since the birthday celebration was only an internal one. However, his good mood was interrupted by the sudden report of a disciple. Clan Master, the Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord is here for the forefather's birthday. Pang Yi's expression quickly changed after hearing this title. With a slight panic he asked, why is he here? How many people? Is the War Monarch clan here too? No, Clan Master. He came by himself. The disciple hurriedly answered. Alone. Pang Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. His nervousness was justifiable since his forefather played a pivotal role in the ambush back then. Meanwhile, this royal lord was Jin Ji's father-in-law and the clan certainly didn't give this person a birthday invitation. Perhaps this was an opportunity for revenge in the royal lord's eyes. But, Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord also had a card from the Donggong clan. This group will come after. The disciple quietly said. He's with the Donggong clan? Pang Yi's expression changed for the second time. This was not a good sign. The Donggong was an imperial clan in Outer Realm City. They and the Pang used to rule this area. However, their Eastern Palace Heaven Emperor had fallen to the execution. Later on, they have also produced several high gods. Alas, these gods either died or went missing. The two clans had an interesting relationship, neither friends nor foes. They maintained contact with each other. This relationship became tenser in recent years due to one simple reason. The Donggong was on Xueqi's side during the ambush. This wasn't a big deal because everyone worked for their race. However, Star Stomper actually killed a high god from the Donggong, so the two clans became enemies overnight. Juniors didn't dare to comment on their forefathers' actions, but there was no peace from then on in the city. The fact that these juniors didn't start an all-out war showed impressive restraint from both sides. Nevertheless, minor scuffles were unavoidable. Are they trying to cause trouble during the birthday celebration? Peng Yi became nervous and took 2 steps back. The Donggong had been on the War Monarch clan and the Heaven Race's side. So now, things didn't look good when Xueqi's father-in-law was going with the Donggong clan. Lichia smiled and tapped the youth's back to calm him down. Visitors are guests and it's not like the sky is falling down. Even if it is, you can still shoulder it. Everything impossible in this world as long as you continue to persevere in spite of all difficulties. After the gap, Peng Yi suddenly calmed down. Lichia's carefree smile was a calming dose of medicine. He took a deep breath and ordered the disciple. Use the highest ceremony to greet Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord. I will personally see him. Tell the ancestors to get ready for the worst. Prepare for battle. Affirmative. The disciple immediately went to carry out the order. Peng Yi felt much better after making up his mind. Despite the clanmaster, his age was still a limitation since he hadn't experienced enough storm. Moreover, he himself wasn't strong enough, so he naturally panicked in times of trouble. I can't accompany you any longer then, Brother Li. Peng Yi apologized. Of course, he didn't wish for Lichia to show himself in this key moment because Lichia was the prince's murderer. If the royal lord were to see him, a fight would break out even before the royal lord set his foot inside the mansion. Let's go, it's no big deal. Lichia understood Peng Yi's thoughts and simply smiled. The whole thing was nothing to him. He only came for the birthday celebration while Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lords group couldn't get into his sight. They would be wise to leave him alone. Peng Yi gave Lichia a look of gratitude before leaving to prepare for a reception. The Peng clan became tense with the royal lord's arrival. Despite the enthusiastic appearance, the entire clan was a bow armed with an arrow with the string pulled all the way back, ready to fire at any moment. It was clear that the royal lord and his group came with hostility due to their past. Fortunately, the royal lord didn't come to cause trouble. He was still polite enough so the clan became relieved. However, the successor of the Donggong, Zhang, also came right after. Zhang's arrival scared Peng Yi out of his mind, but he still personally came out to see the guy. Zhang stood there alone outside of the entrance. This was a gallant prodigy. The forefather's birthday is only a small party within the clan. I didn't expect Brother Donggong to catch wind of this. Excuse me. Peng Yi welcomed Zhang. No way, our two clans are neighbors. As the adage goes, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. This little brother is here to show my respect for Star Stomper High God. Donggong Zhang was all smiles with no sign of hostility. Nevertheless, Peng Yi still sensed that something was amiss, as if a storm was approaching. No one could forgive a feud of death. But now, as a descendant, Zhang was here to offer his respect? After the event in the past, the two clans have been keeping their calm. There was no sign of wanting revenge. In fact, it was more accurate to say that both clans were in decline. The Donggong's only remaining high god was killed by Star Stomper during the ambush. Thus, without anyone left, the clan suffered a great blow. Of course, the Peng didn't fare much better even though Star Stomper survived the battle. The two clans stopped interacting with each other after this event. So now, when Donggong Zhang suddenly came to visit, no matter how one looks at it, it couldn't have been a friendly gesture. After Zhang entered the clan, he and Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord were talking among themselves. This only made Peng Yi even more nervous. The clan felt as if they have led two wolves into their home. Anything could happen now. Alas, there was no other choice. These two came openly with a good justification. There was no denying a guest who came to offer their respect to Star Stomper. Otherwise, their clan would look petty, indecisive, and weak to outsiders. 1. Donggong means Eastern Palace. Chapter 1835. Donggong Zheng and Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord's arrival was only the beginning. Many more guests came in the next 2 days, such as the Sunset Glow Valley, Divine Dragon Mountain, Heaven Searching Sect, and Dragon Citadel. Many of the great powers from Pure sent their disciples for the celebration. Certain imperial lineages came as well. The majority of the imperial lineages were from the 100 races. Even though none of the big shots from these clans came, just sending their disciples alone was enough to show that they haven't forgotten the High God's contribution to the races. In fact, Peng Yi didn't expect this at all. Their forefather was still hiding in exploration grounds and couldn't show up even on his grand birthday. This was the reason why their clan didn't invite outsiders to the feast. At the very least, few lineages from the 3 races came to Peng Yi's relief. Most of the guests truly came with goodwill. If there were more people from the 3 races, then it would look much more unfavorable for their clan. It would be a pack of wolves wanting to feast on their clan. Nevertheless, the sincerity of the guests didn't weaken the clan's vigilance. Despite the happy appearance, the clan was still ready for battle. If anything major happened at this party, their clan would come under great scrutiny. If they couldn't take charge and stabilize the situation, then the result would be very negative and might even spell their doom. Everyone would try to get a bite of their resources. After all, they had enough businesses here at Outer Realm. Remember how busy this place was since it was the starting area to the exploration grounds. Imagine if their clan were to fall, so many would covet what they had, including old friends. These were sleepless nights for the disciples at Peng despite their jubilant appearance. They kept their weapon by the side the whole night. Then came the birthday finally with all the guests gathering. The mansion had lamps and decorating flowers. Each disciple had a red ribbon symbolizing longevity and prepared all sorts of colorful and delicious meals to each table. The guests quickly took their seat while the Peng had their own experts and ancestors participating in the celebration. However, their real goal was to look out for trouble. The strongest ancestor from the Peng was also here. This was their profound ancestor named Peng Yu. His hair was as gray as the early morning dew, but his eyes were still spirited and sharp. This was the only capable ancestor left from their clan outside of Star Stomper. He was a Tao Celestial with 80 million chaos units. This was a peerless master compared to ordinary cultivators. Despite his powerful aura, he was really quite old with withering vitality. He rarely cared for mundane matters, but he had to preside over the situation this time. Other ancestors couldn't handle this mess. He sat on top and made the guests much more polite. After all, having a Tao Celestial here changed the atmosphere. Any cultivator must think twice before doing anything unwise. A peak Tao Celestial or a high god needed to show up in order to deal with him. Though there were many disciples from imperial lineages here, they weren't big shots or anything. That's why they acted respectfully towards someone of Peng Yu's level. The truth was that Peng Yu would be a big deal in any place on the 13 continents. Of course, it would be a different story if a high god was here. There was still a big gap between him and the next level. Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord sat closer to the top with Donggong Zheng alone. The other guests didn't dare to sit with them because they were only ordinary disciples. He, on the other hand, was a lord on top of being Jin Ji's father-in-law. This was an immensely prestigious character. More importantly, he was on the side of the 3 races. After the ambush, racial relations became tense again. Thus, who from the 100 races would dare to sit with him? Li Qie was also a participant even though he didn't really care for it. He agreed because Peng Yi asked him. Peng Yi took quite a risk to do so. The outcome could be easily imagined since the victim's father and the murderer were attending the same party. However, Peng Yi couldn't just ignore the guy due to his great gift. This more than qualified him to sit in this place. Meanwhile, Li Qie kept a low profile during the whole thing by picking an inconspicuous corner. People didn't even notice someone like him. Of course, he wasn't afraid of trouble. Not because of someone like Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord. No one here could get in his sight. Nevertheless, this was a birthday celebration, so he wanted to get through it peacefully. Alas, regardless of his wish, an aggressive pair of eyes was fixated on him the moment he sat down. It was no other than Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord. He had seen Li Qie's portrait before, so he could recognize the guy even if he was burnt to ashes. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, just like a poisonous serpent staring at its prey. The fact that he didn't attack right away was indicative of his patience and grace. Peng Yi was sweating after seeing this. The thing he didn't want the most was happening. He and the profound ancestor exchanged glances after all the guests sat down. He went up to the podium and the only thought on his mind was for this to be over as soon as possible. Gentlemen, we as the descendants can only wish our forefather happy birthday from afar because he is still staying at exploration grounds. He began his speech. Your presence at our humble abode honors this lowly one. Please forgive any slight in the reception and hospitality. The guests applauded after he finished his speech. Many wanted to see Star Stomper High God, but if it was inconvenient for him to come out, they didn't dare to voice any displeasure. Brother Peng, congratulations on this joyous day. There are so many esteemed guests here today, but my knowledge is shallow. Will you introduce me to some friends from all over the world here? Donggong Zhang stood up and asked after the speech. The crowd nodded approvingly after hearing this. People here were from all over Pure and didn't know each other prior to this. It was a good opportunity to make friends. Of course, Zheng's eyes were locked on Li Chia in the corner by himself. He knew what was going on the moment he saw the royal lord's gaze. The guy was purposely causing trouble and Peng Yi became anxious, knowing that something big was going to happen. However, this was inevitable at this point. May I ask which fellow Taoist you want to know, Brother Donggong? Peng Yi asked while exchanging another glance at the profound ancestor. This fellow Taoist looks exceptional, so in my opinion, he must be from a famous sect. Will you introduce me to him? Zhang was heading for Li Chia. Li Chia sat there nonchalantly with a faint smile on his face while the royal lord continued to stare at him. His name is Li Chia. The royal lord answered before Peng Yi and stood up. His voice was cold to the extreme. Same with his gaze. Many of the guests were surprised to hear this. Some began to whisper among themselves. That's fiercest. A few have heard of Li Chia's title but haven't seen him in person before. They assumed that fiercest would look quite brutal and aggressive instead of this ordinary appearance. They didn't expect he would be here on top of sitting in that lonely corner. Chapter 1836. In a short time, all the guests stared at Li Chia with hushed discussions. That's fiercest. I heard he killed Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. An expert whispered. Shh. His friend instantly signaled for him to stop and quietly said, Lower your voice, don't let others hear you because this is a big deal. The guests nearby shuddered as well. Some of them glanced at the bloodthirsty royal lord. There was no way the lord would forgive someone who killed his son. More importantly, because his son-in-law was Jin Gu, the War Monarch clan might come for revenge as well. Li Chia sat in the corner as if he didn't hear the royal lord. He took his time sipping his wine and enjoying the snacks. From start to finish, he didn't look at the lord or Donggong Zheng at all since he didn't want blood to stain the celebration. Ignoring them was the best way. Everyone should be happy that Li Chia wasn't causing trouble, including the emperors. Unfortunately, the royal lord didn't understand this fact just like so many others in the world. His silence was viewed as weakness. Many guests thought that he was afraid of the lord. Little animal, you think you can avoid this by not speaking? The lord walked towards Li Chia. He swore for retribution regardless of the cost. Li Chia slightly frowned but he maintained his neutral stance and sat there like a quiet handsome fella. Not to mention the quiet corner, even if you run into a rat nest, I'll still capture you. The lord lost his cool and rushed forward. Your Majesty. Peng Yi quickly blocked his path and hurriedly said, Please calm down. If you have any grievances, please wait until after the celebration. I'm sure Brother Li isn't one to run. It is only a matter of time to settle the scores. No need to rush it. Am I right, Brother Li? Peng Yi naturally didn't want to see killing during his forefather's celebration. It wouldn't only ruin the party but also rob their clan of face. A fight at this event would be trampling over their clan's prestige. If they couldn't control this situation, they wouldn't be able to stay at Outer Realm any longer. Donggong Zhang smiled after seeing this and said, Brother Peng, it is not His Majesty not giving your clan any face. Remember, this Li fella is his mortal enemy with an irreconcilable feud. But Brother Peng, you are letting him sit in this hall like an esteemed guest. Does your clan wish to oppose His Majesty too? Or are you on the same side with him all along? Zhang was fanning and adding oil to the fire in order to ruin this celebration. Star Stomper killed their high god. This was also another irreconcilable feud. Peng Yi grimaced in response. He knew no good would come from their visit but he couldn't chase guests away without a justifiable reason. Brother Donggong, No need to make baseless conjectures. Pang Yi responded. Today is our forefather's birthday, so we welcome all guests who want to offer their respect. How could we turn anyone away? Virtuous nephew Pang, I have no intention of antagonizing your clan either, but this person is my son's murderer. I vow to never let this go until I kill him. The royal lord aggressively declared with a cold and murderous expression. He and Donggong Zhang came with ill will in the first place. Star Stomper ruined his son-in-law's ascension and killed a high god from the Donggong. If the two of them actually came with sincerity, that would be the hardest thing to believe in the world. Pang Yi had a hard time controlling the situation. He was in the same generation as Zhang, so he could stop the guy, but the royal lord wouldn't give a young person like him any face. Cough. The old Pang Yu spoke feebly. Royal lord, I can sympathize with the pain of losing a son. However, today is our forefather's birthday. All our guests here at our mansion. Please let today pass and you can settle the scores later. All the experts held their breath after hearing this and stared at the royal lord. Those from the imperial lineages were aware of the unfriendly nature of the royal lord's visit. Nevertheless, a Tao Celestial with 80 million chaos units had some weight to his words. Ancestor Pang, I want to be considerate and do not want to cause trouble on this day, but my will for vengeance is insuppressible. The royal lord maintained his aggression. So you are saying you want to ruin our feast? Pang Yu frowned and became serious. All eyes were on the two of them at this moment. The royal lord was also a Tao Celestial. His talents were only average among cultivators, so it was hard for someone his age to reach this realm. In fact, his power and talents weren't worthy of the throne in his own country. But ultimately, he was fortunate enough to have an amazing daughter. Not only was she incredibly talented and laid down a strong foundation for their branch, she also married Jean Gu. This marriage alliance gave their country an unprecedented advantage and heightened their status in Pure. Because of this, the royal lord easily took the throne. After his coronation, the ancestors in the royal clan helped and gave him enough spirit medicines to break through any bottleneck. He barely stepped into the Tao Celestial realm after having 50 million chaos units. Do not blame me for this. This is your clan inviting someone like this here. It will herald a disaster to this place. The royal lord said. That's right. Zhang smiled deviously and followed up. Brother Peng, you need to think carefully as the clan master. One can lose everything with one wrong move. It will bring about a clan-destroying disaster. Brother Donggong, what are you implying? Pang Yi's expression darkened. Even if it wasn't for Li Qie, these two would have come up with another excuse to cause trouble. Nothing. Zhang sneered. I'm only advising you out of kindness. After all, this isn't like the past any longer. Many great powers are rising like the suns with no lack of clans facing the dusk. If you aren't careful, this land might have a new owner. Pang Yi's expression changed completely. Zhang was blatantly referring to the decline of their clan. The guests looked at each other after hearing Zhang. They realized that the royal lord and Zhang didn't come here to celebrate. Is that so? I want to see who can change the master of this land. Pang Yu's old voice slowly uttered each word. He spoke powerfully this time around. As an experienced ancestor, he wouldn't allow someone to bully them in their own territory. Even if they had to go all out, they must maintain the prestige of their clan. The guests took a deep breath. Pang Yu had made it clear. Anyone else who dared to cause trouble would become enemy with their clan. Ancestor Pang, I don't give a damn about your land. The royal lord said coldly. Today, anyone who dares to stop my retribution will become the enemy of my kingdom, and we do not stop until our enemies are dead. The royal lord was just as fierce. Both sides simply wouldn't relent. So you intend on ruining our event? Pang Yu's eyes turned cold with a stately and oppressive aura. Ancestor Pang, no more playing games. You might be an expert with 80 million chaos units, but I'm not afraid of you. If your clan is smart, don't stand in my path for revenge or I won't show any mercy. The royal lord was unperturbed. Chapter 1837. The guests took a deep breath after hearing the royal lord. His comment wasn't only aggressive but also refused to give any face to the Pang clan. Remember that this was their forefathers' celebration. But now, causing trouble due to past grievances was directly ruining the feast without giving any consideration for Star Stomper High God. The humans and the guests scowled in response. Star Stomper's contribution to the 100 Races was too famous, so it didn't matter whether the Peng was in decline or not, the 100 Races would always view him with reverence. But now, this royal lord wanted to ruin his celebration? It was also an attack towards the 100 Races. So I should be testing your kingdom's imperial arts then? Peng Yu stood up without hesitation with lightning coursing through his eyes. Heavenly Phoenix was indeed powerful on top of having a mighty son-in-law. People should fear them, but the Peng clan would never swallow this indignation. Ancestor Peng, you need to rethink this. You might be stronger than me, but I'm not someone you can provoke. I came with sincerity to the celebration today, but when your high god ambushed my son-in-law back then, this was already a declaration of war against the monarch clan. If it wasn't for my son-in-law's magnanimity, your clan would already be flattened by now. Today, you dare to protect my son's murderer? This is an unforgivable sin. Hand him over now and apologize on top of accepting your punishment to my son-in-law, or my daughter will mobilize against your clan. She has millions under her banner with more than 10 high gods and the war monarch emperors behind her. You better think twice right now. The royal lord was oppressive in tone, no longer holding anything back. All the guests were stirred by his speech and felt a chill running down their spine. The royal lord actually wanted the Peng clan to submit to Jin Gu and compensate for his losses? This was no longer a slap to the face, more like a stomp. The cultivators from the 100 Races were angered, but no one dared to step up and say anything. They needed to think about whether they could afford to do so. His daughter had a massive army with emperors as her backing. It meant that she was simply unstoppable. Who would dare to provoke her? Everyone understood that Jin Gu had gained enough allies after the ambush last time. He was determined to win in the next competition for the Heaven's Wills. In fact, no one here knew that the royal lord was only boasting, borrowing the prestige of a tiger. It was true that his daughter had a massive army with a few high gods listening to her. Moreover, Jin Gu had also won the support of some grand emperors. However, she didn't demand any reparation from the Peng clan. On the contrary, she wanted to keep a low profile in order to amass more strength. At the right moment, she would use all of her accumulated resources and forces for her husband's next attempt. She was worried about a second ambush from the 100 Races. Thus, she did everything possible in order to have a smooth sailing. There was no way she would waste one good soldier on another cause. She even went as far as talking to certain sects from the 100 Races such as the Jilin clan, Dragon Citadel, and Sunset Glow Valley. She wanted to please them and had thoughts of forming alliances. The royal lord didn't feel the same way. He believed that because of his daughter's current military potential, he was unstoppable. He tried to get her to agree to avenging her brother, but she refused and even persuaded him, asking him to calm down. Alas, her words fell upon deaf ears. He was hell-bent on retribution. Recently, he heard of Li Qie staying at the Jilin clan. This further convinced him that his death had something to do with that clan. However, his power alone couldn't do anything if the clan wanted to protect him. This was why he secretly persuaded some friends and allies under the guise of his daughter's banner. He hoped that a strong alliance would be able to pressure the Jilin. He came to Outer Realm City precisely to talk to the clans out here in order to recruit more high gods. Meeting Li Qie here was unexpected. His murderous vengeance erupted with a touch of greed. He wanted both revenge and to swallow the Peng clan's wealth. Peng Yu's expression became ugly. No one would be able to stay calm after hearing this, demanding them to yield on their forefather's birthday celebration. Even if it wasn't for Li Qie's matter, Peng Yu wouldn't have backed down anyway. Royal Lord, you are out of line. Peng Yi was also furious. His face turned red as he glared at the royal lord. Some of the guests were naturally unhappy about the lord's unreasonable attitude. However, Jin Gu and the War Monarch clan were indeed untouchable and pure. Brother Peng, you can't say that. The royal lord is sincerely giving your clan a good chance. If His Excellency Jin Gu were to come with his army, not even an inch would be left of this land. Changing war into peace by acquiescing is the best course of action. Donggong Zhang smiled deviously and added, "Shut your mouth." Peng Yi as the clan master was going to stay calm during this celebration. But now, this matter related to the prestige and honor of their clan. To acquiesce was to let all of this go. They might as well get the hell out of Outer Realm at that point. Peng Yi. I'll be frank. Zheng's expression also turned cold as he called Peng Yi by his given name. Don't think your clan is so amazing anymore. The respect from everyone else is no longer there. Your clan is a withered flower, a setting sun now. Ha, your only backing, Star Stomper High God, is grievously wounded and can't come out. But even if he can, so what? Offending the War Monarch clan could only end in death. The moment His Excellency Jean Go mobilizes, our clan will be the first to heed his call. No one will speak up for your clan. Zheng no longer tried to be amicable in appearance. Their clan specifically came to check on the Peng for this celebration. Peng Yi turned pale with his chest huffing and puffing while Peng Yu became even more livid. His eyes flashed with bloodthirst, but he couldn't kill Zheng because of his status as a senior. The War Monarch clan ain't shit. A leisure voice interrupted Donggong Zheng's gloating moment. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Li Qie. He was still enjoying his meal and wine. After he made his statement, he elegantly picked up a tender piece of fierce bull's meat and carefully chewed before swallowing. Everyone forgot about him since the royal lord was going at it with the Peng clan. Now, they finally remembered that he was the main actor. Such a big tone. Zhang snorted and aggressively said, "Ignorant brat, do you know who the War Monarchs are? It is a clan with 5 emperors, the leader of Pure. If they want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant." Some among the crowd grimaced. Pure was the territory of the 100 races. Since when was the War Monarch clan its leader? Only 5 emperors, no big deal. Li Qie gracefully wiped his mouth and hands, still as nonchalant as before. A clan with 9 emperors and a heavenly scripture like the Qian might, just might, be able to utter some words before me. As for the War Monarch clan? Mere trash. From start to finish, Li Qie didn't bother to look at Zhang and the royal lord as if they were beneath him. Everyone was astounded after hearing this. The War Monarch clan's power was unquestionable, even in Pure. No one could touch their status in this land because if they could, this clan wouldn't still be here right now. Pure belonged to the 100 races, after all. Chapter 1838. Li Qie's remark about the War Monarch clan was simply too arrogant. No one would dare to repeat this sentence outside of top emperors with 12 wills. The more stunning part was how lightly he viewed the Qian clan. This made everyone shudder or even wanted to get away from him like the plague. The Qian was an existence striking fear into the hearts of all throughout the 13 continents. This was one of the most awe-inspiring lineages in the 3 races. Even though the Qian was located in the far Essence continent, but any cultivator with a bit of knowledge had heard of it and its many legends before. This was the supreme symbol of authority within the 3 races. It had 9 emperors, with the 5th being World Emperor. He was also the 5th to have 12 wills in the 10th world. One could easily imagine how terrifying this clan capable of producing so many talents was. It didn't end there. 2 even more horrifying rumors existed about this clan. First, that it had one of the 9 heavenly scriptures but no one knew which one exactly. Second, World Emperor might have a true immortal armament. Just these 2 things alone could let the Qian become invincible and look down on the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Qian was the leader of the 3 races. So many emperors wanted a heavenly scripture, but this was easier said than done. Alas, the clan had a complete version. Furthermore, there had only been 5 true immortal armaments in history, yet World Emperor had 1. 2 were missing among the 5. One belonged to Immortal Emperor Min Ren, who went on an ultimate expedition. It was never seen again. The other one was with 6 Dao Monarch, but after he fell to the heavenly execution, it disappeared as well. Thus, there were really only 3 left and World Emperor had one of them. He was one of the most brilliant emperors in history with 12 wills, supreme arts, and a true immortal armament. But now, a youth like Li Qie looking down on the War Monarch clan was one thing. But to go as far as looking down on the Qian clan? The War Monarch would only be a child compared to the Qian. Even Peng Yi and Peng Yu were shivering with a pained, pale expression. Peng Yi was praying for this little ancestor to speak a little less. Offending the War Monarch was one thing, but offending the Qian can scare someone to death. Their clan could face the consequence of offending the War Monarch, but the Qian was a whole different story. Everyone knew that offending the Qian was the same as offending the 3 races. To put it bluntly, the Qian just need to say the words and billion members of the 3 races could drown someone to death with just their spit. This was the reason why the guests stood far away from Li Qie, in order to avoid being implicated. Haha, shameless fool. Someone like you isn't qualified to comment on the Qian clan. Just a hair from that clan alone could crush you to death. Donggong Zheng smiled deviously. Is that so? Li Qie tore up another piece of beef and said, "Not to mention talking, I've killed many people and I'm still fine and well right now." "Little animal, you won't make it past today," the royal lord shouted. "I will chop off your head and dig out your heart and offer them to my dear son." With that, 2 9-section whips exuding imperial light appeared in his hands and looked just like 2 divine dragons. These strands of light could easily pierce the heart of everyone in the room. 9 dragons whip. Someone blurted out after seeing the whips. This was an imperial Dao weapon created by his kingdom's progenitor and left behind for the descendants. It was of the heaven bestowment rank. The royal lord became magnificent with this Dao weapon. His vitality surged as if he had become several times stronger. "If you want to fight, I'll take you on," Peng Yu said coldly. The 2 sides have let go of all pretension, so he had no qualm of fighting against Heavenly Phoenix. At the same time, he felt that Li Qie was too young and was afraid of him being bullied. Clank. He took out a giant sword of immense weight, akin to a mountain. "Peng Yu, this is you and your clan courting death for opposing us." The royal lord had quite an oppressive aura. Peng Yu snorted without replying. Suddenly, Li Qie waved his sleeve and told Peng Yu, "For every grievance someone is responsible, for every debt there is a debtor. If he wants revenge for his son, I shall indulge him and reunite the 2 of them together so that his son won't be lonely in the Yellow River." "Little animal, die." Dual dragons aiming for the pearl. The royal lord's face twisted with ferocity after his son was brought up. Whoosh! The 2 whips went straight for Li Qie with surging imperial aura. In the blink of an eye, the whips were replaced by 2 huge dragons dancing and mercilessly made their way forward. The claws on these dragons were incomparably sharp, just like swords, capable of destroying all in their path. This was an imperial technique from Heavenly Phoenix, meant to subdue the enemy instantly, leaving no room to run. At the same time, it had enough destructive power to tear the enemy into pieces as well. This was a domineering technique. Those who weren't strong enough to face it would go down instantly. Many guests were alarmed to see this technique. Not too many could handle this imperial aura, so their legs went weak. They felt as if they were the victims of the 2 dragons. Scram. Li Qie didn't even spare a glance. He simply had a thought. Boom! An invisible fist slammed down with the annihilative force of a planet. Bang! The 2 dragons howled pitifully with sparks flying everywhere before they got crushed. The 2 whips were blown away and pinned on the wall by this invisible attack. The royal lord was slammed down into the ground and cracks emanated from the point of impact. Pluff! He vomited blood as his bones broke. Blood stained both his clothes and the surrounding area. "Cease your assault." An old voice sounded along with a sword hymn. An old man with gray hair appeared out of nowhere. His 70 million chaos units erupted and gathered on his star-cutting sword. The slash came down like a waterfall straight at Li Qie, who was still sitting in front of the table. "Hi, Ancestor Lin." Peng Yu snorted at this ambush and wanted to fight against this Heavenly Phoenix High Ancestor. The royal lord didn't come alone. His guard was this Dao Celestial with 70 million chaos units. Boom! Another invisible hand took action before Peng Yu. It blew away the old man's sword before slapping him to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere. Bang! 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 Before everyone could regain their wits, a flurry of punches descended and created a symphony of bone-breaking noises. This High Ancestor didn't even have the chance to scream. His body was flattened into a thin, fleshy patch. The remaining bloody paste painted the soil red. Chapter 1839. At this particular juncture, all the guests were stunned and couldn't regain their composure at all. Their legs trembled from this horrifying sight. Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord was a Dao Celestial, albeit a weak one. More importantly, he had a heaven bestowment level Imperial Dao weapon. This made up for his lack of chaos energy to a large extent. Alas, he still couldn't handle a single blow. Same with the High Ancestor with 70 million chaos units. The latter was smashed into smithereens. It was a sad death for the Ancestor who was supposed to be the bodyguard. He died with his eyes wide open from confusion about the swift nature of his demise. Even Peng Yu shuddered from this scene since he didn't know how this Ancestor got smashed into a meat paste. Remember that this Ancestor had a similar cultivation to him, so he naturally couldn't withstand that attack either. The Royal Lord was struggling to break free, but the invisible hand easily subdued him and robbed him of any movement. I wish to avoid blood on this birthday celebration, but unfortunately, you chose to be blind. The gods and devils praise their fortune when I don't cause trouble, yet you dare to provoke me? Tell me now, do you wish to die? Lichia finished the wine in his goblet and signaled for more. The servant's hands were trembling as he filled Lichia's goblet with the best of wine so that he could keep his life. Little animal, if you dare to touch me, you will die without a grave. The royal lord was scared out of his mind since death was in front of him. Is that so? Lichia chuckled and finished another cup. The royal lord screamed. Of course. My daughter is the future imperial queen with millions under her, thousands of high gods ready to contribute, and emperors as Tao protectors. Touch a hair of mine and my daughter will bury you. My son-in-law, Jin Gu, is the future grand emperor, untouchable in this generation. He became emboldened when bringing up his daughter and son-in-law, since this always worked in the past. Boom! The invisible palm slightly increased the pressure and blood gushed everywhere. The royal lord became meat paste without the chance to scream. No idea who they are. After crushing the royal lord, Lichia cut another piece of beef and savored it. The crushed royal lord was also perplexed. He wanted to avenge his son, but he didn't expect to throw his life away in the process. The scene was silent. No one dared to open their mouth or even breathe loudly. The only sound left in the entire hall was Lichia's careful chewing noise. At this moment, Pang Yu was visibly trembling. This Lichia only had several hundred chaos units, yet he easily took care of 2 Tao Celestials without lifting a single finger. In the end, he finally finished his steak and elegantly wiped his mouth before slowly standing up. He stared at the 2 meat pastes on the ground and shook his head. The auspicious hour is ruined. If I don't kill a few thousands today, my fury won't subside. With that, he walked towards Donggong Zheng, who was paralyzed on the ground. His pants were visibly wet with a foul stench coming out. He was trembling as Lichia walked over and used his elbows to push himself away. Lichia smiled while looking at him. So I've heard that your clan and Heavenly Phoenix want to divide the Peng clan's businesses? Zheng's teeth were chattering loudly and he failed to form a coherent sentence. My ancestor Divine Palace High God has returned. The unclear rambling continued. Peng Yu slightly raised his brow after hearing this and didn't believe Donggong Zheng because this high god had been missing for a long time now. He was presumed dead by everyone. Maybe Zheng was scared out of his mind and making up things. Lichia smiled and said, One high god? Come on now, no one can stop me if I want to kill. Not even a grand emperor. My hand is a little itchy, wanting to kill a little. Very well, I'll give you a chance. Run as far as you can. If you can escape from my sight, I'll spare your life for now. Why should I run? Zheng's brain stopped working from fear. Now! Lichia's expression darkened to the horror of everyone present. In this split second, Zheng was stirred and found strength out of nowhere. He rolled and escaped outside while lamenting the fact that his mother didn't give him 4 legs. He mustered all of his strength and ran for the Donggong clan. Time to wash my hands with blood, Lichia leisurely said and went outside while Zheng was running for his life. His nonchalant attitude made everyone shudder as if the nightmare-inducing words came from a devil. The guests glanced at each other before quickly following outside. They wanted to see what Lichia was going to do. In the blink of an eye, only members of the Peng clan were left. Peng Yi and Pang Yu also exchanged glances. Peng Yu calmed down first and gave instructions before chasing after the group. They could smell a bloody stench already, not from the 2 meat pastes earlier. It was from afar when they envisioned the scene of Lichia massacring everything. Donggong Zheng's hair became disheveled as he ran towards his clan. He didn't care to maintain the graceful appearance he had earlier in Outer Realm. Running towards the safest spot was the only thing on his mind. Alas, he didn't know he was leading a death god towards his own home, a clan-extinguishing disaster. He made it back to the clan in the shortest time and didn't realize he could run this fast before. The guy was crazily ecstatic after seeing his clan in the distant. Quick! Quick! Close the gate and ring the alarms. Let the ancestors know that an enemy is coming. Veng shouted after jumping inside. His shrill scream echoed across the clan. Clang, clang, clang. Alarms resounded through the clan at a large scale. This clan was majestic and vast with walls reaching the clouds. The entire place turned into a fortress under vigilance. No one could take half a step forward. Though their emperor had died to the execution, they still had plenty of resources. Of course, they have fallen just like the Peng, but not too many lineages in Outer Realm would dare to look down on them. Li Qie leisurely walked up to their gate with a horde of spectators far behind him, ready to watch the fun. In fact, the crowd got bigger with random people joining in. They didn't know what was going on. Li Qie took a look and chuckled. Kneel and surrender, or must I kill my way in? Brat! Don't be arrogant. Zhang appeared on top of the fortress. He was much calmer now and his clothes were tidy. After returning to his clan, Zhang felt much safer, so he shouted down at Li Qie. Brat, leave right now if you are smart, and I won't pursue this any further. I'm a benevolent person, so I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you'll have to face our entire clan. His tone was one of weak uncertainty despite its loud volume. Nevertheless, his clan was ready to meet the enemy with its disciples standing in the right positions. Chapter 1840. In a short time, people stared at Li Qie and didn't know the feud between this ordinary human and the Donggong. Despite being unaware of the details, they could see that Zhang had suffered in the hands of Li Qie after seeing his sorry state. Li Qie smiled and said while standing outside of the gate, "You won't pursue this any further? How funny. Unfortunately, it is too late. You can open the gate, surrender, and hand over everything, or I will make rivers run of blood here." The spectators watching for fun took a deep breath after hearing this. The Donggong was in decline, but it was still an imperial lineage with great resources. Their ancestral ground had been blessed by an emperor and high gods. Not to mention a youth, even top Dao celestials from the last generation wouldn't necessarily be able to take it down. Thus, this youth's claim was quite something. Who is this brat? Why is he so bold? Someone asked right away. Fiercest, Li Qie. A guest from the Peng's party said. He said earlier that he wanted to massacre the Donggong's 180,000 disciples. Of course, this was an exaggeration from the guest. The entire clan didn't have this number of disciples. That's the guy who killed Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince? Some spectators became startled. This guy is too ferocious then, doing all of this before everyone? Will he cause trouble wherever he goes? No, that's a thing of the past now. Earlier, he turned the Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord and a high ancestor from that country into meat pastes. The Royal Lord tried to avenge his son, but he only lost his life in the process. The party guest revealed. What? The unaware cultivators here were shocked. One of them said, That's too much. Is he not afraid of implicating his sect after killing Jin Ji's father-in-law? No, he didn't give a damn about Jin Gu, since he even declared war against the War Monarch earlier and looked down on the Chen clan. The guest embellished. Is the crazy brat tired of living? The spectators were astounded again and retreated from Li Qie. Offending the Chen was a terrifying matter. What is his backing then to not be afraid of a war with the monarch clan? Is he also from an imperial lineage? Only heaven-searching sect and Dragon Citadel are strong enough to go against the war monarch, but I've never heard of a disciple like him from those two clans. Even top Dao celestials couldn't see through Li Qie. This was only a junior with several hundred chaos units, yet he was able to kill the royal lord. Quite an unbelievable matter. Amidst the hushed discussions, Zhang, standing on a high wall, was both scared and furious at the same time. He was truly spooked this time, so his tone was a lot more subdued than normal. You shouldn't push us too far. Our clan isn't that easily bullied. Not by you. If our high god comes out, your death is certain. Be smart and leave now, then we can mind our own business. Zheng shouted. Since when is the Donggong so nice? Cultivators from Outer Realm found this perplexing. This clan wasn't so nice in this region, but it felt rather weak today. Only the party guests understood why Zhang was so scared after being chased like a dog back to his clan. No, the right way to put it is that I am merciful in giving your clan a choice. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing up there right now. Surrender or don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Qie smiled and said. Zhang loudly retorted. Li, don't have no sense of propriety. Take half a step inside the clan and our high god will take care of you. Everyone could hear the weakness in his retort. They didn't believe him either, since the clan no longer had someone of that level. Their final high god was already killed by Star Stomper. So now, people thought that he was only boasting in order to scare Li Qie. Li Qie chuckled in response. I'm actually missing an appetizer to go with my wine. If your clan still has a high god, he'll make a good dish. People glanced at each other again and thought that this brat was too outrageous. He acted as if these powerful beings were nothing but drifting clouds in the sky. Such words were too arrogant and overbearing. Fire! Zhang ordered. He was buying time earlier for his disciples to prepare the divine crossbows meant for defending the clan. Whoosh! The sky turned dark due to the massive amount of arrows raining down. These arrows were actually made out of refined laws. They locked onto the coordinates and left no room for anyone to escape. These countless arrows could break through any thick defensive line. This was something personally prepared by a high god with a terrifying destructive power. A Tao Celestial wouldn't be able to withstand this unless they had a divine or imperial armament. Li Qie slightly looked up and casually threw out a treasure. Crank crack. This treasure crazily assembled into a majestic wall blocking in front of him. This treasure was a three-colored sphere. Looked like gold but wasn't made out of gold. Looked like wood but not wood. It seemed that this sphere was created from numerous tiny pieces latching together. It only took the blink of an eye for this tiny sphere to turn into a divine wall. Though the arrows made out of sharp laws were quite fierce, the wall managed to repel their onslaught. This casual treasure thrown out by him was mightier than these arrows. Its name was Ancestral 18 Transformations, made from the 3 ancestral trees of the ancestral Terra and refined by the laws of the world. It was as if it had the power of 3 ancestral trees. More wind-cutting sounds came from the arrows pouring down. The disciples from the clan unleashed one arrow barrage after another like a swarm of locusts in the sky. They made an arc in the sky before fixating on Li Qie with extreme velocity, intending to make a sieve out of him. The treasure instantly turned into a shield before covering Li Qie entirely like an upside-down pot. Boom, boom, boom. All the arrows were stopped again. The relentless onslaught of the clan's high god weapon couldn't break through this strange defensive artifact. Remember, this was a treasure shaped by the true bodies of 3 ancestral trees. These were existences that could handle an imperial attack. Thus, these arrows had no way of breaking through the treasure's defense. In other words, this Ancestral 18 Transformations was much better than an imperial weapon because it contained the pure power of an ancestral tree. Thus, Li Qie didn't need any merit law or power to control it. He had already imprinted his seal on the artifact. It essentially became a part of his body, allowing him to control it on a whim. Chapter 1841. A break finally happened for the arrow barrages. Li Qie smiled and said, "My turn." Crack. The gigantic shield instantly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky turned dark with a torrent of sharp pins raining down. Ah! Screaming was all that could be heard in the clan during this period. Many experts were taken down, especially the ones on the walls. They were the first to die after having many holes added to their body. This scene was too horrifying. The artifact turned into numerous needles and rained down. In fact, calling it a rain wasn't enough. This was an ocean breaking through a dam with billions of needles shooting for the Donggong clan. The buildings weren't spared either. Pavilions and temples were completely pierced. Whoosh! The needles crazily returned from the clan like a river flowing backward due to a reverse of time. They flew back into Li Qie's palm and became a tiny, 3-colored sphere again. Go! Li Qie once again threw the sphere out. Crank! Crack! The sphere transformed with an amazing speed beyond the naked eye's perception. Boom! It turned into a rolling ball that was 100 feet tall. Rumble! As it continued, it rolled even faster and became bigger. Boom! The walls blessed by many generations couldn't withstand this force. The main gate got annihilated as well. The ball continued its unstoppable trajectory through the clan. At this moment, it was already the size of a mountain and nearly blotted out the sky. People looked up and watched in awe. It wasn't only increasing in speed and size. Its weight was also being amplified. Everything was flattened completely under its roll. In just a short time, the buildings in the clan became nothingness, resulting in a magnificent scene of destruction. Shit, run! The Donggong disciples turned pale from horror and lost the will to fight. They forgot about holding their position and kept on running before being made into meat pastes. They scattered like wild animals. Some escaped the clan completely while others ran for their ancestral ground. Rumble! This huge ball wasn't in a rush to chase the fleeing disciples. It rolled back to the beginning and made circular runs in order to crush everything in the vicinity. The only left after this disaster was broken debris. The large clan with majestic walls had half of it destroyed in a short time, to the astonishment of the crowd. Such a method was too ferocious and dominating. The buildings built with sweat and blood and have housed numerous people were destroyed completely. The effort of the clan members for generations was now gone with the wind. Is this the strongest offensive artifact in the world? One cultivator said in astonishment. I want a weapon like it too. A top Dao Celestial swallowed his saliva after seeing the ancestral 18 transformations. It was more magical than normal imperial weapons. This artifact had the power of 3 ancestral trees on top of 18 explosive variations. Each was different from each other but still incredible all the same. It could be used for offense and defense or even items with unique purposes. There seemed to be no end to its versatility. Of course, it wasn't easy for Xueqi to create it. It wasn't the most powerful or magical artifact in his arsenal. However, it was absolutely the easiest yet most destructive one to use. Xueqi didn't need to use any power, vitality, or grand Dao to control it. He just needed to use his mind and it would obey all orders, morphing to the right transformation for the task at hand. The escaped disciples could only watch the destruction of their clan and home. They cried and cried until tears couldn't come out any longer. Some spectators were quietly celebrating. If this was the end of the Donggong, then their other businesses in Outer Realm were up for grab. After finishing its last round, the ball has successfully flattened the entire clan into ruins. Only the central area with their ancestral ground was left. There were mountains and peaks surrounding it with palaces on top. The lack of buildings was made up for the exuberant chaos energies spewing from this place. It was the most heavily guarded area in the clan. Only their ancestors were allowed to stay. For this clan, as long as this central area remained, their clan would still remain strong. The other buildings could be rebuilt since they had resources and treasures still. But in case of destruction, then it would really be over for their clan. There was no way to rise up again in the future. Rumble. The ball was rolling towards the border of the clan, far from the central area. It began to vibrate. It wants to attack the central area. Someone murmured after noticing the ball's intent. Everyone became excited and wanted to know if this strange ball could actually take down the Donggong's ancestral ground or not. It wasn't that easy destroying an imperial-level defensive barrier. The disciples from Donggong were praying before this scene. Ancestors, please protect our clan. Losing the central area would be akin to losing all resources to the enemy. The clan would be truly finished. Even if its disciples were to survive, they would only be dogs without a master. Start the defensive barrier. Donggong Zheng was lucky enough to return to the ancestral ground and shouted, "Buzz!" Defensive layers of scintillating light were erected from the ancestral ground. Chapter 1842. Rumble. The ball became larger and heavier after each vibration. Go. Once it reached a particular level, Xueqi smiled and gave the order. In a flash, the huge ball crazily spun with an insane speed towards the central area. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the clan poured out a monstrous amount of chaos and primordial energy into the defensive barriers, causing them to shine even more. Powerful supreme runes appeared on the layers. These belonged to the blessing of their ancestors for generations. Time did not diminish its power. Rumble. The ball left behind a deep trail on the ruins. After its velocity reached a certain point, it left the ground and accelerated even more before flying towards the ancestral ground like a meteor. The Donggong disciples felt their heart hanging on a string. Some covered their mouth to avoid screaming. Boom! The world quaked with an explosion nearly rupturing everyone's eardrums. They felt as if the world was sinking down. They saw the gigantic ball slamming into the defensive barriers. These barriers became unreasonably caved in till the limit. It was only a bit before the ball could touch the mountains in the central area. Nevertheless, under the boost of the ancestors, the runes on the barriers exerted the brightest of light. This eternal power resembling an ocean stopped the ball. Bang! The ball was bounced back all the way out of Outer Realm City and disappeared into the vast sky. Yes! The disciples couldn't help but cheer loudly. Their final defense finally stopped the might of this ball. They heaved a sigh of relief and could finally breathe easy. This meant that their clan was still able to fight against this disaster. The ball that had easily destroyed their clan earlier robbed them of their confidence. But now, they have regained some of it back. it's still an imperial lineage with a certain level of prowess. The older cultivators had to admit. Li Qie, our clan isn't so easily bullied. Our high god wants me to tell you that it is not too late to give up. Zhang appeared again and shouted. The crowd was skeptical after hearing this and felt that Zhang was only posturing. Everyone knew that their last high god had already been killed by Star Stomper. This message was only a way to scare Li Qie using the prestige of a high god. The fun has only just begun. Why end now? The ball is coming. Prepare your defense. Li Qie was unperturbed before answering with a smirk. Zhang was shocked after hearing this. He immediately looked up at the sky and bellowed. Barrier, get the biggest barrier going. The sky turned dark to the astonishment of the spectators. A huge planet was descending down. No, it was the repelled ball earlier. It was of an unimaginable size right now. An attack of this magnitude seemed to be wanting to put an end to the entire city. Remember, this city itself was made of a gigantic star. Oh mother! Many felt their legs giving in and began to flee lest they would be dragged in as well. Rumble! When the ball was about to hit the ancestral ground, the explosive noises finally came from the horizon. This was indicative of its immense speed. Boom! The entire city was blown away as if another sky was slamming into the existing one. Some dropped to the ground in the fetal position. The cultivators hear that a world-ending calamity was coming. That ball was going to annihilate this entire star. Rumble! The shock waves from the impact traveled freely towards all directions. The ruins collapsed completely. The end of days was near. The defensive barrier instantly shattered, unable to stop this calamitous power. The mountains in the central area collapsed in a slow-motion scene in the eyes of the crowd. These mountains were large enough but they seemed so insignificant before the attacking star. Pebbles scattered everywhere, resulting in an unforgettable scene. The ball continued to aim for the depth of the ancestral ground, wishing to deliver the fatal blow before stopping. Buzz! The place where Eastern Palace Heaven Emperor used to stay became resplendent. The benevolent mark of an emperor instantly appeared in the form of a peerless figure. It was quite faint now but its aura still emanated across this world like the coming of an emperor. Its palms spreaded, one that could blot out the world, and managed to halt the rolling star. Under the full effort of the figure, the ball's rolling speed decreased but didn't stop completely. More deafening blasts echoed. Progenitor! The escaped disciples from the clan applauded. Grand Emperor! They kneeled on the ground with tears streaming down their cheeks. At this juncture of life and death, their progenitor's spirit had returned. His prestige filled the mind of his descendants. The spirit of an emperor. People commented with respect. This was a power belonging to imperial lineage. As long as they had emperors, their clan would have auspicious landmarks and places left behind that stored the wills of the emperors. These wills would come out to protect their descendants at critical moments. Unfortunately, Eastern Palace Heaven Emperor had died to the heavenly execution. If he was still alive, then the power of this auspicious mark would be even greater, no different from if the emperor was here in person. Of course, people normally wouldn't dare to attack an imperial lineage with surviving emperors, unless they were on the same level. Otherwise, they would risk facing an emperor in their sect-extinguishing effort. The disciples from the clan were moved after seeing the spirit of their progenitor. A glimmer of hope flashed in the abyss of despair. Rumble! The ball still didn't stop. The rolling speed crazily increased again. It was actually contending against a grand emperor. No, it was even pushing the majestic figure back, leaving an ever-growing chasm on the ground. Chapter 1843. The crowd gasped as the figure of the Grand Emperor was being continuously pushed back. They wondered in dread about the power of this ball. Just a full-will Grand Emperor. Li Qie shook his head and said after seeing this. Rumble. The numerous explosions signaled the increase in potency of the ball's speed and power at a rapid pace. This was the terrifying aspect of this artifact being made from 3 ancestral trees. As long as it continued to erupt in this manner, who knows of its actual limit? The imperial figure was also slowly losing its radiance. The auspicious mark of the Grand Emperor will be destroyed at this rate. A top Dao Celestial became startled. This rolling ball is too outrageous. I can't believe something like this exists in the world. How unbelievable. This is worth some rumination. Someone else commented with emotions. This was shocking indeed. the massive ball destroying a remnant left behind by an emperor. The disciples from the clan that had just gained some hope turned pale at this development as if they have fallen into a pit of ice. The destruction of the auspicious mark would also spell the demise of their clan. It's almost over. People murmured at this time and could see that the imperial figure was about to go down. Buzz! Right before the complete demise of the auspicious mark, strands of divine light oozed out from the deepest location of the Donggong clan. They pierced into the sky like swords, wishing to tear it apart. Boom! A tempestuous power ravaged the entire city like a primordial flood with its waves capable of drowning countless stars. Clang! Clank! Clank! Divine chains instantly rushed upward like waterfalls. A magnificent figure came out from within the divine light. Each step was accompanied by a galaxy. Stars hovered around the sun, which was his right eye, and moon, which was his left. Outer Realm City seemed to be having a hard time accommodating his presence. The sudden eruption of a divine power scared everyone in Outer Realm. A high god had arrived. An invincible high god. Someone shouted before dropping to the ground. Many experts couldn't handle the pressure, so they fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. This left them with a blanched countenance. A high god with a set of 10 totems. Top Dao Celestials stared at this high god with reverence. Divine Palace High God. A celestial with 60 million chaos units turned pale and prostrated on the ground, for he had recognized this high god. Many experts were horrified to hear this title that was true to his presence in terms of divinity. Forefather. We're saved. The kneeling disciples from the Donggong were stirred and applauded. Peng Yu became alarmed as well. He couldn't stand still before this divinity despite having 80 million chaos units. The more shocking thing was the suddenness of this person's appearance, not just his divinity. Their Peng clan wasn't mentally prepared for this. This was the Donggong's strongest high god. However, for some unknown reasons, he disappeared completely without any news within exploration grounds. Later on, many ancestors from the clan tried to communicate with him, even some high gods. There was no response. The later generations lost all hope and felt that something must have happened to their high god, that he was dead and no longer in this world. This was a great blow to the clan, since Divine Palace had the power of anima from his set of 10 totems. Some people even thought that Divine Palace High God was more powerful than Eastern Palace Heaven Emperor because this emperor only had 4 wills. The death of such a high god would be a massive blow even to an imperial lineage. This was why his sudden appearance truly scared all of the spectators here. Donggong Zhang did send a message from his high god earlier, but everyone thought that it was mere posturing in order to scare Li Qie. Who would have thought that it was indeed the truth? Their missing high god had returned. After regaining their sanity, the disciples from Donggong became jubilated. There was still a chance for their clan to survive. No, they could even rise to prosperity and power again. Peng Yu and Peng Yi lost colors on their face. This high god was still alive while there was no news of their Star Stomper high god. This sent a chill down their spine. It made them think about the worst-case scenario, that their high god was already dead. One of the reasons for this birthday celebration was to show those who have been watching their clan that their high god was still alive. But now, Peng Yu wasn't confident at all. The Pang and the Donggong had a mortal feud right now. If Li Qie were to die to Divine Palace, their clan would be next. He saw a vision of the destruction of his clan after thinking that Li Qie wouldn't be able to stop Divine Palace. There are 10 totems. Everyone was suppressed as this high god walked over. None could get back up on their feet. Though he wasn't actively pushing them down, just his mighty divinity alone was too much to take. Just imagine, could one stand up straight when an emperor with 4 wills like Eastern Palace was in front of them? This high god was even more powerful than the emperor. Even a real expert with 300 million chaos units wouldn't be able to withstand this power and drop to the ground. Boom! Divine Palace raised his palm with a sky-shouldering force in order to repel the rolling ball. Rumble! The ball rolled slower and weakening explosions before finally stopping. Yes! The kneeling Donggong disciples roared in a frenzy. Their forefather had finally put an end to this terrible nightmare. Crank! Crack! The ball disassembled into countless pieces and flew back into Li Qie's palm. It was as if time had reversed, since all people could see was a gigantic ball shrinking back into a 3-colored sphere the size of a thumb. If people didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that this tiny sphere had destroyed the Donggong clan. Its power was quite awe-inspiring. They stared at this artifact while salivating. This supreme item was definitely not weaker than any Imperial Dao weapon. If one could have it, they would be able to rampage through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one would dare to provoke them. Chapter 1844. The strongest god of the Donggong clan stood there and calmed the universe. He was the supreme ruler of Outer Realm City. No, this entire spatial domain. There was no wasteful movement, but everyone felt as if his touch was pulling the whole sky, that it was rotating around him. No one doubted the fact that one palm from him could shatter this place. The experts here got a cold chill. Many were already prostrating on the streets under this suppressive aura. The city became very quiet. Everything paused, including the Celestials. All were waiting to listen to the High God. Junior, you have gone too far. He finally spoke with a thunderous voice that echoed in the sky. Each of his resounding words turned into laws and mantras capable of suppressing the myriad realms. His demeanor was still calm, but this didn't stop people from trembling due to his prestige that command respect. There are countless feuds in the world. Destroying my clan should be enough, yet you wish to end us? Flowers descended from the sky with his voice filled with divinity. They pinned into the ground and left no room for change. While everyone was prostrating, Lichia stood there nonchalantly and said, "There had been countless lineages turning into specks of dust and disappearing among the river of time. It is a kill or be killed world. If I don't extinguish your clan today, your clan will annihilate the Peng tomorrow. This is only a change of order with me seizing the initiative." People didn't dare for Lichia's background anymore. To be able to articulate so clearly in front of a 10-totem high god with such calmness and resolution already impressed them. The big shots from the last generation kneeling on the ground felt that his courage was peerless and worthy of respect. "So you wish to intervene for the sake of the Peng?" The high god responded. "Not quite." Li Qie smiled freely. "I am a human, this type of battle is inevitable. This is only a warm-up." The experts from the 100 races shuddered after hearing this. After Emperor Hunt, the racial tension had lessened and few large-scale battles have happened. However, after the recent ambush of Jin Gu, both sides had high gods interfering. Only the emperors haven't joined yet. Perhaps the situation wasn't as optimistic as they thought and another great war could break out. If that's the case, broaden my horizon with your supreme techniques. Divine Palace didn't waste words and tried to grab Li Qie. Boom! As this huge palm was coming, space and time shattered with black holes appearing. Everything would be destroyed before this terrible and unblockable attack. Dao Celestials with 300 million chaos units were still scared out of their mind because this attack could instantly annihilate them. Anything below the realm of High God were less than insects. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this strike could kill every single person here. Bang! The resulting blast wasn't as loud as expected. It was just like a palm attack of a mortal, yet everyone could hear it. When the dust settled, this attack was actually stopped by someone. No destructive shockwaves could be found. The crowd was astounded. A palm attack from a 10-totem high god was stopped so easily. In the beginning, people thought that it was Li Qie stopping this attack. However, they found that it was an old man. He was tall and sturdy like a majestic mountain. His hair was gray and face filled with wrinkles. However, his features seemed to be carved by a knife. Each line was full of power, especially his unyielding pair of eyes. Nothing in this world could touch them. There were no divinity or supreme laws accompanying him. He stood there calmly yet was able to stop the shocking attack from Divine Palace. The old man revealed a bright smile after seeing Li Qie, one that was as comfortable and sunny like the sun. Li Qie also leisurely smiled back without being surprised. "Fellow Taoist Star Stomper, you're still choosing to come out." Divine Palace moved his hand back and said without any hint of fear, "These old bones couldn't handle it before, so I needed to rest for a bit. But resting too much will make me moldy, so I'm here to exercise." After several 100,000 years since our last meeting, fellow Taoist Divine Palace is still as vigorous as before. Quite enviable. The old man replied in a friendly manner. Star Stomper High God. The reveal of this old man's identity shocked everyone. 2 top high gods have appeared in just one day. They were both prestigious, especially Star Stomper, who had experienced many battles, including Emperor Hunt that had been eternalized in the historical annals. He was essentially a living fossil that had experienced the change of 100 races. Star Stomper High God. people from the 100 races voluntarily kowtowed with reverence. It wasn't due to his divinity, only his contribution to the 100 races. The 100 races wouldn't have their status and prosperity today without Emperor Hunt. Star Stomper's effort in the war was worthy of respect. Forefather. Pang Yu was trembling from excitement. This was a pleasant surprise. Their clan was willing to pay any price as long as their forefather was around. They found his presence to be a panacea for the mind, putting them at ease. The prostrating Pang Yi lifted his head to look at his forefather. He grew up listening to the forefathers' tales and knew them like the back of his hand. To be able to see his hero in person was the most exciting thing possible. Today was destined to be extraordinary in Outer Realm due to the appearances of these high gods. In a short time, all eyes were on them. One was a 10-totem high god while the other had 9 totems on top of the 9 cauldrons bloodline. People became curious about the stronger one of the two. The victor didn't matter since the crowd was eager to see the fight between the two gods. In terms of battle record, Star Stomper was the more decorated one due to Emperor Hunt and his successful ambush of Jin Gu. He even killed a high god from the Donggong clan during that battle. Thus, everyone thought he had the upper hand with regards to battle experience. However, Divine Palace had his own advantages, the clearest one being his 10 totems. Moreover, there were rumors of him saving his strength and resting all this time, so his vitality was even more plentiful than younger high gods. He maintained his peak state just like his youth, so if he were to take action, it would always be a decisive blow. The experts from the 100 races were naturally on Star Stomper's side. However, they were worried about his injuries from the previous battle. If he had yet to recover, this would be quite detrimental. The two gods showed no sign of relenting, so the crowd held their breath, ready to see an inevitable battle between the gods. Chapter 1845. During this confrontation, Divine Palace fully activated his divinity with sharp rays tearing apart the sky. He looked like the ruler of the world. Each of his gestures could destroy everything. A single thought could dry up the ocean. On the other hand, Star Stomper was very ordinary, looking like a neighborly old man. There was no oppressive aura, but he presided in the world like a mountain. Just this casual stance alone was unshakable and impenetrable. It looks like a fight is inevitable today. Fellow Taoist Star Stomper. Divine Palace slowly spewed out mantras. Each word was powerful and resounding. I agree. Star Stomper smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Divine Palace, don't you want to experiment your new techniques on this old man anyway? Looks like you have heard quite a bit. Fellow Taoist Star Stomper. Divine Palace thunderously said, Such quick information meant that you have eyes and ears everywhere. It's no secret. Star Stomper said flatly. You entered an ancient ground back then, went back to your lair without any news from then on. Your appearance today certainly symbolized a fortuitous harvest, one that is enough for you to concoct a grand plan. Many people glanced at each other after hearing the conversation. So it turned out that Divine Palace's disappearance was due to gaining something amazing. Remember, this was a god with a set of 10 totems. His merit laws and refined treasures were not necessarily inferior to an emperor's. Thus, just imagine how wondrous this fortune must have been and made it worth it for a high god to go into seclusive cultivation. Ordinary things couldn't get into his sight, so everyone became curious. Very well, it's time to settle the feud between our clans. Divine Palace said slowly. This city is a bit small, and as the adage goes, one mountain cannot have two tigers. Today let the winner takes everything. This will be the end of our feuds. So be it, we shall have our conclusion today. If I lose, my clan's businesses shall be yours. Star Stomper smiled. Everyone was slightly shaken after hearing this. The two sides were betting their clans several 100,000-year businesses. Of course, these resources were nothing to high gods. The two simply wanted to settle the score, so this shouldn't be too surprising. It was only a matter of time. Both the Pang and the Donggong were in decline. In order to rise again, they must swallow the other. With the appearance of their high gods now, one would surely rise again on the ashes of the other. Moreover, the Pang was part of the human race and the Donggong was part of the heaven race. The tension was naturally inevitable. It certainly didn't help when Star Stomper killed the Donggong's high god. The Donggong would never forget this feud, one that was both personal and racial. There was no chance of them sitting down for a peaceful resolution. Members of both clans were shaken with no words to describe their current emotion. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad at this moment. This battle was going to determine their fate. If their ancestor were to win, then a golden era was about to come. They would be the sole tyrant of Outer Realm. But in case of defeat, they would lose everything, including their home in this place. The disciples held their breath and quietly prayed for their ancestor to return triumphantly. They palpitated from the anticipation. "Fellow Taoist, let us fight up there," Divine Palace suggested and stepped into the sky. "Very well, hurting the sceneries of this tranquil land is a scene." Star Stomper smiled and also stepped into the upper sphere. The two high gods still maintained an air of courtesy despite their fight to the death. Both were still as amicable like old friends, no trace of anger in any of them. Just their graceful attitude towards the enemy was admirable enough. This was the style of high gods. A manner worthy of their position and status. "Come, let's watch." The capable big shots all rushed to the sky and opened their heavenly gaze to watch from afar. They didn't dare to enter the upper sphere because remnant shockwaves could render them to ashes. "Go back now. Tell the ancestors to activate the heavenly mirrors." Some juniors immediately ran back home in order to watch with the mirrors. In the depth of space, two high gods calmly stood there and were surrounded by many large stars and floating meteorites. All of this was a part of the galaxy system here. A fight between them would have a devastating effect on the surrounding, thus they needed to fight in space. Outer Realm City wouldn't be able to handle the impact. Even ordinary ancient battlefields wouldn't be able to contain them either. It needed to be a high-level one. In a short time, big shots everywhere and clans used heavenly gazes and mirrors in order to watch this incredible battle. The Nine Cauldrons bloodline of the human race is full of legends. This fight will be worth it because I will get to see it. Divine Palace spoke. His left eye was the moon and his right the sun. An endless light poured out and turned into a yin-yang symbol. The lucky spectators became even more excited. The Nine Cauldrons was one of the 8 grand ancient bloodlines. Not just anyone could see it. Just an ancestral blood was already amazing enough, let alone an ancient one. More importantly, this was part of the human monarch bloodline. The first time it appeared was on the 6th Tao monarch, a human. This meant that the particular immortal bloodline originated from the human race. Though there was a chance for all members of the 100 races to have it, it was still the strongest when the host was a human. This was similar to the eternal bloodline of the deities, authority bloodline of the heaveners, and bestowment bloodline of the devils. Bloodlines could be mixed together through interracial marriages. For example, humans can have the devil's bestowment bloodline, or someone from the divine race could have the human monarch bloodline. However, the true power of these bloodlines still came out with the corresponding race, meaning that a Nine Cauldrons bloodline would be much stronger in a human. You will have the opportunity to see it. Star Stomper smiled and casually attacked. Boom! Multiple meteors flew towards Divine Palace with a ferocious momentum. This annihilative force was quite horrifying right outside of Outer Realm's spatial border. Boom! 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 The entire space was quaking by the impact of these meteors. Buzz! Divine Palace's eyes turned ablaze and spewed out a light that could instantly refine the yin and yang. This yin-yang ray swept forward and could cut this space into 2 halves. Rumble! The meteors exploded one by one after being touched by the ray. Just imagine, numerous stars instantly exploded. This was such a magnificent scene with engulfing smoke and fire illuminating the entire area. Everything else paled in comparison. This might have been the most incredible scene of fire the spectators had ever seen. After the yin-yang ray destroyed all the meteors, the black and white portions came together to form a pulsing ray with the radius of 1,000 miles. This new beam shot straight at Star Stomper. 1. Ancestral dash, ancient dash, immortal. Chapter 1846. The new beam could sever the reincarnation cycle. Even a high god would go down after touched by this light. The spectators found the attack dreadful. Only a high god would have this type of ability to instantly pierce through the earth and annihilate a great power. It was simply catastrophic. Activate! Star Stomper didn't try to hide at all. He shouted and took out a galaxy disk that turned into a huge shield. A galaxy spanning for innumerable miles turning into a shield was a terrifying scene. Rumble! The beam pulsed on the shield with rampant explosions. The shock waves could shatter all the meteorites nearby. This was a world-destroying force. Crumbs of stars went flying after the galaxy shield shattered. The stars couldn't handle the power of the yin and yang. This magnificent scene looked like a universe spewing out debris into the sky. Each little piece could shatter an entire continent. Star Stomper let out a battle roar after the collapse of his artifact and threw out what was left of the shield. It shattered the void, resulting in a black hole. Next, it pierced through it and instantly appeared in front of Divine Palace. This gigantic shield was flying straight for his head. Tao Celestials simply couldn't stop such an attack. This was the difference between a high god and a Tao Celestial. The gap between the two realms was unsurpassable. No one could make up for the difference in cultivation. Rumble. Divine Palace was not shaken before this shield. His eyes became even brighter like the explosion of 1,000 suns. Another yin-yang beam shot out and turned the shield to ashes. Eat this! Star Stomper roared and created 7 stars with floating runes. These runes locked the entire area and soared straight at Divine Palace. Come! Divine Palace formed a dragon Madra with his hands. Rawr! Dragons roared continuously with 10 true dragons leaving their nests to attack Star Stomper's 7 stars. Bang! 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 7 dragons aimed for the 7 stars while the 3 remaining ones raised their fangs to claw Star Stomper. Just one slash was enough to tear a galaxy apart. Scram! Star Stomper yelled at the 3 dragons. He was finally going all out with 9 totems appearing in the sky. 9 morning stars represented 9 supreme grand Tao and were connected with each other. 9 totems forming a set. This was Star Stomper's true power. He instantly destroyed the 10 dragons and attacked Divine Palace with his 9 totems. This power was incredible and immediately shattered all laws in space. It gathered around Divine Palace with a force capable of destroying a world. Break! Divine Palace was not afraid at all. Boom! 10 different totems emerged with the shape of a serpent dragon, ancient tree, sun and moons. The ancient tree blotted out the sky. The serpent dragon coiled around the branches. The sun and moon were illuminating the place. This was a set of 10 totems, harmonizing and supporting each other just like an independent world. In a split second, the 2 high gods have exchanged several hundred blows with an indiscernible speed even for top Tao Celestials. Boom! After another devastating blow, everything was annihilated. The entire spatial realm became nothingness. Time and space were completely crushed. After this exchange, Star Stomper staggered several steps back while Divine Palace's shoulder slightly trembled. There was no doubt that Star Stomper was at a disadvantage. It was 10 versus 9 totems. Star Stomper was inferior in the anima, power of the origin, and chaos energy. That's 10 totems for you. Big shots from the last generation murmured. The disciples and ancestor from the Donggong clan heaved a sigh of relief. Their high god had the upper hand for now. Meanwhile, the ones from the Peng felt their heart jumping out of their throat. If their forefather were to lose, then it was over for their clan. Again! Star Stomper shouted and took one step crossing through 10 million miles to appear again in front of Divine Palace. I'm not afraid of you. Divine Palace was also fierce enough. This was usually the case for characters at this level. They were never afraid of anyone on the battlefield. Rumble! It was a contest between a dragon and tiger. The two were as fast as lightning with world-destroying techniques. There was no way for top Tao Celestials to understand the profundity of each move. Only other high gods could understand the complexity behind the attacks. Tao Celestials were there only to watch the visual spectacles. Several thousand moves have been exchanged. Star Stomper was decisive and only used fatal techniques due to his battle-hardened experience. On the other hand, Divine Palace used raw strength to make up for his deficiencies. There was no clear winner, but Star Stomper was at a disadvantage. Boom! The two sides separated again after another blast. Star Stomper staggered just like before while Divine Palace could stand still. The two faced each other and were in no hurry to attack again. Fellow Taoist Divine Palace had meditated for several 100,000 years. Your understanding of the Grand Tao is incredible on top of possessing such pure and lasting power. I'm no match for you in this regards. Even another 100,000 moves won't be able to do anything. Star Stomper commented with a tinge of emotion while looking at Divine Palace. His words came from the heart and not superficial. There was no need to lie at their level, especially during a fight to the death. Fellow Taoist, Your power is inferior to mine, but your battle techniques and experience make me look clumsy in comparison. I'm no match for you in controlling the Tao. Divine Palace said straightforwardly. During his previous battles, Star Stomper saw fights between emperors with 12 wills with his own eyes. This broadened his horizon and solidified his battle experience. At their level, they were able to view emotions and hatred with a nonchalant outlook. This allowed them to speak with each other like old friends. Star Stomper smiled and shook his head. A broadsword has no edge. Techniques can't make up for the power disparity of having one less totem. Star Stomper freely admitted his lacking compared to Divine Palace. He was unconvinced in the beginning and wanted to rely on his experience and peerless battle techniques to bridge the one totem gap. However, after several attempts, he found this exceedingly difficult. The two of them didn't use external items and power, only relying on their own to fight. Thus, the difference of one totem had determined everything. Battle experiences weren't enough in this scenario. Just one totem meant having one less Grand Tao, Fate Palace, and a large amount of chaos energy. After several thousand moves, Star Stomper realized that he couldn't defeat Divine Palace with his own strength. No one could refute the fact that 10 was greater than 9. This painted a clear picture for everyone about the importance of having more totems. 1. This is a line from Return of the Condor Heroes, referencing Yongguo's heavy broadsword. A literal translation won't make sense unless you understand the reference from having read/watch Condor Heroes. The meaning is that true sword skill doesn't only rely on the sharpness of the sword but on one's cultivation. In essence, after reaching a particular level, even a blade of grass or a feeble branch can be the deadliest weapon. To elaborate further, this is the opposite belief of the Taiji belief of using soft to defeat hard. The mantras of this sword technique are, simplicity into complexity, heavy to defeat light, Taiji, clumsiness to defeat skillfulness, big to overcome small. Also, Return of the Condor Heroes is what got me into wuxia. I devoured so many wuxias during that period. Chapter 1847. The entire outer realm fell into a hush. Many big shots from Pure were shaken by today's battle as they watched on. The fight between a 9 and 10 totem high god was magical and brilliant. The two sides were nearly even as well, resulting in a rare spectacle. For many people, an imperial battle was too unreachable. After all, the emperors would bring about heavenly execution, so they would easily come out to fight. However, the battles between high gods made up for this. An imperial fight might happen once in every 10,000 years, but a divine fight commonly occurred. Because of this, experts were able to witness true invincibility and broaden their own horizon. The memories would become a foundation for their future path towards godhood. A fight between low-level high gods wasn't that exceptional, but this one was different. They were nearly at the apex of this branch and weren't weaker than some emperors. Their style, Grand Tao, and profundity truly benefited the spectators. The low-level high gods were shaken. Some even came out in person just to watch this amazing battle. Warm-up time is over. Time to fight for real now. Star Stomper stretched and laughed. Very well, to the death. Divine Palace was not afraid at all and let out a roar. It was only an appetizer earlier between the two with physical techniques. They haven't used their weapons just yet. It was an assessing attempt, so neither used external powers. The crowd was startled. Just their warm-up was already frightening enough. If the two were to use their real murderous attack, even low-level high gods wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves. Kill! Star Stomper made the distance of several planets with a single jump and appeared inside Divine Palace's sphere. Clank! His armament instantly appeared. He was riding a celestial steed with a cosmic bow. This particular set emitted an orange glow of the stars. Pluff! Light particles turned into an arrow that was already next to Divine Palace's chest in the blink of an eye. This speed was virtually peerless. Even Divine Palace felt that way. Boom! He was one thought away from death, but he chose the right course of action. A shield of the Heaven Bestowment rank blocked his chest. This was a Divine Tao weapon of the Heaven Bestowment level. One that wasn't inferior to any Imperial weapon. Boom! Even this shield couldn't stop the arrow and was penetrated. Meanwhile, Divine Palace was blown away by the force. Rumble! Divine Palace took out multiple powerful weapons and built an unsurpassable wall. Buzz! In the same time frame, Star Stomper gathered the force of Endless Star to shoot another arrow. This wall was pierced again and Divine Palace was blown away by the impact of this arrow. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood this time around. Star Stomper had seized the upper hand after using 2 fatal moves instantly. Star Stomping Stallion Armament. Divine Palace praised after being pushed back by several spheres. Star Stomper was wearing a postnatal orange martial armament with 6 Dao fetuses. It had a bow and arrow, a heavenly stallion, an armor, and 2 more weapons. Such an armament wasn't considered rare in this world. However, this was Star Stomper's main armament of choice. His Dao and merit laws were created around it, hence their great harmonization. It was an amazing fit. Moreover, this armament worked so well with the anima of his totems. This was the reason why he chose to use it all this time. It had experienced years of refinement and battles with him. From start to finish, he had many weapons and saw countless treasures. Only this armament stuck with him all along. To a certain sense, this reinforced the notion that there wasn't a strongest weapon, only a most suitable one. After reaching a certain level, cultivators needed to make the right choice about their Dao weapons. People were shaken to see this incredible set adorned by the High God. He looked quite majestic and awe-inspiring. In fact, his god title came from this armament. When people heard his name, they would automatically imagine him in this particular form. This armament was well-rounded since it had speed, destructiveness, offense, and defense. There was no doubt that without an armament, one would be at a disadvantage even if they had a powerful Dao weapon. This was the reason why Divine Palace still couldn't stop Star Stomper's offense despite using many powerful weapons. This was why so many experts would try to obtain an armament for an entire lifetime. It was the Donggong disciples' turn to be nervous. Earlier, they felt quite good because their god had the advantage, but the situation had reversed so quickly. Their god was wounded now. It is time for you to use your move, earned after several 100,000 years of rumination, fellow Taoist. Star Stomper didn't give chase. He stopped and calmly said. He clearly had the upper hand, but instead of pushing for victory, he became quite vigilant and careful. The Grand Tao isn't easy. The power of an individual isn't enough to gaze into the heavenly way. Divine Palace sighed sentimentally and uttered a confusing response. Clank. He slowly unsheathed a crescent saber completely shrouded in a cold aura. The blade wasn't as white as snow. There were only faint pulsing lights of a gray shade. People got the illusion that this grayness was death itself. This saber wasn't complete since a side of the blade was broken. However, it seemed to be born in this manner, that it was already a broken blade upon inception. Despite lacking an invincible glint and oppressive aura, people still lost control of their mind after gazing at it. This blade seemed capable of reaping their lives without any problem. A High Heaven War Scroll. A low-level high god was astounded and blurted out. However, there were young cultivators who had no idea what it was. No wonder why you have been so reclusive for so long. It is all because of this saber, a war scroll. I suppose it is worth it. Star Stomper's eyes became serious after seeing this weapon and said, "It's only a broken half-scroll." Divine Palace said, 100,000 years to break the sail, another to incubate the blade, then the same period to comprehend the text. All of this was required to have today's result. An individual is too weak. It's not easy to gaze at the claw of the high heaven at all. Star Stomper looked at the saber and said, "It's enough already. This is a primordial form of this scroll and you are its first master. Grasping the oldest primal force, it's the same as wielding the high heaven's trusted tool. This saber will allow you to do whatever you want. No wonder why you came into being today. If it was me, I would also want to test this saber against a high god of the same level. Maybe I'll be the one sacrificed to the saber." Divine Palace didn't become complacent. This ferocious blade will either kill the enemy or its user. Its first slash must taste divine blood. Who knows if it will be your blood or mine? The crowd was creeped out after hearing this. Even those who didn't know about a High Heaven War Scroll still gazed at the crescent blade. Chapter 1848. The spectating low-level high gods shuddered at the sight of the blade as well despite its incomplete form. Intuition told them that it still could easily harvest anyone's life. What is a High Heaven War Scroll? A junior asked their senior. Your master isn't so sure because our sect never had one before. Rumor has it that they are items that fell down from the ultimate expeditions, not all have to be weapons. Normally, its first master would determine its final form. What you comprehend is what it shall be. The senior mused before answering. Why is it called a broken half-scroll? The inquisitive junior inquired again. Items falling down from the ultimate expeditions come in all shapes and forms. But at the most fundamental level, they aren't only simple treasures. They themselves contain the composition of the heaven and earth. A complete item will have a complete composition. Later on, some supreme emperors separated the compositional laws from the items, wishing to turn these laws into amazing hereditary techniques. However, the majority of the items falling down are usually flawed or incomplete. This makes the compositions inside flawed as well. Thus, people usually call this a broken half-scroll. The senior patiently explained. Is this half-scroll very powerful? The junior asked after seeing his master's austere expression. Not just powerful, this is a ferocious weapon. Normally, no one wants to separate the item and the laws. Only the fusion of the two would result in a real murderous tool. It can be said that they are capable of killing gods and devils. There's no sheathing them before they taste blood. The senior said. The spectators who understood these weapons were quite solemn, Star Stomper included. His eyes were flashing while staring at the blade. Fellow Taoist, if I were to lose, please treat this weapon well. Divine Palace said slowly. Perhaps I will be the loser and my blood shall be the sacrifice. Star Stomper replied. Both sides showed humility at this moment because they were evenly matched. There was no point in boasting in this death match. An opponent was too rare at their level and should be treated with respect. Its name is Limit Severer. Divine Palace gently tapped the blade with such meticulous tenderness and unwillingness to let go as if he was caressing a lover. It's a good name, I will remember it. Star Stomper seriously nodded. Divine Palace closed his eyes while holding the blade. Come to the death. There was no point in using his eyes. The blade in his hand was all-seeing. All of his divinity and oppressive lights disappeared, leaving only his fluttering robe in the wind. Divine Palace seemed to be no more. Star Stomper's foe was this incomplete blade. It had no murderous intent or unstoppable momentum, only a faint glimmer that could make the soul jump. Star Stomper stopped focusing on Divine Palace as well, because that high god no longer mattered. Boom! Star Stomper erupted with a blinding light after exerting his 9 totems to their limit. They circled above him with countless stars. His star-stomping stallion armament also exuded an orange glow, just like a god spreading their 2 wings. The runes on the armament became extremely clear. The Tao profundity of this armament had been completely understood by Star Stomper, so its majestic power engulfed the entire area. Buzz! He pulled back the bowstring and readied the arrow. The starry lights nearby all gathered on this arrow. People began to feel as if this arrow could penetrate 3,000 worlds. Pluff! The sound came after the release of the arrow. There was a glorious and blinding trail illuminating the entire spatial sphere. It was even more dazzling than the explosion of 10,000 suns. Many couldn't look straight at all. Their vision had been temporarily compromised from the flash. Low-level high gods were astounded. One of them said, "This arrow isn't comparable to the one released by immortal Emperor Dai Jian back then, but it can definitely slaughter a 4-totem high god." Boom! The arrow crossed the countless distance and made it to Divine Palace's throat. Despite containing the power of endless stars, it was only the size of a finger. Nevertheless, its sharpness could pierce through all things. In this split second, Divine Palace finally slashed his blade forward in a direct and simple manner. There was no decoration in this slash, but it was enough to split the invincible arrow into 2 halves. The trail of light disappeared and the arrow lost its power. Whoosh! Star Stomper's 2 weapons to his left and right immediately raided in a crisscross manner. It looked like a golden dragon scissor, capable of severing the yin and yang, the reincarnation cycle, and the 3,000 worlds. Nothing could be connected after its cut. This scissor also aimed for Divine Palace's head, wishing to decapitate him with unbelievable speed. There was no chance for people to retaliate. The scissor was fast, but Divine Palace's saber was even faster. No one could see it clearly, but he had knocked away the 2 ambushing weapons. Next, this saber was coming for Star Stomper's chest through endless space. Distance seemed to be meaningless before its offense. This all happened in the blink of an eye. From the first slash stopping the arrow to the second stopping the scissor to this third attack. It was as if Divine Palace had slashed 3 times instantly. The slashes were flawlessly connected. There was no technique or variation to this third place. It was only a simple cut without the profundity of the Tao. Just the beautiful slash itself was enough. No need for garish spectacles. Star Stomper was very fast due to his stallion armament. However, he couldn't evade this slash either. Even low-level high gods couldn't see it at all. Bang! The slash finally connected and blood stained the blade. One could hear the pattering noises of blood dripping down the blade, the crimson blood of a high god. Each drop was full of divinity. Star Stomper's armor had been cleaved open by the slash. There was a shocking wound on his chest since one could see the ribcage. The slash had almost split Star Stomper into two halves. The thing that saved Star Stomper's life was a short halberd. Alas, a scar had been left behind on the weapon. This halberd looked ugly and seemed to be a rushed job, but it was taking in and out a frightening aura. It could break the heaven above and punish hell below. Nothing could ever stop this halberd from achieving victory. It looked as if it was made for killing. This was too apparent due to its destructive aura. It also had an imperial presence and the supreme will of a grand emperor. This will could slaughter everything in the world. Chapter 1849. After seeing his forefather bleeding, even an ancestor like Pang Yu was scared out of his mind and shuddered. He didn't calm down until the forefather had successfully stopped the saber. On the other hand, the disciples and ancestors from the Donggong were ecstatic and found it regrettable that it wasn't the end of the battle. Nevertheless, this gave them hope that their forefather would be the victorious one. What weapon is that, capable of stopping a broken half-scroll? Top Dao Celestials were stirred and took a deep breath. Remember that Star Stomper's armament was incredible and capable of stopping Imperial Dao weapons, yet it was cut open so easily by the slash. One could imagine just how sharp and terrifying this saber was. However, the short halberd was able to stop it. There was no doubt that this particular weapon was superior to his stallion armament. This is, a low-level high god recalled a rumor to his horror. A heaven-punishing imperial weapon. Divine Palace raised his brows after seeing this weapon with an emotional stir in his voice. Keen you are, fellow Taoist. Star Stomper didn't bother to look at the wound on his chest and let blood continue to stain his armor. An injury caused by a high heaven war scroll was hard to close, so he wasn't in a rush. Moreover, he was already used to having injuries. I didn't expect you to have a heaven-punishing weapon. This is quite surprising indeed. Normally, emperors wouldn't pass down these weapons to the world, so yours is very precious. Divine Palace spoke with austerity. People glanced at each other. Someone who has never heard of the item asked, "What is a heaven-punishing weapon?" Even a few disciples from imperial lineages had never seen them before. These are weapons prepared by emperors specifically for the ultimate expedition. They have magnificent power, far above regular imperial weapons. An imperial ancestor elaborated. Benevolent halberd. Li Qie gently sighed after seeing the weapon. The emperors still needed to be careful when facing the ultimate expedition. Choosing to go wasn't a hasty decision. It required preparation and planning. Thus, they would create specific weapons called heaven-punishing. It is thanks to the generosity of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Star Stomper didn't gloat. He slowly said, the emperor had always wanted to go on the expedition, so he experienced creating man weapons. Unfortunately, some failed and couldn't compare with his true immortal armament. During Emperor Hunt, he personally bestowed this weapon to me for protection. The crowd was shocked since they didn't expect this weapon to have such an amazing origin. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was a title that could be heard anywhere in the 13 continents. Even though he was a quiet emperor was from the 9 worlds, he was simply unstoppable during Emperor Hunt. His cultivation was strong enough on top of possessing a true immortal armament. This gave him the ability to fight against the peak emperors from the 3 races. Some considered him to be on the same level as Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, Empress Hong Tian, Immortal Emperor Fei, and World Emperor. Thus, he was absolutely part of the highest echelon of the imperial order. The 5th expedition was started by him. This and his achievements in Emperor Hunt gave him an everlasting fame throughout history. Immortal Emperor Min Ren is a hero. It is an honor to witness the emperor's heaven-punishing weapon. Fellow Taoist, let us finish this. Having said that, he aimed his limit severer at Star Stomper. Buzz! His saber emitted strings of light that weren't overly bright yet as they were spreading out. They looked like remnants of light from the beginning of the heaven and earth. They pierced straight to the soul. Not to mention ordinary experts, Even top Dao Celestials felt their soul being peeled off. Their neck uncontrollably presented itself for a decapitation without a chance to resist. The low-level high gods shuddered as well. Their true fate was untouchable, but it still trembled all the same. "Very well, let's go again." Star Stomper loudly responded with a voice as crisp as a bell. Boom! His vitality crazily surged into the sky like an apocalyptic tsunami. This energy condensed together to form an ancient cauldron. With another loud explosion, the cauldron illuminated everything before fusing with the high god's body. Runes appeared everywhere on his body as if each of his muscles had been polished by them. In the blink of an eye, faint bronze rays exuded from him. It wasn't blinding, but there was an ancient power within. At this moment, it looked like his body was created by this ancient cauldron. The Nine Cauldrons bloodline lives up to its fame. Divine Palace was slightly moved at this sight. Even a god found this bloodline astonishing. One of our two human ancestral bloodlines. So many people became envious. All races would love to have this bloodline since there were only 8 in the world. To see one in person was a stirring event. The members of the Peng clan were even more shaken. This bloodline has been their pride all this time because even imperial lineages couldn't have one. Some of these imperial lineages even wanted a marriage alliance with them just to have the chance for this bloodline. Thus, for the descendants to see this bloodline was an exciting matter. Unfortunately, it also reminded them that no one else in their clan had it outside of Star Stomper. Time to end this. Star Stomper took one step forward in this new cauldron state. It could shoulder the world or cover the 13 continents, even calming the myriad ages. Boom! Star Stomper instantly closed the distance and thrust his halberd forward. The weapon pierced through the void and aimed straight for Divine Palace's chest. Boundless Severer. Divine Palace's expression turned dark and answered back with a reverse slash from the ground up. Clank! The saber dragged a trail of long, faint image. Its faintness could still sever the myriad ages. The 6 Dao and time itself were instantly cut off. This image of a saber crossed through the halberd thrust but also managed to stop it entirely. Pluff! This long saber image instantly made contact with Star Stomper, wanting to annihilate him. It wasn't only fast but also destructive enough to grasp the entire universe. No one could escape. Star Stomper had no choice but to face it directly. The spectators gasped as the blade was going to hit Star Stomper. Chapter 1850. Pluff. The slash was still going to hit Star Stomper. In this interim, the high god's body suddenly emitted an ancient light as the runes on his skin floated around. It looked as if he had an old armor on. Bang! The saber image struck the armor with sparks flying everywhere. The armor managed to stop the initial slash, but the blade shadow continued for Star Stomper's body. A terrible blade wound appeared on his body. However, with buzzing noises, this wound quickly came together and disappeared. The first wound earlier was gone as well. The 9 Cauldrons bloodline was incredible due to its unshakable property. It resembled 9 cauldrons calming 9 continents or locking the myriad ages. It was capable of withstanding many attacks. Divine Palace was surprised to see the failed attack and quickly retreated through 10 spatial spheres. Wow! This is too heaven-defying, capable of stopping a high heaven war scroll. Even the emperors might not necessarily be able to do so. A low-level high god saw through the fight and took a deep breath. That's an ancestral blood for you. Xueqi commented as well. There's a reason why people say that bloodlines determine everything in the 13 continents. Even a grand completion indestructible diamond physique might need 1,000 years of recuperation in bed after that strike. Physiques weren't a thing in the 13 continents, only bloodlines. This was because bloodlines have exceeded the physiques. For example, 9 Cauldrons bloodline was different from the diamond physique, but their effect was similar. However, this bloodline was even better than the diamond physique. It didn't only protect one's body, it also boosted the user's vitality, talents, and true fate. In the 9 worlds, the physiques only boosted one's body while the bloodlines at the 13 continents were all-encompassing. The low-level high gods couldn't believe it. A physical body was able to stop a high god with 10 palaces using a broken half-scroll. Divine Palace was very confident in his saber. Not to mention a 9 totem high god, he thought he could even take down one with 11 totems. The 9 Cauldrons bloodline is unbelievable. Divine Palace was caught off guard by the power of this bloodline. He was certainly stronger than Star Stomper, but he lost all of his advantages the moment Star Stomper used his bloodline. Let's settle this with one move. Star Stomper laughed and exuded endless light from his body. He looked just like an ancient bronze statue now. Heaven-breaking thrust. Star Stomper roared. All of his bronze light gathered on the halberd before piercing through the sky. The galaxy itself seemed insignificant before this heavenly halberd's powered-up form. Boom! The halberd swept by with an annihilative momentum. All laws collapsed. They were so fragile before this attack. This was a heaven-punishing technique created by immortal Emperor Min Ren. He didn't use it and passed it down to Star Stomper instead. Low-level high gods thought that this attack could instantly render them to ashes. Activate! Divine Palace crazily howled and did another reverse slash with his saber. Limit Sever was accompanied with boundless primordial chaos and the power of the high heaven. The sharpness of this slash could cut through everything in this world. Clank! The two weapons collided with a force shaking 3,000 worlds. The ensuing fiery sparks could destroy many galaxies and pierce through the void. However, the slash was stopped and didn't leave a mark behind on the halberd. The first slash left a scar behind. Not this time around. This wasn't only because of the heaven-breaking thrust, because the peerless bloodline played a big part as well. It made Star Stomper virtually invincible, and when he channeled this energy into his weapon, it became untouchable as well. Boom! Limit Sever went flying after Divine Palace lost his grip. The halberd slammed down on Divine Palace. Many could hear a horrifying sound of bone breaking. The high god screamed before collapsing. His vitality dissipated as he left one last comment. Still one step below. Having said that, he closed his eyes and embarked for the Yellow River. This was the end of a 10-totem high god. The entire place became quiet. The only audible noises were the ragged breathing of the excited crowd. The curtain had finally fallen for this battle. Divine Palace High God had lost his life. No one mocked him at this moment since none was qualified to do so. If it was another high god, the outcome might have been even worse. Not to mention low-level high gods, even an ordinary emperor might need to think carefully before challenging Star Stomper. No! After coming back from their stupor, the disciples and ancestors from the Donggong clan miserably bellowed. They all fell into an abyss of despair. Their forefather had died in battle. This also meant the end of their clan. They must leave Outer Realm in the future or even the cultivation world. They had a hard time accepting this but were also powerless to do anything. Star Stomper brought Divine Palace's corpse back to the Donggong clan. He handed it to a disciple from that clan and said flatly, "Find a treasure land and bury your forefather." Despite being enemies, all grievances and animosities have ended with Divine Palace's death. Someone of Star Stomper's level wouldn't bother dealing with these Donggong juniors now. These young ones didn't dare to say anything and accepted their forefather's corpse with teary eyes. From today on, your Donggong clan is disbanded. Your businesses shall be taken by our Peng clan. I allow you all to pack up your treasures and leave. Star Stomper declared. There was no resistance to this demand. It would only be throwing eggs at a rock for the Donggong disciples. They might as well just try their best to stay alive in order to keep the clan going. The ancestors and disciples quietly packed up despite any unwillingness. They didn't wish to leave the land and home that had fed them, but there was no other choice. There was no place for them in Outer Realm any longer. The Peng clan was already merciful enough for not kicking a dog while it's down. Yes, yes, yes. Even an ancestor like Peng, you couldn't help but applaud 3 times. The rest of the Peng disciples cheered as well. They could finally breathe easy now since this battle had solidified their position in Outer Realm once more. Their high god had returned triumphantly. Nothing could be better than this for them. Li Qie simply chuckled at this outcome since it was within his expectation. Star Stomper was once his follower, so he was confident in the guy's abilities. After the end of the battle, he returned to the Peng clan with the same calmness as always. In just one day, the situation at Outer Realm had changed completely. The declining Peng clan was shining again. Perhaps they would be able to herald a new golden age. As for the Donggong, this name was no more in Outer Realm. Their disciples wouldn't be seen in this city in the future. This news created quite a stir after it got to Pure. Even though high gods weren't too rare, one at Star Stomper's level who had also participated in Emperor Hunt wasn't common at all. This victory stopped anyone from having doubts about his past exploits and prestige. Chapter 1851. The news of Star Stomper High God coming into being and killing Divine Palace High God spread across Pure in a short time. It shocked many great powers and even imperial lineages. This was especially noteworthy because Star Stomper was prestigious and had an ancestral bloodline. Thus, the great powers were more attentive to the event. This news overshadowed something else: the death of the Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord. People didn't care about this particular casualty during the ordeal because they were only focusing on news about Star Stomper. However, one person didn't forget about him: his daughter, the Heavenly Phoenix Princess. She instantly heard about his death and became horrified. What? Father was killed? She stood up and shouted after hearing the message. The princess was a very calm and steady person even in face of many great responsibilities and troubles. Alas, she still became flustered and trembled, needing to push down on the table in order to stand straight since her legs were giving up. Yes, Your Highness. Please mobilize and avenge His Majesty. The messenger was an old minister under the royal lord. He was also part of the royal family. He was prostrating before the princess at this moment. This news was too much for the princess. Her brother was just killed a while ago and now, it was her father's turn to die. It definitely shook her to the core. Who is the murderer? The princess chillingly inquired. The old minister hurriedly responded. It's that Xueqi who calls himself fiercest. He killed His Majesty and a high ancestor. Looks like he won't stop before killing all of Heavenly Phoenix. Xueqi. The princess' expression turned cold. There was an old adage: nothing is thicker than blood. So now, it was a tough period for the princess with the death of two family members. Tell me everything carefully. The princess took a deep breath and quelled her emotional pain before asking the minister. Your Highness, His Majesty only wanted to offer his respect during Star Stomper High God's birthday. Who would have thought that the Foam clan would conspire with Xueqi to humiliate him? He couldn't stand comments besmirching our kingdom's glory and honor, so he fought against Xueqi. The old minister embellished the story. Of course, this was the opposite of what had actually happened. He made it sound as if Xueqi was a heinous villain who humiliated their kingdom and the War Monarch clan. On the other hand, Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord was the humble gentleman who kept it cool until the line was crossed. In the end, he died to Xueqi. The princess sat down in silence after hearing this. Despite the embellishment and lies, the princess was clear on one thing: that she must at least avenge her father. She was full of regrets because she did try to convince him against vengeance before he left. It wouldn't have been late to do so after the bigger picture was finished. Alas, her father went against it and rushed for revenge, his last undoing. Your Highness, please mobilize. This fiercest first killed the prince and now also the royal lord. He truly wants to destroy our kingdom. Kill him and flatten the Pang clan to show the world your might. The minister slammed his forehead on the ground and beseeched. The princess gently waved her sleeve and said, I'll make a decision about this. They will not die in vain, but the time is not now. Your Highness, please mobilize now. For His Majesty and the Crown Prince. All of Heavenly Phoenix are willing to die at the vanguard. The old minister cried and continued to kowtow. Elder Sher, you are stricken with grief. Please go rest. Take your leave. The princess spoke, leaving no room for objection. Your Highness, you must avenge His Majesty. The old minister didn't want to leave, but her attendants dragged him out. He continued to shout outside the door. She sat there and ignored him, then closed her eyes. Her fists were tightly clenched as she shuddered and tears inadvertently dripped from her eyes. Your Highness, will you mobilize? After a long while, an old woman resembling a specter appeared next to the princess and softly asked. The princess sat with a mournful expression without replying. Despite being an amazing woman, the pain of losing a father was still overwhelming. With your current status, if you personally go and ask the high gods of the War Monarch clan, capturing this Xueqi might not be difficult. The woman suggested after seeing a lack of response. The princess composed herself after a while and gently shook her head. I knew this day was a possibility when father didn't listen to my advice. In fact, she knew that her father would go looking for revenge, but she couldn't stop him. Thus, it would only be a matter of time, but she still felt terrible about it. It's too late for words now because His Majesty is dead. The only thing we can do is avenge him. The old woman said. The old woman followed the princess to the War Monarch clan, so she was emotionally attached to Heavenly Phoenix, hence her support for vengeance. No. The princess refused. My position isn't to scheme for Heavenly Phoenix nor personal vendetta. The only reason I'm sitting here is because the Grand Emperors believe in me, and my ability to act within the realm of my authority. The princess was still an outsider. Just imagine, how many talents did a clan with 5 emperors have? Why did they pick a daughter-in-law and give her authority over their armies? Even the clan's ancestors and a few high gods listened to her orders? Was this all because she was Jean Ge's fiancé? That alone wasn't enough regardless of how much Jean Gu adored her. An outsider like the princess wasn't qualified to have so much authority on this basis alone. Her power was predicated on the trust that the Grand Emperors of the clan have in her. The other ancestors couldn't be in charge of this decision, putting an outsider in charge of administrative duties. Well, do we just act as if nothing has happened then? The old woman understood the gravity of the situation and the right choice. Nevertheless, she was still unwilling because she was born in Heavenly Phoenix, a citizen from there. No one could swallow the anger of their lord being killed. I understand, everyone in Heavenly Phoenix wants revenge for father, but not now. The princess said with a serious tone. I will not mobilize a single soldier to have retribution for my own family. Nothing is more important than my husband becoming a Grand Emperor. Why is it that I am in this position? It is all because my husband can become a Grand Emperor. Everyone holds him in high regards. That's why the resources of the war monarchs are poured into him. The gods in the 13 continents all give him some face, and this is why Heavenly Phoenix is respected today. If husband was only an ordinary in the clan, would I be sitting here today? Would Heavenly Phoenix be enjoying all of the current perks and glory? Our side's prosperity is predicated on husband becoming an emperor. Here the princess became solemn and continued. If he can't become an emperor, then it is tantamount to being a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. Thus, if he can't become an emperor, then nothing else will exist. This was why I didn't mobilize when father came to ask me for help. It wasn't because I'm cold-hearted, that I'm untouched after brother and father were murdered. I will be a sinner if I waste military power for vengeance, causing my husband to fail during his ascension. I would be letting both the War Monarch and Heavenly Phoenix down. Without the War Monarchs, how much stronger can our kingdom grow? Without the protection of a son-in-law Grand Emperor, can we become stronger than we are currently? The princess said sternly. 1. Can't touch a flower in the mirror or the moon's reflection in the water, meaning ephemeral or a lack of true sustenance, I suppose. Chapter 1852. The old woman shuddered and was drenched in cold sweat. She kneeled and asked for forgiveness. Your Highness, please forgive my short-sightedness. I simply wanted revenge for His Majesty. The princess sighed while looking at the old woman. Rise, you have followed me for so long. It is understandable that you want revenge for father. She stared at the horizon and said helplessly. I also hate the fact that I can't avenge them right now. As long as Groom can become a Grand Emperor, all of this will be easily dealt with. The old woman said. That's all we can do. If husband can't become a Grand Emperor, then all will be for naught. Power and fame will turn into smoke. At that point, our kingdom will be ridden with trouble too. The princess stared austerely at the old woman. Earlier, the old woman was blinded with hatred, but now, she could see the sun hiding behind the receding clouds. After the marriage alliance with the War Monarch, their kingdom's status soared. However, they only had one emperor and couldn't compare to the stronger lineages. However, this new power and status weren't won by them personally. It was all because of Jean Gu. If he couldn't become a Grand Emperor, then they would be assaulted on all sides, maybe even by the War Monarchs. Groom must become a Grand Emperor. The old woman muttered after understanding the implications. Revenge was not important, for all will end if Jean Gu were to fail. Yes, the princess replied. There can't be any mistake during this ascension. I won't allow it, and neither will the War Monarchs. My military power won't be used for anything outside of this event. She was very determined and considered this task to be her #1 priority, even over avenging her father. I will fully support you, the old woman said. The princess nodded. Mama, you are an influential person in the royal clan, so I need you to return to Heavenly Phoenix and take charge. The clan will want revenge after the death of the Lord, so you need to stop this camp. I don't want them to cause more trouble before the ascension. I understand and will take care of this for you, princess, the old woman said. Go tell those dukes and princes to not mobilize themselves. No one will provoke Li Qie and especially the Peng clan without my permission. She added, Li Qie did whatever he wanted back at Jilin. This shows that he has plenty of strength. Those who provoke him will be ruining my important business. As for the Peng, their Star Stomper High God is out now. Provoking him is suicidal. Plus, this High God is very influential among the 100 races. We are still a part of the 100 races. Even if we are close to the Heaveners now, it doesn't mean we are opposing the 100 races. Provoking Star Stomper is the same as opposing our own kind. Thus, if any royal member messes with the Peng, do not blame me for being merciless. No need for Star Stomper to do anything. I'll kill them myself. It was a direct order from the princess, not just a casual comment. I'll make sure to give the order. If any of the brats dares to do anything, I'll take off their head myself. The old woman had followed the princess enough to know how serious these direct orders are. She wouldn't show mercy to any violators, regardless of who they are. Go, I hope Heavenly Phoenix can be fine and stop causing trouble. Tell the royal members to stop thinking that they can do whatever they want just because the war monarchs are backing us up right now. Kill the violators. She coldly uttered. In fact, she was aware of what her father and brother were up to, using the prestige of the war monarch clan to bully others. However, one was a brother that she loved since youth while the other was her father. She couldn't exactly punish them. But this was no longer the case. There was no longer anything holding her back from carrying out this iron order. The Peng clan was very lively right now. A feast would be putting it mildly. This was a grand celebration. One could hear laughter everywhere with everyone dressing up in jubilation. The birthday celebration should have ended, but the Peng was opening its gate to everyone right now. In the past, they kept a low profile on this day, but now, it was an open entry to all. The 100 races sent disciples to the celebration, but they were only ordinary members. It was only to show respect towards Star Stomper. This was no longer the case. Big shots from even imperial lineages came with great gifts. Even low-level high gods personally arrived. The mansion was engulfed in a festive mood. Not only did their high god return, but they have also taken over the businesses of the Donggong. These were two happy events on the same day. Meanwhile, Star Stomper ignored the rowdiness of the juniors and didn't care about the celebration. Inside the main hall, there were only Li Qie, Star Stomper, Peng Yi, and Peng Yu. Peng Yu was the strongest ancestor, so he naturally could see their forefather. On the other hand, Peng Yi was the current clan master, the future hope of the clan. Thus, he was also eligible to be here. The two of them were extremely excited. Peng Yu was sentimental. Their clan has been in decline for so long. They have finally waited until this day. As for Peng Yi, he was still giddy. He grew up listening to the tales of his forefather and was the biggest fan. Now, he could actually see his forefather in person. This happiness came too suddenly. Keep in mind that the previous clan masters couldn't see the forefather at all. Even Peng Yu couldn't do so unless the forefather called for him. Peng Yi felt that he was too lucky to be standing here right now. Li Qie was sitting on the main seat, symbolizing the greatest status. Both Peng Yu and Peng Yi felt that Li Qie was too arrogant since their forefather was right here. But they were preoccupied with glee and came forward to meet their forefather. However, Star Stomper ignored his descendants and stepped closer to bow at Li Qie. Your general greets you, Your Excellency. I'm embarrassed for not personally welcoming you even though you are here with your real body. Li Qie smiled and helped him up. No need for this type of formality between us. Sit, this is your birthday, don't be so polite. The High God couldn't help but smile. How can I be at ease now after hearing this, Your Excellency? The fact that you are here to celebrate will make me lose a few years. This was a reasonable take. In the eyes of others, Star Stomper was much older than Li Qie. The truth was that he was only a junior before Li Qie. The guy even taught him when he was still a hot-headed youth. Li Qie smiled after hearing this. Peng Yi and Peng Yu became slack-jawed and couldn't calm down at all. They stood there petrified. For their clan, Star Stomper was a supreme existence who was looked up by all the descendants. In fact, due to his bloodline and power, he was a pivotal character in all of Pure. Otherwise, Ren Shang wouldn't have personally come to ask for Star Stomper's help for the ambush against Jin Gu. It wasn't only because Star Stomper was powerful. It was more that Star Stomper was very influential among the 100 races. Many people would answer his call. 1. The word groom here is one with respect. There isn't an equivalent in English. Servants would call the groom by this title. I thought about replacing it with sir since this is usually my go-to for certain honorifics with no direct translation, but it doesn't fit entirely here too. Mama is what they call their wet nurse or female caretaker. This is a literal translation. This is one of the reasons why I'm afraid of translating court/political novels. There are so many terms that don't have a direct translation. Chapter 1853. At this moment, their forefather, Star Stomper High God, actually performed such a grand gesture towards Lichia and even considered himself a junior. This scared the soul out of Pang Yu and Pang Yi. Remember that he was a prestigious high god, even on the same level as certain emperors. Just who the hell was this Lichia? This made the two shudder with cold sweat. He might be a supreme overlord walking in the mundane world, quite a rare and horrifying occurrence. Pang Yi was even more affected. In the last 2 days, he had been calling Lichia brother. If his forefather was assuming the role of Lichia's junior, it meant that he was overstepping his bounds. This thought made his legs tremble even though he was no coward. It was already impressive that he didn't drop to the ground. Star Stomper also sat down with a happy expression. Even though they weren't master-disciple in status, Lichia had indeed taught him before. His current achievement was due to Lichia. Back in Emperor Hunt, he followed Lichia everywhere and rampaged the battlefield on command. Star Stomper was one of the longest followers of Lichia among the high gods, but he stopped seeing Lichia after the guy went back to the 9 worlds. Thus, it was understandable for him to rejoice after seeing Lichia's real body. The two of you, come over here. Quickly greet His Excellency. This is your fortune. Star Stomper gestured at the 2 kneeling men. The 2 regained their wits after hearing their forefather. They quickly came over and prostrated with fear. We lowly ones greet you, Your Excellency. They didn't know who he was, but it couldn't be wrong to kneel right now. Pang Yi didn't dare to look up and eventually said, I was too blind to know about your presence. Please forgive me. His words were trembling from having been too casual with an overlord. Rise, you didn't know. Lichia looked at him and smiled. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief and prayed their fortune that this person was benevolent enough. Star Stomper couldn't help shaking his head while looking at the 2. That's my unworthy descendants. Looks like the clan's decline is inevitable, just like the setting sun. This god might be powerful, but he couldn't stay in the mundane world. He needed to hide in exploration grounds. Thus, even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the time or the energy to put in the effort. The 2 lowered their head in shame. Their clan had enough resources and ordinary lineages didn't dare to provoke them when their forefather is still alive. However, they couldn't produce any talent recently. The older generation was withering while the young had no accomplishments. This resulted in the clan not being as prosperous as before. Lichia chuckled in response after hearing the negative evaluation. Pang Yi is still cultivable. His talents are a bit lacking with an unpolished Dao heart, but he is reasonable and understands propriety. Even if he won't have any achievements on the Dao path, he'll be just fine being in charge of the clan. There is still hope for a resurgence. Pang Yi was indeed mediocre in terms of cultivation. However, he was capable of reading situations and act accordingly. His biggest flaw was his lack of experience. If Your Excellency thinks so, then he is worthy of grooming. Star Stomper nodded and told Pang Yi, Stay with me in the next month then, I'll personally train you. Do not disappoint us, the responsibility of the clan falls on your shoulder. Star Stomper was aware of His Excellency's ability to see through everything. Pang Yi's evaluation showed his potential. Because of this, he decided to keep the boy around for training. The Pang clan required talents in the future. Pang Yi was stunned to hear this and couldn't calm down. It took a while before he kneeled down and said, I will do my best, forefather. This happiness came too sudden. He didn't expect to be able to spend time with his forefather just because of a single comment from Lichia. Pang Yi was excited for him too. It was very difficult to hang around the forefather, only the most talented of disciples. Pang Yi was an exception to the rule now. This was an amazing opportunity for him. Leave. The high god gently waved his sleeve. The 2 kneeled and bowed again before leaving quietly. After they left, the high god had to ask, Your Excellency, you're here now with your real body. Are you about to go all out and declare war against the three races? Going all out is for certain, but whether I'll be declaring war or not on the three races is dependent on their own awareness. If they still think they're the only ones qualified to be the masters of this world, then it is time for a rude awakening. But if they are willing to live in peace with the 100 races, I don't think I'm a war-loving fanatic. Lichia smiled and said, "That's hard. Even if World Emperor and his group can change their stance, the other lineages from the three races like Celestial Palace might not accept our status. World Emperor is a visionary, but he alone can't decide everything for the three races. He needs support from top players like Profound Emperor. Otherwise, it's hard for the other lineages to not be influenced by Celestial Palace." Star Stomper shook his head after this reflection. Despite hiding in exploration grounds, he had lived long enough to have an insightful outlook on the current political climate of the 13 continents. That's fine. It'll just be another war at worst. It won't just be Emperor Hunt anymore. It'll be named Emperor Massacre instead. In short, I don't want to see any thorn before I embark on the final battle. I'll take care of everything first. Lichia leisurely said. I am willing to follow you again for the second time, to the final battle. Star Stomper said with excitement. Lichia replied. There will be a chance. But for now, you need to cultivate in peace back in your abode. According to my calculation, you haven't caused a visual phenomenon for a while now. The heavenly execution might come soon. Yes, I do feel that one is coming. Star Stomper said. I wouldn't have left so early during the previous ambush, but I was afraid of one. Even top emperors with 12 wills couldn't do anything, let alone a high god like him. Staying in the mundane realm was certain death. His only choice was to go back and hide in exploration grounds. You have done enough, always thinking about the 100 races' well-being. Even if you don't come into being again, no one is qualified to criticize you. Lichia said slowly. Star Stomper had participated in enough battles. It could be said that he had joined everything without hesitation if it had something to do with the 100 races. This was the reason why he enjoyed such great prestige despite not being a peak high god. I never dared to forget about your guidance. I look at you as my role model and believe that it is my responsibility to protect the human race. That's why I have always tried my best when any contribution was possible. The high god replied. The human race has their own path. The emperors have helped enough, but they need to grow themselves instead of always relying on the protection of the former sages. Lichia smiled and said. Indeed. Star Stomper nodded. The human race did have a few geniuses in recent generations. For example, Arrogance's Ren Shang is capable. Unfortunately, he had also lost his chance to seize the heaven's wills, having met the retribution of the three races. Ren Shang was the supreme genius from Arrogance, on the same level as Jin Gu. The ambush against Jin Gu was started by him. Jin Gu failed his ascension and the same thing happened to Ren Shang. The three races also ambushed him for revenge, so he lost his chance as well. This wasn't surprising at all. The Heaveners lost a Grand Emperor because of him, so they couldn't take it sitting down. Nevertheless, Ren Shang was still strong enough to survive the ambush. Everlastingness requires polishing. Lichia said, Grand Emperors, Immortal Monarchs, and Immortal Emperors all have a long future ahead of them. Shouldering the heaven's will is only the beginning and require a firm Tao heart. Otherwise, having amazing talents alone might not be a good thing. Fortunes and disasters are always intertwined. Chapter 1854. True indeed, Your Excellency. Shouldering the will is only the beginning, not the end. Star Stomper High God emotionally commented. Someone of his level knew quite a bit about the mysteries of this realm. He continued, that brat, Ren Shang, had lost one chance, but he still has potential. More importantly, he has the unstoppable bloodline. If you are interested, you can go have a look. No wonder why Star Stomper was recommending a human junior. This person's unstoppable bloodline was one of the two human ancestral bloodlines right below the human monarch bloodline. It was on the same level as the 9 cauldrons. If such a youth could become an immortal monarch, his future was indeed promising. Leave that up to fate. The opportunity will be there if it's meant to be. Lichia chuckled and said. Star Stomper nodded after hearing this. Ren Shang might be incredible, but His Excellency had met too many geniuses, some with an immortal bloodline. Just an ancestral bloodline might not necessarily interest him. Your Excellency, where are you going this time? To exploration grounds and see some emperors? Star Stomper asked. Many emperors and gods were hiding in the boundless exploration grounds. A being eligible for a meeting of this level would need to go there to see them. Yes. Lichia nodded. But I haven't decided whether I want to see the emperors. I'm planning on visiting remote Wildland. That place is connected to me as well. Remote Wildland, Star Stomper slightly frowned. That's not an easy place to be. I heard World Emperor took a trip there and came back empty-handed. This was a place even emperors didn't carelessly visit. It's fine. Lichia leisurely said. A few things can't be forced. It is only an attempt. It's fine to fail because this is too old to retrace and understand. I know you can do it, Your Excellency. If you can't, others won't have a chance. Star Stomper smiled. Lichia smiled and agreed with a nod. Whose idea is it to close off the 13 continents this time? I didn't participate in the conference, but I heard that it had something to do with the Heaveners and Celestial Palace. World Emperor has nothing to do with this. During the few generations of your absence, there had been visual phenomenons, resulting in all kinds of speculation. This generation has even more than before. Because of this, the emperors discussed the sealing of the 13 continents and sever the passageways between them, so that they won't be caught entirely off guard when a disaster descends. It's a reasonable take. Lichia chuckled. Who knows what will happen after the ultimate expedition? They still haven't forgotten about the lesson of the ancient Ming setting a precedence. It's better to be careful and prepared. In my opinion, they're selling dog meat disguised as deer. The 6th expedition happened so long ago and they're doing this now? There are some ulterior motives. The High God smiled. I believe they are afraid of you coming to the 10th world again, so they took the initiative to seal the continents and hide all divination in order to ambush you. That's inconsequential. Even without the seal and any reinforcement, I've already talked to the others about it before leaving. World Emperor had opposed me long enough. He is aware of many things but chose against divulging them. Lichia said. I'm sure they will try to settle the score. Star Stomper said. The 3 races still haven't forgotten about Emperor Hunt. They won't let it go so easily. Lichia gently shook his head. Who knows the real assailants at that point? The future is impossible to grasp. We might not be the only praise then. Even the 3 races might not be able to escape this fate. Your Excellency, you mean? Star Stomper was aghast. Lichia's comment meant that the situation wasn't optimistic at all. Lichia replied. It's only a possibility. Enough time had passed. This level of accumulation can be considered a golden age. There are laws and order to everything in this world, such as a decline after the apex. It's not surprising. Star Stomper became dejected and said, Will I have to see that day? Lichia shook his head. Hard to say. Well, let us stop talking about this since it will only bring about needless anxiety. Let it go. Very well. Star Stomper smiled back. The two haven't met for a long time, so they decided to catch up instead of focusing on bigger problems. The Peng clan was jubilated because of their forefather's return. Many wanted to meet him, but he didn't care at all. Lichia stays at the mansion as a guest for a few days and talked about recent events in the 13 continents with Star Stomper. He was gone even before the 6th expedition, so these conversations gave him a better understanding of the last few generations. Jilin Princess came as per their agreement. She first came to see the High God, and Lichia was there as well. The bearing of an immortal monarch's descendant. Star Stomper nodded approvingly after seeing the princess. The Jilin has a successor. You're too kind, High God. The princess was very respectful towards the High God due to his power and contribution to the 100 races. If you see immortal monarch Jilin later, give him my regards. Star Stomper said. These words might be improper coming from someone else, but it sounded natural and not arrogant in this case. Immortal monarch Jilin had 10 palaces and 8 wills, an above average being among the emperors. In terms of power, Star Stomper was weaker, but when it came to status and prestige, they were on the same level. Moreover, he had met the monarch in the past. If I could see the progenitor later, I'll certainly pass it on. The princess replied. Her talents were good and the clan was bullish about her future. Nevertheless, she wasn't qualified to see Jilin immortal monarch in exploration grounds right now. You will have the chance. Star Stomper nodded. It's too bad Nightfall Immortal Monarch isn't here with us at Pure. If she was, she would never allow for those old men from War Monarch to be so arrogant. He emotionally added. Nightfall was immensely influential in Pure as well. Her power was enough to threaten the other emperors. Unfortunately, she and Immortal Emperor Qi Zhan had embarked on the ultimate expedition with the other female emperors. The princess listened with her head lowered. A junior like her couldn't ask about the business of emperors. Li Qie chuckled and told the princess, "Go find a ship, we're going to remote Wildland, the sooner the better." To remote Wildland? She was surprised. In the beginning, she thought Li Qie was only going to take her to other places in exploration ground. She had heard of many terrorizing legends about remote Wildland. Even emperors steered clear of it. Yes, Li Qie confirmed. While the princess was still in a daze, Star Stomper kindly reminded her, "This is a fortune others could only dream about. Treasure it if you can grasp it, it will grant you a lifetime of benefits." "I understand, senior." The princess bowed towards the high god and told Li Qie, "I will go prepare." After she left, Star Stomper asked Li Qie, "Your Excellency, will you need my service during this long trip?" "No." Li Qie softly spoke. "You are busy right now. This might be the chance for your clan to rise. No need to waste your precious time on me." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Star Stomper took a deep breath and said sentimentally, "This might be my last time exerting some efforts for the little descendants. The future of the clan will be left to them since I'm old now. My end will come soon." Even a high god like him couldn't reach the state of foregoing all emotions and attachments. The clan was still made up of his descendants and he couldn't truly forget about them. How many can let go in this world? Li Qie said, "Just different aspects, that's all. Some can't forget about their descendants, others can't forget about their race. But being able to let go can be salvation. The world is a prison with shackles forcing you to stop." Yes, that's why the emperors who embarked on the expeditions are extraordinarily brave. Despite lingering sentiments and ties, they still decisively walked forward knowing that there was no going back. These soldiers and sages are necessary in order to preserve the brilliance of the 3,000 worlds. Li Qie concluded. Chapter 1855. Jilin Princess found a ship heading to remote Wildland for Li Qie within one short day. It wasn't so easy reaching this area since it required crossing many dangerous areas in exploration grounds. Moreover, the journey was long. The slightest mistake en route could result in death without a burial. Even though many ships circled between exploration grounds and Outer Realm, very few actually traveled to remote Wildland. Exploration grounds was the hiding place for many emperors and gods. However, its immense size made traveling very difficult. In order to enter, one required a special ship. This ship was powerful on top of possessing an extreme speed to cross through vast space. More importantly, it needed to be sturdy enough. These ships were normally built with precious divine metals that have been empowered by powerful high gods or even emperors. Only such a ship could actually enter exploration grounds. Ordinary ships could collapse even before entering the place. Furthermore, only emperors and high gods could travel alone in this place. Top Dao Celestials found it impossible unless it was only a stroll at the boundary. Traveling to remote Wildland was even more prohibitive. Thus, external help was necessary. For example, Star Stomper High God would need provisions and resting areas in order to make it to remote Wildland. Fatigue would set in if he wanted to get there in one go. After the princess found a ship, Li Qie said goodbye to the high god and left with her. Outer Realm acted as a port for exploration ground. Right outside of the city's sky was a large port for ships. It was very lively here with people coming and going. Many ships were anchored in this place. These ships had all shapes and forms. Some were only staying here temporarily before setting off for the unknown again. It was very easy to recognize ships meant for exploration grounds. They were gigantic in size. Soaring Dragon is traveling to Hope Corner. Today is the last day. Come buy tickets already. Soaring Dragon is totally worth the price. The engines are made from the finest chaos stones. It will travel with lightning speed across exploration grounds. Many workers were hawking for customers. To Imperial Change City, to Imperial Change City. Stay at Echo Corner for 5 days. Imperial Mulberry is worth a ride. Refined by 86 high gods with 1 billion units of chaos energy as the engine, as fast as a high god the entire way through. Don't miss it. The workers continued to find passengers for these great ships. Of course, the boarding fee was expensive as well, not something ordinary cultivator could handle. Moreover, the deeper regions commanded a higher price. As for some places like remote wildland, even masters couldn't handle the price. The princes brought Xueqi to this area and were greeted by workers even before they made it to the boarding area. More workers continued to wave and shouted at the port. Eternal, the lord of exploration grounds, spanning for 1,000,000 miles and accommodating 1,000,000 passengers. The ship was refined by emperors and ancient gods, using imperial chaos stones only. It is as fast as an emperor and can handle attacks of this level as well. This is the only ship that can make it to remote wildland. Explore the timeless mysteries in this place. This is a regal luxury. The price is worth it. One guy in particular was especially loud. People could hear him from far away. Xueqi's chosen ship was actually eternal. The word, gigantic, was not enough to describe it. It was anchored at the very end of this port. Every other ship next to it seemed tiny in comparison. It was more accurate to call it a flying continent since its size was unbelievable. It wasn't an exaggeration when people say that it could accommodate 1 million. In fact, even more than 10 millions wasn't a problem. It looked just as big as Outer Realm City, so it could also be considered a flying world. While standing in front of it, people would find that the ship was actually made from a huge star. The makers added divine metals to this star and used an awesome technique to create it. Because it was made from a star, this behemoth actually had rolling hills and rivers on top since it was more than just a ship. It was a magnificent spectacle. Jilin Princess. Many cultivators recognized the princess at the port. In Pure, the princess was famous for both her cultivation and beauty. Many young cultivators wanted to chase her. Who is that? To be able to walk with the princess like that, are they a couple? Many talked about them walking together. Xueqi looked ordinary, so it became a strange scene when he was together with the princess. This attracted a lot of stares. Normally, only an imperial prince or successors of big sects could walk together with her. Thus, many people became curious when she was with such an unattractive man. A couple? More like an errand boy. A young fan of the princess became unhappy after hearing the previous statement. Doesn't look like an errand boy to me. Look at their intimate appearance. He could be her fiancé. Another quietly murmured. Stop spouting crap. How could an ugly junior like that become the princess' fiancé? Stop dreaming. Her fans naturally didn't like hearing this. The two of them boarded Eternal. Because the princess bought a VIP ticket, they had a peak all to themselves. There were beautiful landscapes everywhere on this ship. Xueqi's group actually had the tallest peak. While on top of this peak, one could see everything nearby. There was no way to describe this beautiful nature. People would be mistaken that they were still in Pure, not on a ship. After getting in the mansion here, Xueqi told the princess, "Rest well and meditate, a fierce battle might be coming." The princess nodded, but she also became curious. "Young noble, I heard remote wildland is unbelievably dangerous. Even a grand emperor with 11 wills had died there. Is this true?" She had only heard of legends about remote wildland. The thing that shocked her the most when she was a kid was the death of this grand emperor. She thought that emperors were invincible, and this one even had 11 wills. Their Nightfall immortal monarch had 11 wills and could threaten the 13 continents. Thus, one could see the looming danger if a similar existence had fallen here. It's true. Xueqi smiled. Emperors might be stronger, but there are even stronger beings. Dying in exploration grounds shouldn't be surprising, especially in remote wildland. Ordinary emperors wouldn't dare to say that they could enter and leave unscathed. Even stronger beings? The princess couldn't imagine this level of power. Everything is possible in exploration grounds. Even the high heaven doesn't have jurisdiction over this place, so no heavenly execution. Xueqi replied, "These are remnants of epochs, the things left behind after monumental changes and events, the only place that can shield the emperors from executions. There are no other places like it in this world." The princess pondered in silence after hearing this. Juniors like her couldn't quite understand the profundity behind the elusive nature of exploration grounds. Chapter 1856. Eternal embarked right on schedule with more than 10,000 experts on board. Because this was the only ship heading to remote wildland, its journey would span across all the known space of exploration grounds. It would also stop at places like Hope Corner and Imperial Change City. These are the top locations for adventurers, so many qualified cultivators wanted to ride this ship. Outside of its route, this ship was also the safest of them all. The earlier advertisement wasn't a lie. It was indeed created by emperors and ancient gods, so it could withstand a similar level of assault. Moreover, no one dared to have any ideas about Eternal. There were professional robbers in exploration grounds, but they were smart enough to not mess with this ship. Rumor has it that several emperors and ancient gods were joint owners of the ship. This was their transportation method in the area. The captain of the ship declared to the guests that as long as they were on the ship, it would safely let them travel through exploration grounds and bring them back without a single injury. This safety made many cultivators treat it as a spectating vessel. They didn't venture outside and only stay on the ship to check out the sceneries here. See you. As the ship was leaving, the passengers waved goodbye to their friends and family members. The people back at port continued to wave towards Eternal's departing figure for a long time. Because no one knew the result of adventuring in exploration grounds. This was a place where emperors have died. This might be the last time they could see their friends. Some of the passengers didn't want to leave, but the temptation of the adventure was too much to take. This flying continent had a frightening speed despite its size. This was indeed the velocity at the imperial level. Of course, in a stricter sense, it was still slower than emperors. Nevertheless, it was the fastest one in this space zone. In just half a day, it had entered exploration grounds. We have arrived at exploration grounds. Esteemed guests, please get ready. Without the right conditions, please don't cultivate on the ship and absorb chaos energy. These chaos energies have been refined after entering the ship, but we can't guarantee that they are the same as our chaos energy. If anyone forces the issue, chi deviation might occur. We do not take responsibility for this. The workers quickly reminded the guests. Look, exploration grounds. The first-timers were especially excited and rushed to the front of the deck. There was a thick fog ahead, lowering all visibility. Even the stars became dimmed in the sky. There were many strange scenes inside the fog. One could see something resembling clouds up above. It looked both tangible and illusory at the same time. There were black lands ahead as well. It gave the feeling of an abyss, as if the moment one stepped on it, they would fall down towards eternal damnation. Hidden nebulas were around too. They looked so far away, as if they were not part of this epic. They were shining to this place from an older epic, real yet so distant. These scenes gave the spectators a strange feeling. This looked to be a mix of reality and illusion. There was no way to tell real from fake. This resulted in a very creepy feeling. There could be fierce beasts and devils slumbering in exploration grounds. Approach closer and be devoured by them. The entire place was filled with chaos energy. Primordial chaos was everywhere, as if this was a world that has yet to be opened and expanded. However, experienced cultivators would find that the chaos energy here was different from the one outside. It had a black mist to it. Perhaps the energy here had changed after the long passage of time. Such thick energy. Wouldn't training here have an amazing effect? A youth excitedly said after seeing the thick layers of chaos energy. It was even denser than the ancestral grounds of imperial lineages. Silly boy, you can't train with the chaos energy here. His junior shook his head. Even the chaos energy that had been purified by the ship won't do either. It's not suitable for cultivation. Anyone who does it for a long time would be affected. The speed might be fast, but some problems remain. A light case would be chi deviation. A serious case would be death. Why? The junior didn't understand. No one knows the exact reason. Rumor has it that this chaos energy doesn't belong to our epoch. It was abandoned and ruined by destruction and corrosion, not full of life like ours. The senior slowly explained. Splash. Loud splashes resounded as Eternal moved forward and slammed into these large waves. The first-timers were curious and wanted to see what was going on. They saw that Eternal was flying on an ocean. Of course, this was not a regular ocean, since it consisted of broken stardusts. It looked like these stars had been crushed numerous times, even more broken than sands. These broken pieces were actually flowing like just sea water. Thus, they came together to form an ocean of glimmering stardusts. Alas, this was an appearance only. The specks were indeed shining like starry lights, but they also had an ancient golden glow. It resembled the passage of time, the afterglow of yesterday. When a person continued to look at these flashing glimmers, they would eventually see illusions. Before one knows it, they would find themselves in a different world. Look, an immortal beast was right there. Glance over a different direction and one would see several incredible scenes of war. These illusions inside the ocean looked like the flipping of pages in a historical scroll. Stop looking at the water or you won't be able to get out. A junior was immersed in these scenes, but his senior dragged him away immediately. He warned, "This is a broken river of time. You'll never finish staring. After a long while, your soul will be lost in there and never return." The junior felt cold sweat all over his body after hearing the warning and understand the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Xueqi has been meditating and absorbing chaos energy after the ship left the port. Chaos energy flowed into him like rivers from all directions. They were absorbed into his palaces as if he was an insatiable whale devouring all the energy. He had more than 1,000 units of chaos energy, allowing him to jump from Dao insect to Dao serpent. As chaos energy gathered in his palaces, all 13 lit up with a buzzing sound. In the 13 continents, a Dao serpent was nothing. There were too many to count. However, this was also a very important realm since it was the first palace opening, a crucial beginning for cultivation. Everyone was born with one fate palace. At Dao Serpent, they would be able to open more palaces. The cultivation system of the 9 worlds was similar to the 10th. As long as cultivators could reach Dao Sovereign, they would have 3 chances of opening fate palaces. The number of palaces opened during Dao Serpent was predicated on one's talents, power, and Dao Heart, ranging from 1 to 4. The strong could open 3 to 4 while the weak was limited with 1. The latter case meant that their talents were simply insufficient. Of course, if one couldn't open any palace, it showed a natural deficiency. This type of cultivator would have limited success in the future. Chapter 1857. At this time, Xueqi already had 13 palaces, so this was already the extreme. Opening one more was no longer possible. At the very least, no one had gone as far as him, so if he wanted to break his own record, the difficulty would be prohibitive. Though there was no way to open a new 14th palace, Xueqi's dimmed palaces had begun to recover. The mysteries of the palaces began to derive themselves again. The number of palaces was very beneficial for him since it allowed for a large-scale absorption of chaos energy. The chaos energies in exploration ground weren't suitable for cultivation. Eternal was a mighty ship with a magnificent purifying formation, capable of refining the chaos energies in exploration ground. However, the resulting strands still weren't right for the majority of cultivators. Taking in a little amount was fine, but too much intake could result in many problems, even chi deviation. Xueqi was absorbing energy like a whale but remained untouched. This was partly due to the mortal reversion art's powerful refinement process, but more importantly, the 13 palaces. They could jump out of all restraints since they had the ultimate profundities. They were strong enough to purify these energies without any effort. The energy was not different from the one outside at all. At the same time, he didn't need to crazily absorb the energy here as part of a special and sped-up training regiment. He simply wanted to test the power of his palaces, to see if they could escape all shackles within exploration grounds. After multiple attempts, he was very pleased with the palace's magical properties. They were truly freed from any restraining laws. Thus, outside of his Dao heart, the 13 palaces were more precious than any treasure or merit law. It allowed him to have unlimited possibilities. In the end, he recalled his palaces and stopped absorbing chaos energy. He slowly opened his eyes that were like 2 windows connected to the highest location in the world. It was as if they could illuminate and peer into all crevices of the world. In this blink of an eye, he was no longer Xueqi. The high heaven he was, the ruler of all. No secrets and profundities could elude his gaze. Heaven Seer, the name given by Xueqi to this particular technique. When he used his eyes, he could see all things just like the high heaven. Immortal Emperor Muzhua gave Xueqi a yellow piece of paper. It contained the emperor's knowledge and epiphany on the high heaven. Xueqi, with the help of his wisdom and experience, derived the emperor's knowledge into this amazing technique. The scene in his eyes changed continuously, from a majestic divine mountain to a stately clan, then another mysterious location. It was as if he could see any location in the 13 continents as long as his eyes were open. After more change of sceneries, he finally recalled his gaze and his eyes assumed their original appearance. He smiled and said, "I want to test its power eventually." Next, he took out an item and placed it on a table. This thing was completely black as if it had been burned before. It was the item from the upper sphere belonging to the Jilin clan. His heart became heavy while looking at it. Others weren't aware of its origin, but he was clear. It came from the place of the ultimate expedition, so, in a certain sense, it didn't belong to this world. Items would always fall down after each expedition. After all, there were so many emperors fighting together, so that level of power was extraordinary. Plus, they came fully prepared as well. Even if it was an unsuccessful attempt, they would still be able to do some damage. Thus, items would certainly fall down at that world's end. Li Qie took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes again while placing both hands on the item. Buzz, his 13 palaces appeared and exuded a vibrant light. They crazily derived all the mysteries of the world, including boundless laws and orders. In the end, numerous symbols were formed that became laws as large as the ocean with incredible speed. Strands of chaos energies hovered around Li Qie's palms as if they had their own consciousness before drilling into the item from the outer sphere. There was nothing out of the ordinary after they came in. It took a long time before a crackle came about. Next, the scorched item was opened with a scene resembling petals opening from a black lotus. A gentle breeze came by and the outer layer of the item instantly dried up and scattered away, leaving one thing left with radiating brilliance. These items from the outer sphere were also called items of the high heaven. For example, Divine Palace High God's Limit Severer. He spent 100,000 years just to obtain the weapon and another 100,000 years to open it. The same period of time was required for research and comprehension. Ultimately, a high god with 10 palaces required 300,000 years before completing a broken half-scroll. Of course, he was no match for Li Qie. It wasn't only due to the latter possessing matchless experience. More importantly, he had the peerless 13 palaces that were above all shackles. Thus, it was able to open this outer layer in the shortest time. Li Qie's eyes narrowed while staring at this bright item. It wasn't overly dazzling, but it was difficult to look through the light. Li Qie's gaze became profound with an extraordinary calmness. The focus of this gaze could tear apart the primordial chaos. It took a lot of effort before he could see the item inside. It resembled a pebble but certainly wasn't one. There were faint markings on the surface, even older than time and the heaven and earth. It came upon inception, not from external causes. Li Qie's eyes ached from a long exposure, so he had no choice but to withdraw his gaze. He began to touch and feel its rhythm. In the end, he gently sighed and said, "It makes sense why this item flew back to the Jilin clan. Items that fell down from the high heaven didn't have special appearances. Its eventual form was decided by its first master, the person that understood it the most. Just like Limit Severer, it wasn't a crescent saber at first. However, during the researching process, the high god decided that it would become an ultimate saber. The old man's Limit Severer is only a broken piece compared to the item from the war god temple. But that item is only scrap compared to this." Li Qie tapped the thing and said with forlorn. During this type of military campaign, more than just one or two items were dropped down. The majority was incomplete and broken. However, this particular one was perfect and essential. Thus, its value was shocking. It wasn't a coincidence that it flew back to the Jilin. This was part of a plan. The items that fell down scattered all over the place. They were rare enough and fewer people actually managed to find them. Like immortal monarch Jilin had said, it was waiting for the fateful who turned out to be Li Qie. He put it away and gently sighed. "I hope this came from the war. If not, then maybe the epic will change from now on." During the final battle, something strange and unknown might even escape into the 13 continents. That would bring about a disaster to the land. This was the home to the 100 races as well. If something were to attack the place, the 100 races would suffer just like the 3 races. For example, the ancient Ming brought the flame of war to the entire place. Even one lineage with 9 emperors turned to ashes back then. If something like that were to happen in this generation, mournful wails would be everywhere. This was much more terrorizing than any war. Thus, it made sense for World Emperor and the others to seal the place. It wasn't only to scheme against Li Qie. They did saw signs of strange phenomena, so all the emperors, including the ones from the 9 worlds, made this decision. Of course, they weren't aware that these strange phenomena appearing in this generation were caused by Xueqi himself. Chapter 1858. Eternal continued forward while Xueqi had gotten bored of staying at this peak for too long. He decided to go for a walk with the Jilin princess. There were spectating platforms on the ship. One could drink fine wine and taste delicious dishes while watching the waves hit the ship. It was a fun event basking in the special breeze from the oceans in exploration grounds. The two of them were sitting in the VIP section to look at the sceneries. They ate the finest meals from the ship and enjoyed the breeze. Xueqi was very familiar with this sea breeze. Time continued to flow and the world kept on changing. However, exploration grounds remained the same. The princess was a supreme beauty and should be in the top 3 of pure. Thus, many people recognized her due to her fame. Having someone like her as company was an enviable matter. Because of this, Xueqi attracted a lot of attention. People didn't know why someone so ordinary could earn the favor of the princess. She even listened and catered to all of his whims. This incited a flame of jealousy in all the men nearby. The gazes became unfriendlier by the moment. Numerous people wanted to tear Xueqi to pieces. Boom! Boom! Bolts of lightning suddenly crossed through the sky, issuing loud explosions. To your position. We're crossing a lightning field. The ship's captain shouted. Rumble! The ship was now crossing through an ocean of lightning instead of time. It was still as bright before with flashing glimmers. Below the ocean were erratic, thick lightning bolts that could be mistaken for dragons. When Eternal got deeper into this region, a gigantic tsunami of weaving lightning bolts rushed for the ship. It looked just like fireworks spreading on the night sky. Buzz! Steel walls were erected all around the ships. They were part of a powerful formation. The bolts were led around through the formation and became an electrical network that eventually entered a translucent bottle. This bottle was refined by an incredible person. After all the lightning came inside, they were instantly refined and turned into a liquid drop of the thunder affinity. Boom! Boom! Eternal soared through this area without any trepidation. The tsunamis of lightning were all refined into liquid drops inside the bottle. The first-timers on deck were astonished and became lost in the scene. Everyone felt at ease after seeing the powerful ship. It was able to run through this lightning field without a problem. There was no need to worry about any potential problems ahead. Enjoying wine under the sea breeze while watching the flashing lightning in the night sky was actually very romantic. Xueqi nodded approvingly and said, "It's really a good ship. Only emperors can create something like this. The captain is quite discerning as well to purposely pick this route and collect some thunder liquid. That's just more profit. I heard this ship has an amazing origin. The emperors created it. They're the real owners." Jilin princess added, "I wonder which ones they are." Xueqi only chuckled. He could tell who the creator was after seeing the particular methods and craftsmanship. Eternal was indeed stirring. His roaring conch was strong and large enough, but it still had a way to go compared to this ship. While the two of them were enjoying their time, a gallant youth came over. He had a proud stature with an oppressive momentum. Chaos energy erupted from his body while his every gesture were domineering. This was clearly an expert at the Tao Celestial level. In fact, this youth had been eyeing Xueqi for a long time now. He finally came over after being provoked by the two's intimacy. He bowed towards the princess in a respectful manner. "Your Highness, long time no see." The princess slightly nodded. "Young noble Xueqi, long time no see." "Oh no, Your Highness. You are too kind, but this puts me in a difficult position. Please just call me Little Feng." The youth hurriedly replied. The princess only nodded again without any change of expression. The youth continued, "Your Highness, my master is also on board, but he is cultivating right now. May I ask when you are free? My master wishes to talk about the Tao with you." Qin Bailey is also here. Some experts nearby took a deep breath after hearing this. "I'll meet Brother Qin when there's an opportunity," the princess calmly said. The youth was a bit lost after seeing her expression. His eyes fell on Xueqi and still spoke with a respectful attitude. "My name is Xueqi of Heaven Searching. May I ask for your name?" "Only a no-name junior, not worth mentioning." Xueqi leisurely smiled and said, "Qin Bailey's disciple, Xueqi." Those who have heard of Feng Yi's name before were startled. Qin Bailey was very famous in Pure. He was on the same level as Jin Gu despite being defeated eventually. This didn't deter his prestige. He came from Heaven Searching, a sect with 4 immortal monarchs and immense resources. Moreover, their progenitor, Heaven Searching Immortal Monarch, was the first monarch of the 100 races. Therefore one could easily imagine how powerful this sect was. Qin Bailey is amazing indeed. Even his disciple has more than 60 million chaos units. Just how strong is he then? An expert from the last generation could gauge Feng Yi's power and murmur in shock. Feng Yi slightly raised his brow after seeing Li Qia's nonchalant answer. Very few in Pure could stay calm after hearing the name of his sect. Sir, you are surely an amazing man. I am always looking to learn, regardless of the sources. I wish to talk with you so we can study the Grand Tao further. Feng Yi said. Li Qia couldn't help but smile after seeing the youth's demeanor. He looked at him and asked, "Your master likes Menjing?" The princess became a bit awkward and wanted to speak. However, he gently waved his sleeve so she stayed quiet. My master and her highness is a perfect match created by the heaven and earth, Feng Yi confidently said without hiding. So it turned out that Feng Yi wanted to step up for his master. In the past, Heaven Searching wanted to be in-laws with the Jilin clan. Both powers were from the 100 races. Qin Bailey was a supreme genius while the princess also possessed an extraordinary gift. A perfect match indeed. However, the Jilin wanted the princess to inherit their Dao legacy, so this proposal was unsuccessful. Nevertheless, Feng Yi believed that only someone like his master was worthy of the princess. Alas, his master focused on cultivation without caring about romance. This made him very restless. He naturally hoped that his master could win her hand in marriage one day, or at least try to court her. Now the two met again on Eternal, but his master didn't try to pursue her again, and this Li Qia was with her. Moreover, their relationship wasn't simple, judging by their actions. Because of this, Feng Yi wanted to separate the pair for the sake of his master. The princess frowned after hearing this, but because of Li Qia's gesture earlier, she didn't bother to correct him. This marriage thing was only a proposal from Heaven Searching. You're a good disciple, thinking for your master. Li Qia didn't become angry at all. Sir, my master has a love for talents and always want to learn from the heroes of the world. Alas, he is cultivating right now. I might be a worthless disciple, but I still want to talk about the Tao with you in my master's stead. What say you? Feng Yi slowly asked. He wanted to defeat Li Qia so that the guy would give up after realizing that only his master was worthy of a girl like the princess. Chapter 1859. Challenging me? Li Qia couldn't help but smile. Looks like this is beyond my control. You won't give up even if I don't accept the challenge. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this challenge. This was Feng Yi not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth, thinking that Li Qia was easily bullied. Messing with an overlord trekking through the world was suicidal. At this moment, even their clan's strongest high god wouldn't dare to challenge Li Qia. Moreover, he had even sent an order to all cultivators under Jilin, forbidding them from talking about Li Qia. He was afraid of the disciples not keeping their mouth shut and talk about a taboo subject. It could bring about a disaster to their clan. So now, the princess didn't want to say anything to stop the challenge. Only after witnessing Li Qia's terror would these ignorant juniors realize the monster they are facing. Feng Yi stood proudly and spoke with a dignified demeanor. I won't force you if you don't want to. Perhaps my Tao is too weak and can't get into your sight. However, I'm sure you are better than that, looking down on people and all. No one ordinary can walk side by side with Her Highness. A bit interesting. Li Qia smiled in response. If I'm not someone ordinary, why do you still dare to challenge me? Or you not afraid of being annihilated? Cultivators challenge the impossible, Feng Yi said with a great momentum. Plus, one must try before giving up. My master taught me that those who fear adversity won't accomplish anything. I have cultivated for several decades, so I'm a little confident. Thus, I'm willing to try regardless of how powerful you may be, sir. Feng Yi was indeed trying to make it difficult for Li Qia, but his words were straightforward and reasonable. Humph, cease your holier-than-thou attitude. Think you're so good because you're from an imperial lineage? A snort of derision came about. Others have to accept your challenges? I guess that's how the people from the great powers act, thinking that they're superior and others must listen to them. Another youth came over, dressed in a yellow outfit with a tall crest. He was very handsome with a fair complexion, just like a pretty boy. The cultivators on the spectating platform quietly agreed, especially the vagrant cultivators who were his acquaintances. One of them supported, "Brother Xueqi, you're so right. Tame dragon child, don't interfere with my business." Fengyi glared at him and said. People took a deep breath after hearing this title. Tame dragon child, Zhu Xueqi, was another excellent young genius. He was relatively famous in Pure, just like Fengyi. Despite being called child, he was no longer young and was much older than Fengyi and even Fengyi's master, Qin Bailey. So what if I interfere? Tame dragon child came over and sneered. Fengyi, you think I am afraid of you? I hate disciples from imperial lineages like you the most, thinking that you're the best and relying on your background to bully others. If you want to fight, let's go. Some vagrant cultivators subtly gave Tame Dragon a thumbs up after hearing this. The two of them are both Dao Celestials with 60 million chaos units. No wonder why Tame Dragon Child isn't afraid of Fengyi. An older expert glanced at the newcomer and speculated. An inexperienced, young cultivator couldn't help but ask his senior. Fengyi comes from heaven searching on top of being Bailey's disciple, but this Tame Dragon Child still dares to provoke him? Isn't that insane? It's because Tame Dragon Child's master is Tame Dragon High God, a being with 11 totems. This high god might be a vagrant cultivator, but he is very mighty on top of being quite merciless. He did many brutal things when he was young, especially murders. The senior didn't wish to dwell on this taboo topic. A confrontation was heating up. Despite Tame Dragon Child's aggressiveness, Fengyi was not afraid of him. He smiled coldly in response. I'm ready to fight if you want to. Just pick the place and time later, but right now, stand to the side and stop interfering my conversation with this gentleman. Fengyi had no need to be polite since Tame Dragon Child wasn't holding back. He wasn't easily bullied either. I love opposing with arrogant people from big sects like you the most. Tame Dragon Child retorted before cupping his fist at Lichia. Brother, my name is Zhu Xueqi while people refer to me as Tame Dragon Child. You can come and find me whenever you have a problem. Especially if some jerks from a big sect want to mess with you. I'll take care of them. The guy looked quite valorous and righteous with this statement. Brother Xueqi, you're our role model. His friends and weaker cultivators couldn't help but praise. Even if some didn't dare to say it out loud, they still gave him a discreet thumbs up. Thanks. Lichia simply smiled back. He had seen all types of people before, so this development didn't surprise him in the slightest. Take note, we are entering the center of the lightning field. Passengers, please do not leave the ship right now. The captain shouted. Boom, boom. Lightning bolts frantically oozed out of the ocean just like dancing serpents. They rushed for the ship as if wanting to tear it to pieces. This torrential wave of lightning scared everyone. Fortunately, the defense of Eternal led the crazy bolts into the formation and turned them into liquid form. Eternal had proven itself as the safest ship again to the relief of the passengers. I hope to have a discussion with you in the future. Fengyi knew that this was over because of Tame Dragon Child's involvement. Your Highness, please forgive me for bothering you. He remained polite and gave off a righteous air. Right when Fengyi wanted to leave, Lichia smiled and said, Wait a minute now, no need to leave since you're already here. Didn't you say that you want to have a discussion with me? Very well, I'm in the mood today. How do you want to do this? Lichia had experienced countless provocations, but someone standing up for his master was quite rare. Moreover, Fengyi's manner in doing so was interesting as well. Fengyi was surprised to hear this. He assumed that Lichia didn't want to accept the challenge earlier, so now, he became excited with glimmers in his eyes and stood up straight like a pole withstanding the powerful gales. So you are interested then? The excited youth said, What kind of match do you want to have? A Dao discussion, a chess match, or a duel? The princess was feeling quite bad after seeing the youth's bright spirit. He didn't know that a beast was opening its bloody jaw, waiting for him to jump inside. Both literary and military challenges are fine. I'm an easygoing person. You pick and I'll indulge it. Lichia smiled freely. Very well. You are quite decisive, sir. Just the way I like it. Fengyi looked up and saw the lightning ocean. He smiled and said, Are you interested in following me into this ocean and take a stroll through the lightning currents? This made the spectators look over at the ocean. They saw lightning bolts crazily rampaging the place, wanting to tear apart the world. They took a deep breath and thought that jumping into this ocean right now was courting death. Lichia glanced at the ocean and chuckled. If you don't think that it's a good idea, we can try something else. Fengyi said after seeing a lack of response. Lichia smiled and said, looks like you are completely confident. You think you can make it through this lightning field? Not quite, around 60%. Fengyi said with a natural demeanor. Nothing is certain in this world. Anyone who wants such a safety net will never be able to start anything. 60% is enough for me. His voice became fierce at this moment. Only 60? You might die in there then. Lichia gently shook his head. He was speaking the truth. Then I can only blame my lack of skills. Fengyi laughed and said, your cultivation is clearly lower than mine. Thus, I have a great advantage in this particular challenge. If I don't dare to take this risk, how can I have the face to be representing my master? Fengyi sounded arrogant and fierce, but which youth wasn't? Someone young like him should attempt crazy things like this. 1. Just one of those words in titles like Dao Child. Doesn't make a lot of sense in the translation. Chapter 1860. Lichia saw the aggressiveness in Fengyi and smiled. Looks like you really love your master and will do anything for him. Fengyi replied, I was an orphan. Master gave me everything I have today, so I ought to help him. Fine, if you are interested in doing this, I'll join you. Just a trip there is no problem. Lichia was unperturbed by the challenge. How decisive. Fengyi said with excitement. Looks like there's something special about you that I can't compare to. Lichia glanced at Tame Dragon Child and leisurely asked, you want to go too? The more, the merrier. Tame Dragon Child was startled and instinctively looked at the dancing lightning bolts in the ocean. Fengyi took this opportunity and challenged Tame Dragon Child with a cold smile as well. Tame Dragon, we'll do a bet too if you want, the three of us. Whoever can last longest in this lighting field will be the winner. Tame Dragon Child withdrew his gaze and said, Fengyi, no need to try this, I'm not afraid of you. However, I don't want to steal this gentleman's thunder, so I won't involve myself with your bet so that you won't lose too badly. If you can survive after your match, then we can pick another time to fight. Tame Dragon Child turned to Lichia and cupped his fist. You are indeed exceptional with such decisiveness. First, I hope that you will be victorious to suppress Heaven Searching's arrogance. Humph, let them know that they can't act so imperious just because they have a strong background. Yes. Lichia smiled and nodded his head. Very well, I won't force you either. We'll settle our score in the future. Fengyi didn't bother messing with Tame Dragon Child. I'll be waiting. Tame Dragon Child snorted. We'll see just how much you have learned from your sex imperial arts. Fengyi ignored him and gestured at Lichia. Sir, this way. Lichia stood up and went to the edge of the ship while Fengyi bowed at the princess. Your Highness, excuse me now. He then followed Lichia to the side. Tame Dragon Child began cheering. Let's do it. Down with Heaven Searching. I will wait and cheer until you return triumphantly. Lichia smiled and looked at the lightning field. Let's get started. Before they could begin, the captain loudly stated, the ship is not responsible for the lives of those who leave. Of course, these two didn't ask for Eternal to take responsibility. Fengyi cupped his fist towards Lichia. Sir, I do not know my own limits and will be going first. Let us meet over there. With that, he rushed out with the momentum of a dragon and might of a tiger towards the lightning field with an amazing speed. Eternal was quite fast and was praised for having an imperial level of speed. It slowed down in this lightning field but still maintained a frightening speed. However, Fengyi soared through the sky at a faster pace than the ship. It couldn't catch up to him. Damn. Even those who didn't like him couldn't help giving him some respect. Everyone saw the power of this lightning field, but he dared to rush before the ship into the field. Just his courage alone was commendable enough. A big shot recognized the movement technique Fengyi used and said, Dragon Path. This is an amazing art created by Heaven-Searching Immortal Monarch. Rumor has it that the monarch could have a speed above a true dragon with this art. Fengyi must have grasped its fundamentals to have this speed. Even those who weren't aware of this art could appreciate the high-level movement technique Feng Yi was using because he was able to go faster than Eternal. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts as large as mountains assaulted him. Each bolt could destroy an entire zone or turn many experts to ashes. Activate! Feng Yi was not afraid at all and crazily roared. All of his chaos energies erupted with divine laws in the form of chains coming out. They weaved together to form a golden armor on his body. Golden, feathery wings spreaded from the armor. They looked like the protection of an immortal monarch, glowing with a world-creating light. Boom! The wings and the imperial glow stopped the lightning onslaught. After his brilliant wings stopped the bolts, he increased his speed even more to get deeper into the lightning field. Golden winged armor. A formidable defensive art. That's an imperial lineage for you. He's only using imperial techniques. A big shot from the last generation became envious. Heaven's Xueqi had 4 immortal monarchs. This was a top lineage in pure. It had many imperial arts. Of course, Feng Yi's talents played a big part since Heaven's Xueqi wouldn't carelessly pass these arts down to just anyone. After seeing Feng Yi leaving without looking back, people shifted their attention toward Liqia. They were curious about his method of entry. They felt that with his cultivation, jumping into the lightning field might end with him being turned to ashes. Liqia only smiled at the stairs. He took one step to leave Eternal and disappeared completely. In the next second, he was within the lighting field. With another step, he was even farther away. Each step was very casual, almost like a stroll. However, he made great distance with each one, resulting in a speed even faster than Feng Yi. Boom, boom, boom. The bolts didn't hesitate on attacking this second intruder. Liqia didn't bother to look at them and open one palace. This palace was full of chaos energy as if it wanted to open a new world. Buzz! All the bolts were stopped by the palace and disappeared inside. What the hell is that movement technique? The shocked crowd murmured after seeing that Liqia was even faster than Feng Yi's dragon path. That's not a movement technique. An older character saw the clues and shook his head. This is spatial manipulation. He can freely cross through space. It's not an exaggeration to say that distance is meaningless to him. This fellow was discerning enough. Even though he couldn't see that it was manipulation via the space scripture, he could still see the nature of Liqia's movement. That's unreal. A palace that can stop these bolts? Just how tough is it? A different expert was startled by this sight. Everyone knew that cultivators were scared of things resembling the heavenly execution the most. Though these lightning bolts were not part of one, they were still power belonging to the heaven and earth. Once they did damage, recovery was quite difficult. But now, Liqia used his fate palace to stop the bolt. It was simply unimaginable in the mind of the spectators. For cultivators, the palaces were too precious. They would rather block the bolts with their own body before exposing their palaces. A destroyed body can be rebuilt again, but it was game over if the palaces were destroyed. Who the hell is this brat, daring to enter the lightning field to challenge Feng Yi with only a Dao serpent cultivation? That's too much. Someone who didn't know Liqia commented. Looks like you're behind on current events. A guy who knew him said, that's fiercest. Of course he'll be ferocious and lawless to a devilish level. He's the one who flattened the Donggong clan and smashed Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord into meat paste. What, he did all of that? The guy is really out of control then, so fierce. The people who have just heard about him gasped. That's nothing. He killed Jilin disciples inside the clan but nothing happened. The clan still treated him like a VIP. Look, didn't you see earlier too? Jilin Princess does whatever he wants. Maybe he'll even become the Jilin's son-in-law. He's not ferocious for no reasons. His skills can back it up. The guy continued. Chapter 1861. The cultivators who were seeing Liqia for the first time were shocked with disbelief. How can he only be a Dao serpent when he's so fierce? Is he hiding his true power? Who knows? If he dares to call himself fiercest, it's easy to imagine how tough he is. It's not easy being the number one in any category. But anyway, he's an aberration who isn't afraid of anyone, no, isn't afraid of killing anyone. No one knows his identity either. Someone else said, a storm will brew across the 13 continents because of this guy. Meanwhile, Lichie was strolling through the lightning field. Each step was another world, so he quickly caught up to Feng Yi. Feng Yi was unconvinced and exerted his vitality to the limit. In the blink of an eye, an immortal light erupted around his body. The rays shot to the sky and the space around him suddenly trembled. His speed crazily increased just like a meteor. A sizable gap was created between the two. Lichie simply smiled and continued walking across this perilous region. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning bolts frantically tried to interrupt his stroll. Even the word torrential wasn't enough to describe it. They seemed to have an unspeakable hatred towards him, unceasing until his death. But despite their crazy onslaught, his palace managed to stop everything. His position became the gathering place for lightning, much more than Feng Yi. He was entering a more concentrated area where the bolts coiled around him like vines, wishing to drown him. Something's not right. No, his palace isn't stopping the palace, it's actually devouring the power in this field, turning it into his own. A big shot from the last generation was startled. The other knowledgeable big shots began to get some clues. From the beginning, they thought that the palace acted as a shield, but this didn't seem to be the case any longer. I see, so the lightning field has lost control. He's devouring everything. Another expert murmured in a daze. Looks like fewer bolts are hitting us. Others began to notice the strange phenomenon as well. Eternal was still flying, but the waves clearly had fewer bolts than before. The majority was being taken by Lichie. Damn, this brat is bizarre, to actively steal the bolts in exploration grounds. The ones here are so much more terrorizing than the lightning outside. One cultivator took a deep breath. In a short time, many people became scared. The flesh couldn't handle these bolts. But now, Lichie was actually absorbing them, to the crowd's horror. Of course, they didn't know that Lichie had a supreme item inside the 4 images of his palace, the ancient void rune. It could even withstand a heavenly tribulation and absorb it, let alone these trivial lightning bolts. It was an easy meal. He didn't require energy since he was able to manipulate space. This wasn't the case for Feng Yi. After utilizing his movement technique to the extreme to rush forward, he was burning vitality and chaos energy at a rapid rate. Despite increasing the distance between him and Lichie, this wouldn't last much longer. Boom, boom, boom. The bolts around Lichie only increased. He had become a lightning rod, taking everything in nearby. Oh God, is he insane? The experts on Eternal were amazed. Looking from afar, Lichie was completely engulfed in bolts as if he was made out of them. Lightning was coursing and flashing through his body. Jilin Princess shook her head and smiled wryly. This was only child's play for an overlord like Lichie. This whole competition was a whimsical desire. Someone of Feng Yi's level couldn't get into his sight. Boom! The bolts hitting him started to change. Now they carried a purple glow. They didn't look as blinding as before. In fact, this looked much more beautiful. Not good. The field is angry because he's stealing from its source. This will be a lightning tribulation now. A big shot from the last generation changed his expression. At this moment, the strolling Lichie had caught up to Feng Yi and was walking side by side with him. He looked at the youth drenched in sweat and chuckled. A tribulation is coming. It's not too late to give up and escape, or you'll lose the chance to later. Feng Yi was shocked to see Lichie still strolling leisurely. He felt that the guy was too unreal, capable of doing this with a meager amount of chaos energy. It looked just like black magic. I won't give up so easily without reaching the end. Despite his depleting vitality, Feng Yi still wouldn't yield. If you choose to be stubborn, I can't help you then. Run now, as fast as possible. The tribulation is coming. Whether you make it out alive is up to your own fortune. Lichie smiled and said, "Let's go." Feng Yi roared as his vitality and chaos energy crazily rolled out like a broken dam. Despite knowing that he had lost, he didn't want to surrender. He would rather go all out in reckless abandon, so he released all of his energy. This was a potentially fatal move. Even if he could reach the end of the field, it would leave behind lasting damages. It wasn't just about depleting chaos energy any longer. Boom! The new surge in speed created a new separation between the two. Bang! In this exact moment, all the lightning bolts exploded with rumbling blasts. An immense wave of bolts rose from the ocean, full of a purple shade. This torrential force could destroy everything in this world without slowing down. Not good. Everyone on Eternal was scared out of their mind. The new flood of purple lightning rushed for Li Qie with an unstoppable momentum. Damn! Feng Yi was aghast and took out multiple treasures. Even though there was a sizable distance between him and Li Qie, all of the lightning below the field was forced out, so even his area wasn't safe. There was no dodging for him since he was within the radius. Activate! All of his treasures became resplendent in order to build the strongest defense. Rumble! This was a disastrous flood of power, resulting in deafening detonations. Feng Yi's layers of defense were useless. They broke down like dried branches. He utilized his imperial arts instead, but they were not enough either. The lightning flood shattered his laws instantly. The bolts made contact with his body, causing smoke to come out. He could be rendered to ashes at any moment. No! Feng Yi panicked since there was nothing else he could do but watch the flood come for him. He was certain of his demise. It would be a death without a body left behind. It's over. The experts on Eternal were sure that he was done for as well. Chapter 1862. Activate. A roar shocked the myriad realm with the might of a god and an impetus that could break the firmaments. While Feng Yi was waiting for death, a roaring figure with a purple shade appeared next to him and spread out his palm. Boom! It created 3,000 worlds and stopped the attacking flood. Come! In this split second, the purple figure carried Feng Yi and crossed through space to escape the cataclysmic radius. Boom! The flood broke through the 3,000 worlds and crazily rushed for Li Qie. Rumble! At this moment, all channels gathered into one, the most terrorizing flood of lightning in the world. It looked like an all-destroying calamity was descending down on Li Qie. The entire lightning field trembled before the coming of the flood and was on the verge of destruction. Even Eternal stopped, not daring to come forward in order to avoid the lightning. It didn't matter how strong its defensive barrier was. The consequence was unimaginable once caught in the flood. Come! Li Qie was unperturbed and smiled. Buzz! His palace was ready to face the incoming disaster. Rumble! Loud explosions echoed in the sky. The flood was devoured by the palace and forced inside. The ancient void rune on the Pillar of Life had started working. It had turned into a boundless world to receive and refine the bolts. As time passed, there were less lightning bolts in the ocean. Eventually, only tiny strands were left in the lightning field. In the end, all the bolts were devoured. One couldn't find a trace of lightning in this so-called lightning field. There were only the occasional flashes of thunder left. The devouring process happened in a short period. The torrential lightning field turned into a frightening serenity like a dead zone. Everyone was aghast at this sight. He made lightning bolts into a meal. Surely, some people thought that he was actually a lightning eater. When people regained their sanity, they found Feng Yi had been brought back to Eternal by someone. His savior was a man that wasn't that much older than Feng Yi. He wore a purple robe and had a haze around him. He was ancient in appearance. Ancient was a strange word to describe someone, but there was no other way to envision him outside of this word. It was as if he came from an ancient era, carrying its time-worn atmosphere. The surrounding haze made him look like an old immortal. He was as majestic as a mountain. Being beaten by the long years didn't bend his proud stature. Nothing could wear down his appearance. Qin Bailey. Someone recognized him and shouted in astonishment. Even those who didn't recognize him knew of his name and gasped in response. It's Sect Master Qin. Members of the crowd quietly reminded. Qin Bailey was a resounding name in Pure. He was even more famous than Jin Gu in the past. He was once the ultimate genius of this generation. He came from heaven searching and rose to prominence with an unprecedented speed. People thought that he was the most likely to become an emperor from the 100 races. Unfortunately, Jin Gu was even more exceptional. A fight between the two was inevitable and Qin Bailey lost despite debuting earlier. In just one night, Jin Gu became famous and took Qin Bailey's spotlight. Bailey rarely appeared from then on. Some believed that he was mentally shaken by the loss. Others said that he was cultivating in seclusion. Nevertheless, his prestige was still strong despite losing. After all, he had experienced many battles and his power was recognized by people. Is he a god now? Even top experts with 80 million chaos units couldn't see through Qin Bailey. He was unfathomable like an abyss, as if he had jumped out of the Tao celestial realm. He didn't shoulder a heaven's will to become an emperor, so godhood was the only explanation. In the present, he was extremely strong and acting as the sect master of heaven, searching with full authority. If the elders gave him full authority at his age, it meant that they valued and trusted him. The guy was capable enough to take on this responsibility. Keep in mind that heaven searching had 4 emperors. This place was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, yet he was still the chosen one. The ancestors surely had great confidence in him. Qin Bailey has come into being again. Does he want to challenge Jean Gur? Someone murmured. He rarely showed up after the defeat, so it made minds wander. Master, I was useless and have harmed your reputation. Feng Yi bowed in shame after seeing his master. Qin Bailey frowned and shouted, your reckless action has harmed the prestige of the sect. My reputation is trivial in comparison. I understand. Feng Yi didn't dare to retort. Feng Yi was a big shot in pure, but he looked like a child before Qin Bailey. My disciple was thoughtless and acted without permission. Please forgive us for bothering you, Your Highness. Bailey apologized to Jilin Princess. Dao brother, you are too polite. It is only a trivial problem. No need to worry. The princess slightly shook her head. Bailey continued. My lousing teaching is quite embarrassing. Please don't laugh. At this time, Li Qie had returned. Bailey cupped his fist and said, fellow Taoist, you must be the famous Li Qie. Indeed. Li Qie looked at him and nodded. Bailey gently sighed and turned towards Feng Yi. You took unauthorized action. I shall take away 10 years of your cultivation. Apologize to fellow Taoist Li as well in order to regain our sect's prestige. Having said that, he pointed at the youth and took away 10 years' worth of training. I wholeheartedly accept. Feng Yi accepted the punishment without resisting. My disciple's arrogance conduct had offended you. I have punished him as an apology to you and Her Highness. Bai Li cupped his fist again at the other two and lamented. People shuddered after seeing this. He was both severe and just, quite a convincing fella. If it was any other imperial sect master, they would have chosen the side of their disciples with no regards for right or wrong. Even if the troublemakers were their disciples, they would try to win face back first. Justice didn't exactly matter. Dao brother, you are being too serious. The princess sighed but didn't interfere. Li Qie smiled and looked at Feng Yi. This person has a promising future. You can be considered lucky to have a disciple like him. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Bailey maintained his cordial tone. Goodbye for now. I will certainly discuss the Grand Tao with you over a nice tea in the future. Many became disappointed after Bailey left with his disciple. When he appeared, everyone thought that he would stand up for his disciple and fight Li Qie. Who would have thought that the guy was so magnanimous and took away Feng Yi's cultivation as an apology? This was quite admirable. After Bailey's appearance, the stalwart tame dragon child was nowhere to be found. Earlier, he was gallant with a stately temperament while looking down on imperial lineages. Of course, the guy ran so fast after Bailey came along. Actually decent in cultivation. Li Qie smiled and commented after Bailey left. Qin Bailey had an extraordinary attitude as well. Other imperial lineages wouldn't be able to accept such embarrassment. In their eyes, apologizing to an unknown junior was impossible, even more unbearable than chopping their head off. They would rather fight to the death than acknowledging their mistake. After all, they have never been afraid of anyone. Those who dared to oppose them would have miserable ends. They were always the last ones smiling. Feng Yi was Qin Bailey's favorite disciple, but Bailey didn't try to even the score. He even took away 10 years of cultivation from Bailey. This wasn't easy to do at all. 1. A beast that eats lightning. Chapter 1863. Jilin Princess agreed with Li Qie. Dao brother Qin was indeed the best genius in pure. Despite losing to Jin Gu, he had been quietly training so his cultivation soared. Rumor has it he had taken the path of the gods. His Dao heart is firm. Li Qie evaluated. As long as he keeps trying, his future will not necessarily be weaker than ordinary emperors as a god. Yes. He lost to Jin Gu when his fame was at the apex, but he didn't wallow in misery and give up. He continued to take one step at a time in cultivating. Even if he stops competing with Jin Gu for the heaven's will, he'll still become an amazing high god. The princess said. Heaven Searching and the Jilin clan were both sects of the 100 races, so they had a good relationship. The princess was knowledgeable about the sect. Defeat is commonplace for cultivators. Losing once doesn't mean losing for a lifetime. Few were unbeaten, but the trick is getting up after losing. This applies to the emperors as well. Of course, some couldn't rise again. In this case, even geniuses would turn into useless men. Lichia calmly said. The princess quietly nodded while carefully taking it in. The Tao heart was truly important for cultivators. Some geniuses were done for after one defeat and disappeared in the river of time due to their unstable Tao heart. Like Qin Bailey, he was peerlessly famous with great potential in pure. However, people considered his defeat to Jin Gu to be the lowest point of his life. Others would most likely hate themselves after losing. But Bailey continued to train just like before. His Tao heart was even better now. It meant that even if he wasn't going to be an emperor, his future was still bright. Let's go back. Lichia glanced outside and smiled. Eternal was continuing forward with full speed because all the lightning bolts had been absorbed by Lichia. When Lichia and the princess wanted to return, a woman stopped them. She had an aura to her. It wasn't overly aggressive, just stately like a true dragon. She wore a draconic armor with a flashing golden glow. The armors had dragon runes with immense power. It didn't look like it was cast from divine metal but rather the scales of a true dragon. Because of this, people could faintly hear the roar of a dragon soaring to the 9 firmament. The armor couldn't hide her curvaceous lines and plump peaks. Her long and thin legs accentuated her overall figure, tempting people at first sight. Nevertheless, people would only steal a glance at her, never a full look. This was because of her oppressive and noble temperament, resembling both a dragon and a king. Her phoenix eyes were bright and sharp just like a snow-white saber. It could instantly illuminate someone's mind. Just a glance from her could instill a shuddering chill. When people saw her, they would instantly think of this. It's a shame that she's not a man or she would become a king with such a lofty temperament. Wu Fengying. Someone shouted in astonishment. Shoo, call her Dragon Citadel Lord. Don't say her name or she'll beat you up. A friend reminded him. People shuddered after hearing her name. Many people glanced at her but no one dared to utter a single word. This was due to her notorious foul temper. She would resort to violence after a minor disagreement. Many have been beaten by her till they cried for their parents. Lord Wu, long time no see. 6 years flashed by after our last meeting at the Citadel. The princess was secretly lamenting this meeting. A fight might be coming. Young sis, long time no see, we'll talk later on but I have business with him right now. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this. A fight was coming indeed. Wu Fengying was the current lord of Dragon Citadel, in charge of its future direction. This was a lineage with 4 emperors so it was above the Jilin clan in pure. It was started by immortal Emperor Qianlong of the 9 worlds. He took in cultivators from all over the worlds without limitation. Even the members of the 3 races could join. Because of this, outside of him and the 3rd immortal monarch, the other 2 were grand emperors. This was a unique sect in pure since the races lived together in harmony. It was one of the few imperial lineages that had this aspect. Amazing talents, powerful cultivation, beauty, and authority weren't the reason why Fengying was so famous. Her fame was due to her brutish and fiery nature. Many in pure knew that she had a penchant for fighting. It didn't matter whether they were an ancestor or an imperial successor. She would mercilessly beat them until they are unrecognizable. An imperial lineage of the Citadel's level should have a staid and magnanimous lord. One that was prudent and wouldn't threaten violence at the first slight. Alas, Wu Fengying was the opposite of that. Even after becoming the Citadel Lord, her temperament and fierce nature remained the same. Just imagine, a beautiful lord beating people down to the ground with a ferocious demeanor. At that point, her features and charming figure wouldn't matter as much. That's why some said that it would have been better for her to be a man since her God-given good looks were wasted like this. Jilin Princess knew that trouble was brewing the moment Wu Lingfeng got here. Hey, what's inside your palace? Lingfeng blocked in front of Lichia and asked. Could you imagine a supreme beauty blocking another man in such a rough manner? Lichia only smiled and ignored her. Hey, you listening? I'm talking to you. Fengying immediately glared her pretty eyes at him. He finally gave her the time of day and leisurely said, First of all, my name is not Hey, it's Lichia. Secondly, if you have a question for me, you need to be gentler and polite. You may call me young noble or sacred teacher, if you truly want to know. She maintained her glare and said, You're a healthy man, why do you speak so slowly like an old woman? He didn't become angry and calmly retorted, You're a healthy woman, why do you speak in such a brutish manner like an erroneous reincarnation? Bullshit. She postured aggressively with both hands on her waist and shouted, Who says a woman can't be brutish? Lichia smiled and said, You're right. Who says a man can't be calm with his words? You. She couldn't come up with a fast response. Arguing wasn't her forte. Her tongue was clearly not as sharp as Lichia. You think I won't beat the crap out of you? She instantly punched at his face. Boom. It didn't make contact. Something blocked it. Bang. Before she could reach, an invisible hand slammed her down on the deck. People were startled after seeing the takedown. This guy was too devilish, but more shockingly, he was so domineering, to go as far as fighting against Wu Fengying. That's more like it. If you're so capable, release me and we'll fight for real. She was unconvinced of the submission. Lichia glanced at her and insipidly said, Since you do not bear ill will, I won't trouble you. Think before you act next time, or I'll kill you and strip you naked before throwing you down the ocean. Having said that, he recalled his thought and turned to leave. She shouted back in fury, We won't know who'll be doing the stripping just yet. Stay and fight if you dare. I'll strip you clean. Everyone became silly after hearing this. A girl, no matter how bold she might be, would never utter such words. Alas, Fengying wasn't reserved at all. 1. He's saying that she reincarnated into the wrong sex, that she was a man in her previous life. This statement isn't as jarring in Chinese at all, just a witty remark. Chapter 1864. Jilin Princess didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Fengying. This wasn't her first time seeing Fengying's aggressiveness. Lichia ignored her and continued leaving. However, Fengying was not ready to end this and shouted, Smelly brat, tell me already, what the hell is that item in your palace? She followed right behind him while others steered clear of these two. They couldn't afford to provoke either one. Fengying was walking shoulder to shoulder with him now and asked, You better tell me about the item or I'll really beat you up. Her brutish manner was really letting down her kingdom-toppling face. Citadel Lord Wu, try your best to ask the young noble calmly, don't be rash. I'm sure if you humble your tone, there will be a better result. The princess reminded Fengying. Though Fengying was very powerful and famous and pure, the princess knew that she was not worth mentioning in front of Lichia. Just hurry and tell me about the thing in your palace already. Fengying didn't give up. A bit keen, but why should I tell you? A girl needs to be gentle. Watch it or no one will want to marry a rough girl like you. Fengying turned red from anger and glared at him. Smelly brat, don't think so highly of yourself. There's nothing special about ugly men. I'm surely stronger than all of you. There's nothing special about men, but where did women come from without men? Did you come out of a rock? That's why there's no need for you to put us down since you will still need a man in the future. You. Fengying was caught off guard again. As for the princess, she wanted to laugh from the banter but it would be appropriate so she tried hard to hold it back. You're really asking for it. Fengying resorted to violence again after words failed her. You're not my match. I can annihilate you with the tip of my finger. Lichia said leisurely. She nearly vomited blood from anger and retorted. Don't be complacent, it's just that I had no hostility earlier so I didn't use merit laws or you wouldn't have been able to suppress me. That's why I spared you, but even if you were prepared with an imperial armament, I would only need one hand to crush you. Lichia asserted. You. She surprisingly managed to stay calm this time. I'll let this go if you tell me what's in your palace. Looks like you are very interested. Lichia smiled and said. There must be something in there. I saw your pillar of life. A regular pillar of life can't withstand that much lightning, unless it belongs to Emperor. She stared intensely, as if wanting to strip him naked. Others couldn't see what was going on but she found some clues. Alas, she couldn't figure it out entirely, which was why she became so curious. Why should I tell you? What's in it for me? Lichia said leisurely. She raised her voice. What do you want? Just name the price and keep it reasonable. I'll say yes. Li Chia looked her up and down a bit and she responded by saying, Wait, that perverted look, don't tell me you lusting after my beautiful self? He responded with a calm stare. Beautiful indeed but too brutish like a tigress. No, a she-man would be more appropriate in this situation. Such vulgarity isn't to my liking. You. Take a look in the mirror first. I don't like you either. She angrily glared. That's a relief. Being liked by you is really a type of disaster. If we were to say that it is a blessing to be liked by Menjing, then it is so much bad luck to be liked by you. I'm sure no man would wish that for themselves. You want to die? A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she clenched her fists. One could hear them cracking and imagine the power within. Li Chia continued walking leisurely and ignored her ferocious pose. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. She suddenly revealed a smile that proved her kingdom-toppling beauty. Anyone would be swayed by her current charm. I've made my decision. I'm formally announcing my intention of marrying you. She boldly declared. Jilin Princess was stunned. Though she had seen women chasing after men, this was her first time seeing such a blatant method. If she wasn't aware of Feng Ying's personality beforehand, her jaws would have dropped to the ground already. Marrying me? Li Chia couldn't help but laugh. You can't marry me just because you're from the Citadel. Plus, I'm not interested either. Feng Ying didn't mind at all and copied Li Chia's leisure manner and speech. No problem. I'm persistent enough. Since you called me a tigress, no, a she-man, then I want to keep you down under my shadow forever. The princess was very amused at Feng Ying copying Li Chia's demeanor. She was wondering how this woman became the Citadel Lord. Did she just beat everyone who was unconvinced to take the position? Otherwise, it was really a miracle for someone like her to take charge in that sect. Don't dream about marrying me. You would need to learn how to be gentle and feminine first. Li Chia said. At this time, they have returned to their place. Li Chia entered the room and closed the door behind him. What's the point? I'll just force you. Wait a minute, you still haven't told me about the thing in your palace. After he closed the door, she finally remembered the main focus. But there was no response. Li Chia inside the room ignored her. Open the door now or I'll break your house. She said aggressively with an oppressive aura. Citadel Lord, please calm down. Let's have a talk if you have any displeasure. The princess hurriedly consoled her. She was worried for Feng Ying, not Li Chia. It took a lot of effort for her to appease Feng Ying. The woman was too curious about the thing inside Li Chia's palace because it was able to absorb lightning. She simply wanted to figure it out. Of course, the princess couldn't answer this problem either. In her mind, this wasn't a big deal for someone of Li Chia's level. Despite her impatient nature, Feng Ying was very patient when it comes to satisfying her curiosity. Thus, she wanted to stay at Li Chia's place. However, the princess was afraid of her death if she were to anger Li Chia. This was why she tried her best to get Feng Ying to leave. Eternal continued forward. Li Chia had no interest so he rarely showed his face and spent the majority of the time cultivating. The princess didn't leave either and kept him company. Who are the passengers this time? After finishing his daily meditation, Li Chia came out with a slight grimace and asked. I'm not sure. There are more than 10,000 passengers right now from all over the places. Minor characters and big shots alike. The princess said. There's something ominous on the ship. Earlier during his meditation, his powerful awareness suddenly felt something. It was mighty enough that nothing happening on the ship could hide from his sense. Ominous? What kind? The princess became startled. For something to be considered ominous by Li Chia meant that it was extraordinary and horrifying. It's very strong. Someone is hiding its presence beneath the deck. Li Chia said. 1. Might be a reference to Sun Wukong. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.